Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Good morning. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That wasn't very enthusiastic, Commissioner Byrd. Come on now.
Well, I was truly hoping that it would not work today, but it is.
Well, good to see everyone. I hope holiday shopping is going well.
Well, thank you. What a wonderful sentiment for the season. Good morning, Vice Chair Maestas.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Looks like it's almost that time. It is that time. Okay, good morning. It's 9:30, Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. This is the regular weekly open meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. I'm Chairwoman Cynthia Hall, and I'm calling this meeting to order. Judy, can you take the roll call, please? Oh, yeah, okay.
Actually, I think you mean me.
Judy,
Yes.
you're muted.
I think Mike will take the roll call.
Okay, sorry, I just saw you there.
Commissioner Maestas,
I'm here.
Commissioner Fishman. It's like we do not have Commissioner Fishman. Commissioner Byrd.
Well, I'm not there.
I guess close enough in spirit count.
Yes.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
And Commissioner Hall.
Here.
And I'll try again. Commissioner Fishman, have you come on? No. Okay. So we have 4 commissioners that constitutes a quorum for purposes of conducting business.
I expect Commissioner Fishman may join, but I spoke to him earlier this week and he's been ill, so I don't know if he'll be able to join. We'll find out. All right, next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's see, can we have Hans Muller? Hans, would you like to do the pledge?
Certainly, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you very much, Hans. Okay, next we have consideration and approval of the minutes. Of the agenda. Does anybody have any changes that they would like to make to the agenda?
Madam Chair, this is Michael Smith. I believe
Yes.
Russell Fisk had requested that we remove case 22-00222 UT from the agenda. That appears at, I'm trying to find it as I scroll down here.
That sounds 22-222, you say?
Yes, that's number 13 in the regular action items under utility matters.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Russell. That's the report to the legislature regarding changes to the New Mexico Telecommunications Act a number of years ago, especially with the newly scheduled last open meeting on the 28th. Well, I'll be able to take some time with Mike Ripperger to really get that in shape. So I'll bring that back on the 28th.
No problem. Thank you. I think that's probably a good balance of work. So thank you very much, Russell. Appreciate that. Any other changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
One small typo. The current prior meeting minutes on the agenda reflects November 16th. That was a typo. The open meeting that week was on November 18th, and that is correctly reflected in the minutes for approval before the commission. Just small typo on the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that, Hans. It's always important to correct things like that. That's why we have a record. Okay. No other changes, I believe. So I need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that. And just to clarify that we're approving the agenda as amended.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Is the motion maker satisfied with that phraseology?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have an amended motion and second. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
And I saw my screen order just changes. Commissioner Fishman entered the meeting.
Yes.
Yes, I have. Aye.
The minutes for the November 18th, 2022 open meeting are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, and now we have employee of the month.
Wait,
And
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Michael, we were just approving the agenda, correct?
Oh,
Yes,
you're right. I'm sorry.
excuse me, I'm sorry, what happened?
That was my brain misfiring. Apparently, I apologize. I was running with the last thing we talked about with Hans, talking about the minutes, and I misstated what was approved. The vote was to approve the agenda as amended.
Agenda,
I
correct.
jumped forward several places.
I get it. Okay, no problem. All right, so now we're on item Roman numeral 4, employee of the month. And I see our illustrious chief of staff, Wayne Props, just appeared on the screen. Wayne, were you intending to present the employee of the month?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have that honor this morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Before I read the resolution for our December employee of the month, I do want to recognize and thank Sarah Valencia. I'm not sure how she got stuck with this responsibility, but about a year or so ago, I think she actually volunteered to help make sure that we had an employee of the month to present to the commission every month. And it does take a little bit of work to get this done, but she's always been very happy to do so. And it actually was the employee of the month that we're recognizing today was actually her idea. So I want to note that as well. And Madam Chair, members of the commission, I want to thank you for this practice of recognizing an employee of the month as we close out 2022. To outsiders, it may seem like a small thing, but to staff, it's not. It's very meaningful that the commission would take time out of your agenda to recognize an employee every month. I'm sure I'll forget some, but Michael Smith, Eugene Evans, Renee Kepler, Hans Muller, Judy Amer, Miguel Lujan, Melanie Sandoval, all of the employees that you have recognized over the last 12 months or so are grateful for the recognition. We, as staff, we appreciate that the commission cares enough about its employees to do this. And so, Madam Chair, before announcing our employee of the month, I just wanted to thank you and the commission for this practice. It is something that as staff we are grateful for and sincerely appreciate. Take a little bit of a liberty, Madam Chair and members of the commission, as chief of staff. I'm going to change this up a little bit, and we're not going to recognize the employee of the month. I think we're just going to recognize the employee of the year for 2022, something a little different. And instead of recognizing one employee, Madam Chair, we're going to recognize 5 employees this morning. Madam Chair, members of the commission, the staff of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission hereby recognizes Cynthia Hall, Jefferson Byrd, Joseph Maestas, Teresa Vicente Aguilar, and Stephen Fishman as the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Employees of the Year for December 2022. Whereas Cynthia Hall, Jefferson Byrd, Joseph Maestas, Teresa Vicente Aguilar, Stephen Fishman have served the commission representing 5 districts of the state of New Mexico on the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. And whereas Cynthia Hall, Jefferson Byrd, Joseph Maestas, Teresa Vicente Aguilar, and Stephen Fishman have worked for and served the Public Regulation Commission for a combined total of more than 34 years. Whereas working together for New Mexico, this commission has balanced the needs of consumers and utility companies through a global pandemic, extreme climate events, which affected nationwide gas prices. They've navigated service issues, arrearages issues, global supply chain issues, wildfire mitigation issues. They've established updated rules for interconnection and new rules for community solar service to connect end users with more renewable energy options. And whereas they've approved transportation electrification plans and seen the creation of wind farms, they've led inquiries and workshops to collaborate with leaders in solar innovation and utility experts. And they've heard from the public and government leaders. All of this has been accomplished with unwavering support of and fierce dedication to all New Mexicans whom they have served. And whereas Cynthia Hall, Jefferson Byrd, Joseph Maestas, Teresa Vicente Aguilar, and Stephen Fishman have served the PRC with great dedication and ability. Now therefore be it resolved that the staff of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission of the state of New Mexico congratulates Cynthia Hall, Jefferson Byrd, Joseph Maestas, Teresa Vicente Aguilar, and Stephen Fishman on their selection as Employees of the Year for 2022. Issued under the seal of the Commission at Santa Fe, New Mexico, this 14th day of December, 2022. Congratulations, Madam Chair. This is an award, well-deserved, heartfelt. I think we have some folks on that may want to also say a few words, if that's okay, Madam Chair. So I'll stop and I'll pass it along to anybody who'd like to do so.
Well, all I can say is thank you very much, Wayne. This is a complete surprise, and I'm heartwarmed. I'm delighted about it. Thank you very much. And I guess before we commissioners say whatever we want to say, maybe we should not. Maybe we should just bask in the glory here. I would like to recognize whoever wants to make any kind of statement. So I understand from Wayne that there are some people who want to make a statement. Could they please announce themselves if they want to? And if they don't, that's fine. Well, Wayne, I'm not hearing anybody.
Madam Chair, I would say a few words.
Oh, well, Colin. Okay, thank you. Sure. Please proceed, Colin.
I just want to thank the commissioners and echo Wayne's sentiments. I think looking back on this, future commissions will be amazed at the progress that we've accomplished. And I want to thank all the commissioners for their professionalism and their dedication to New Mexicans. I think that we've accomplished a lot in a very short time, and I'm proud to serve on the commission with all of the commissioners and assistants and all the staff. And I have to say that we have had a lot of adversity, and I think the commissioners have done a great job in procuring resources to move these rules and regulations through. And they've put in a lot of overtime. So just want to say thank you to all the commissioners, and this is a well-deserved award. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Colin. I appreciate that. Anybody else want to make any comments?
Madam Chair, it's Michael Smith.
Oh, Michael. Okay. Please proceed.
I was not aware of this, so I'm not prepared with comments, but I would like to echo the sentiments that Chief of Staff Probst and Colin have stated today. in the 10 years that I've been at the commission, I've dealt with a variety of different formulations of the commission, I guess I'll call it, and different situations. And I think Colin is correct about the adversity, but I think one of the things that has been nice dealing with this commission in particular is the level of professionalism and collegiality that has existed between the commissioners. It's been nice, and maybe it's because we've been all doing this by Zoom for a while, but it's been nice not to have to worry about breaking up potential fisticuffs between commissioners and things of that nature, which have, been issues in the past. So with, all honesty, and I am glad to see that the commissioners are being recognized for all the work that they've put in over the last 2 years and 4 years in some instances. And I wish all of you the best.
Thank you, Michael. That's very gracious of you. Miguel Lujan, are you interested in saying something? Thank you.
No, I just want to say, as IT, I always know each commissioner at a personal level as I help each one of you individually. So it's been a pleasure to work with all 5 of you. Cynthia, Commissioner Hall, I worked with you when you were in insurance and watched you transition to a commissioner. So I've been with you a while. Commissioner Vicente, I worked with her for 2 4-year, not sessions, what am I trying to say? Spans. Commissioner Fishman, you've been a delight. Nice to, very, very funny commissioner. Nice to work with you. Commissioner Maestas, nice knowing you. I wish you luck in your, your future. And Commissioner Byrd, it's nice to know you too. You came in after Commissioner Lyons, and it's just been a delight. So nice working with all 5 of you, and I'll miss all 5 of you.
Thank you, Miguel. Anybody else?
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, Hans. I saw Sarah pop up, but Hans spoke first, Sarah. Well, you'll be next. Okay, Hans, please proceed.
I just want to echo the comments that Michael Smith said, and really just and toast you like only I can, as the PRC has become accustomed to.
Your hair's changed.
A little bit. Got a style.
Getting uglier too.
I'd just like to say it's today is actually, I think, my 3rd year anniversary with the commission, and it has been a pleasure to serve at the leisure of this commission. I want to thank each of you for your guidance and supervision over the past couple of years. I have enjoyed working with everybody during my time here with the commission. But I would definitely like to say, that this is, not goodbye. This is see you later. And I hope to, continue to work with everybody as whatever projects come up for everybody down the road. But I have truly enjoyed my time working under this commission. So my salute to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hans. That's really great. I appreciate it. Well, Sarah's next, and then Judy Amer. How's that? Sarah, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say it's been an honor to serve with each of you, and I really appreciate you all and your obvious dedication to the state. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Judy.
Yes, like Michael Smith stated, I didn't know that this was happening today, and I don't have any prepared remarks, but I can honestly say that I'm sad to see you all go. I think I agree with Colin. As a whole, you've accomplished so much under extremely adverse conditions, but I also am honored to have worked with all of you, and I've learned so much from each one of you. And I hope that our paths cross again, and wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you very much, Judy. This is wonderful. Any other commenters?
Yes, Madam
Russell.
Chair.
Oh, yes, Russell, please proceed. Yes.
Madam Chair, this commission has faced a lot of criticism over the past year, especially. A lot of it unfair, some of it simply false. And I'm really impressed with how the commission has gone forward without, becoming bitter about the falsehoods and the unfair criticism, and focusing on what's right for the utility ratepayers and the utilities, and what's right generally with regard to the areas that the commission regulates. I think that there are some good reasons out there to switch to an appointed commission in general, but I think this elected commission has shown how good an elected commission can be, how knowledgeable, how focused, how deeply interested in the important issues an elected commission can be. So I think that this commission was a very good example of an elected commission. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Russell. That's really wonderful. I really appreciate it. Christopher Hall.
Hey, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to say.
Can't hear you. I think you're muted. You got muted.
I'm sorry, I've got to unmute myself. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I also was caught by surprise by this, so I don't have any prepared remarks. And mostly I would like to echo what everybody said about all the commissioners, except for Commissioner Byrd. I don't want his head to get any bigger than it already is. Just kidding.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
I've deeply appreciated the mornings talking to Commissioner Byrd as we have waited for everyone else to show up for their meetings on Wednesdays. I have come into close contact with most all of the commissioners, and watching you work has been a pleasure and an honor, as well as others have said. I would just say too, when I told people that I was going to start working for the PRC, the reactions were certainly mixed at best, and that's putting it politely. But I think, as others have said, this iteration of the commission, this body has really has done the history of the elected commissions proud. I really feel like the way that you guys have all worked together, and the way you guys have tried with everything you guys have done, it's been about moving the state forward and protecting the interests of all of the ratepayers, the utilities themselves, and the public policy interests of the state, to make sure that things are fair, just, and reasonable. And I think you guys can hold your heads high going forward, and as we move into this last few weeks. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
I just need to make a remark regarding Commissioner Byrd and big heads. You get a sense of what might happen by looking at the size of his hats. That's how big his head could grow if we don't put some guardrails in place. I want to thank Christopher Hall for being mindful of that.
Oh, thank you very much, Commissioner Fishman. I think it's always good to have the have a little focus on what the real issues are here. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's keeping it real.
Okay. Any other commenters before we move on?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to, this was a total surprise, I think, to everyone, but I want to thank Wayne for doing that. If I describe my emotions as mixed, that would be an understatement. And so I've been dreading our final meetings, and now they're here, and I can't help but look back on everything that we've done in such a short period of time. And it's been my honor. It's been quite a journey and experience, and I've grown as an individual serving on this commission. I tell everyone without hesitation that this is the best job I ever had. As we transition into an appointed commission, I think the feelings on the part of the citizens of New Mexico are mixed in light of recent developments with respect to the selection process, and some people have concerns with the lack of representation in certain parts of the state. So, you know, democracy is an experiment, and I think this transition to an elected or to an appointed commission is going to be an experiment as well. And, you know, my heart is with the Public Regulation Commission. I know that, you know, I'm turning the page and beginning a new chapter in my public service career, but I will look back on my experience with this agency and the incredible staff with very, very fond memories. Yeah, we experienced adversity, but we never wavered in our shared vision and goals, you know, to move New Mexico forward. And I think we've done that. So anyway, thanks, Wayne. Thank you, staff, for everything that you do. As a former mayor, I've always said the staff are the backbone of any public agency or government. And that's, you know, that's always going to be true. And it's certainly true here at this agency. So thank you all. You know, we'll probably have more things to say on December 28th, but thank you for the honor. And I will decline the special parking space at the Para building at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Any commissioners want to say anything? Commissioner Byrd or Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
I do.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I don't. I was not prepared for this. Thank you to our Chief of Staff, Wayne Probst. You seem to turn every table in the agency just to put a brighter side, and I really appreciate that. I think for my colleagues, we all learn about one another, and we continue to do our work in a way that's going to be received from the public. That was my number one concern. When things were going the other direction, I didn't hesitate to speak up because we did not want to go towards the wrong road. And I think I made my colleagues understand that coming from a district representing many tribes, I represented at least 12 Pueblos, the Navajo Nation, Hickory Apache Nation. And the way that we approach the world outside of our boundaries of where we were born and raised is that we always take value of how we carry ourselves. I have seen my predecessors that represented District 4 making mistakes, major mistakes, taking money from utility company. That is bad. And I wish the Attorney General's office took a step further to work on that issue, but that didn't happen. But on the other hand, I convinced my staff members that if they should ever have a question, if they ever have a concern, you were welcome to my office. When we were located at the PERA building, my office faced, the window faced the east side of New Mexico. And that was great. Every morning, there was bright sunshine beaming into my office, and my staff members were coming in left and right, putting a smile, have a smile on their face. They always felt at home in my office. But we managed to get through the pandemic, and here we are today. And Madam Chair, I think we have all pulled for the whole agency. And when we came to high level cases, people contacted me. Former governors contacted me to vote a certain way. And I said, no. We are an independent commissioners, and I vote on the record. So we were pulled left and right. Madam Chair, that's all I have to say. Thank you, Chief of Staff Probst, for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Byrd, did you have a few comments to make?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
First, I want to address Michael Smith's statement about going to fisticuffs. And, the dynamics were such that it just wouldn't work anymore. For me, you can't hit a lady, so that excluded Commissioners Hall, Vicente Aguilar, and Espinoza. And then, you respect your elders. So I had to leave the old man alone, and Commissioner Fishman didn't have any fear. And then, it just wouldn't be a fair fight between me and Commissioner Maestas. He's half my size. Yeah, he's got tiny guns, but he's like Mighty Mouse right there. Anyway, but to the real issue, I'm honored to be on this list today. Thank you to the staff and Sarah for even suggesting this. I think that took some gumption there. And Chief of Staff, Mr. Props, for following through. Thank you, guys. But to me, at least, speaking for my behalf, anything that made me look good is because I had a staff at the PRC who educated me, commanded my respect, and allowed us to have frank discussions about real issues, so that when we came to the meetings, we at least had the appearance of being knowledgeable about the issues. And so I give all credit to the staff for any kind of good things that I managed to get done in the last 4 years. And I know that it doesn't matter who the next 3 commissioners are, the staff is what's going to drive this commission on this path that you guys are leading it on. And we're just the head of the duck, but the body is what does the work, and that's the staff members. And so thank you guys for being such a great staff and changing my opinion on what state employees can look like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Byrd. I fully endorse everything you said, except I don't know if Steve's that old. But anyhow, this is great. I can't thank Wayne and Sarah, whoever thought this up. I'm honored. I never thought that this would happen, and I think it's wonderful. Like I say, I'm heartwarmed, and I share the sentiments of Commissioner Maestas. It's the best job I ever had. I've been devoted to the PRC for a long time, and their mission. So I will be sad to leave. I am sad to leave, but I agree with Commissioner Byrd. This agency's strength is in its staff, and I think it'll continue to be strong. And I think it'll provide, tremendous guidance to the next commission. And like Commissioner Maestas, we'll have some things to say on the 28th, so I won't go on. But I really want to thank everybody for this recognition. I feel like it's the biggest honor I've received in my workplace, in my career. Very, very touching. So unless there are other comments, we'll move on to introduction of special guests. Do we have any special guests on the agenda? Yeah, well, not on the agenda, but do we have any special guests today?
Madam Chair, I do not have anyone right now signed up as a special guest or public comment.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Hans.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
just under public comment, I'd like to have a moment.
Fine. Please proceed.
As you probably all remember and probably are fully aware, former Commissioner Ben Hall passed away about 2 weeks ago.
That's right.
And I would like to take a moment of silence in recognition of the service that he had provided for the state of New Mexico during his tenure as a commissioner.
Okay, I think we should do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we send our condolences to the Hall family and again, thank them for their service to the state of New Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. I really appreciate you mentioning that. I was saddened to see that in the papers as well. I knew Commissioner Hall. I wasn't with the PRC when he was on the bench. I was at the insurance division, but I was just right down the hall. And I enjoyed visiting with him. I thought he was a tremendous character and dedicated public servant, and he was quite enjoyable. Very interesting man, quite a career in public service himself, and so I appreciate you mentioning him. We should mention him in passing. He was a dedicated commissioner as well. Anybody else want to make any comments about Commissioner Hall? Hearing none, let's move on to consideration and approval of prior minutes. And these would be the minutes of November 18th, 2022, open meeting. Does anyone have any changes or corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, I would like to entertain a motion to approve these.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes of the November 16th, 2022 open meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Chair, just to clarify the motion, the minutes are for November 18th.
Yeah, I believe I said 18th.
You did.
But I didn't.
Commissioner Maestas was reading off the agenda, I believe.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, thank you. Okay. All right. So do I have I got a second. I think Steve got in there right before Commissioner Byrd. So Mr. Fishman is the second. So we have a motion and a second. Let's take the vote, please. Michael.
I thank Russell and Hans for clarifying that, even though I was trying to be more efficient by moving us ahead in the agenda previously. But so I will take the roll on the correction.
We live in the moment here on the commission, I guess. Go ahead.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
And the vote is 5-0 to approve the minutes of the November 18th, 2022 open meeting.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, now we come to item Roman numeral 8. It's a discussion item, and it pertains to RFP number 2023-0003. the selection of auditor of the administrator of the New Mexico State Rural Universal Service Fund and internal control over compliance. The presentation will be made by Mike Rippiger and Renata Pirigella. So I see Mike on the screen. Mike, do you want to start off?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, before I get into the presentation, I just want to say, even though that item has passed, I agree with everything that's been said about the commission. Very professional, great people to work with. I appreciate the support and a good example for future commissions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so to go on, this should be brief. There was an RFP put out for the auditor of the administrator of the State Universal Service Fund. And so I am going to provide a little bit of a background and Renata Pirigella will get into the actual RFP process and results. So Hans, if you could move the slide. Okay, background information. Vantage Point Solutions currently serves as the administrator and fiscal agent of the New Mexico Rural Universal Service Fund via a contractual relationship with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. And that's a 4-year contract that we're currently in. It's new. The fund is a multi-million-dollar fund created pursuant to the provisions of the Rural Telecom Act. And as a reminder, the money deposited in the fund is not public money, and the administration of the fund is not subject to the provision of the law regulating public funds. And that actually touches on the RFP process itself. The fund is financed by surcharges on the bills of telecommunications providers. Okay, next slide. And so under the Rural Telecom Act, the PRC is required to select a neutral third-party administrator of the fund. The administrator is primarily responsible for the collection of contributions to the fund, assessed on telecommunications providers, and the disbursement of fund monetary support to eligible recipients as determined by order of the PRC. And as you know, that happens annually. The administrator is reasonably compensated for any of its services from monies through the contract. Financing for the auditor does not come from any state or federal money, but instead from the State Universal Service Fund. Also in the rule, the PRC is charged with selecting a qualified independent auditor to audit the financial performance and administration of the fund once a year. The commission shall engage a qualified independent auditor to audit each such financial statement and submit a written opinion to the commission. This happens annually, and it's been happening annually for years. As I mentioned earlier, the administrator of the State Universal Service Fund is hired under RFPs for 4-year contracts, and the auditor, which was what this is about, is also hired for 4 years, which follows that contract. So if the administration of the fund is from 2022 to 2025, then the audit will follow from 2023 to 2026. Now, I have served as the program manager for the auditor of the administrator of the State Universal Service Fund for a long time. And a different staff person serves as the program manager for the administrator of the State Universal Service Fund. Given my role as the program manager for the auditor of the administrator of the State Universal Service Fund, I am not involved in the RFP process. So I'm just giving you the background here. There were other staff members, some from the Bureau and some from ASD, which participated in the actual RFP process. So given that background, I will now segue to Renata to go through the actual RFP process and selection.
Thank you, Michael. Please proceed, Renata.
Morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'll take you through the RFP process and the selection. So in regards to the RFP, it was released on October 5th, and the submission of proposals was November 18th. The evaluation committee met on November 30th. A selection was made. They did not opt to do best and final oral presentations, and we are in the process of processing a contract. Who can go to the next slide? So the proposals that came in were evaluated on technical specification and business specifications. And you can see the breakdown of points on organizational experience, organizational references, mandatory specifications, and desirable specifications. There was also points assigned for cost. And then also we have the New Mexico resident preference and the veteran preference, which total 5% or 10% of the total overall 800 points. So it comes to like 40 or 80 additional points if they can provide the preference certificates that were provided by Tax and Revenue Department. Next slide. So 2 proposals were submitted for this RFP, and the evaluation committee did meet on it and assess these proposals. The evaluation committee consisted of Miranda Mascarenas, PRC Chief Financial Officer, Eugene Evans, PRC Engineer Intern, and Bradley Tolleson, PRC Public Utility Economist. They reviewed, scored, and ranked proposals taking into account those specifications, experience, references, mandatory, desirable specifications. The results were close. Out of the 800 points, the scores were 742.49 and 739.91. The evaluation committee recommended Hurlburt CPA. And as I mentioned before, a contract is being processed at this time. Hurlburt CPA has key personnel with extensive experience in telecom industry and working with state regulatory commissions and their respective agencies in regulating or overseeing telecom industry and universal service funds. In the past 2 years, they performed 33 audits with 100% of the revenue derived from those audits from state universal programs or similar programs. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Renata. Commissioners, does anybody have any questions or comments on this presentation for either Mike or Renata? Hearing none, I would just say this is a very clear, professional presentation. I really appreciate, especially seeing the slides and the consideration that goes into the RFP and our analysis by staff. I appreciate the professionalism here. Thank you very much. This is quite good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. So let's move on to the next agenda item, and that is Roman numeral 9, the consent action items. Mike Smith, would you please read the captions into our record?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to pull it up on here. The consent action items. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
The consent action items are case 22. Utility matters are I'll go back. No transportation matters. Utility matters are utility matters 22-00202 UT in the matter of the joint application for location approval of the 2022 Corona generation expansion pursuant to Public Utility Act, New Mexico Statutes annotated 1978, section 6293. That's a potential final order on the recommended decision. Case 22-00209 UT in the matter of the verified petition of Jemez Mountains Electric Cooperative, Inc. for designation as an eligible telecommunications carrier. That's a potential final order. Case 19-00106 UT in the matter of applications for 2021 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per Rule 17.11.10.31 NMAC. That's a potential order regarding Smith Bagley Inc.'s requests for final disbursements regarding Mariano Lake Project, BISTE project, Fence Lake Project, and Pinedale Project. Then case 22-000099 UT in the matter of applications for 2021 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per Rule 17.11.10.31. That also a potential order regarding Plateau Telecommunications Incorporated's request for final disbursement of Edgewood 2021 trial project. And then case 22-00257 UT in the matter of the application for a reliability determination for the SunZia transmission project, New Mexico Renewable Energy Transmission Authority applicant. That's a potential order on the application.
Thank you very much, Michael. Does anybody have any changes they want to make or comments to make? I don't mean changes. I mean comments on this agenda, part of the agenda. If not, I'd like a motion to move this part of the agenda.
No comments. Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, but a motion and a second. Mike, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving on, we'll go to Roman numeral 11, regular action items. The first one, oh, wait a minute. No, we have to go to Roman numeral 10. Sorry, I was jumping ahead. We have an executive closed session at this point in the agenda. It's item number 7. The case is 22-00177-UT. And the case is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's annual 2023 Renewable Energy Portfolio Procurement Plan and requested approvals therein, proposed 2023 Renewable Portfolio Standard Cost and Reconciliation Riders, application for an RPS incentive and other associated relief. Southwestern Public Service Company is the applicant. And in the session, this presentation will be made to the commission by Judith Amer and Robert Lennon pursuant to 1978 section 10-15-1H3 of New Mexico statutes. And this will be a closed session for the purpose of deliberations by a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. So at this point, I believe we will be moved into a separate virtual room so we can deliberate, be presented with this case and deliberate.
Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. We need a motion and a vote.
Oh, that's right. So I need a motion to enter into this closed session.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. I need a second. Anybody want to make it? I'll second it. Okay, Judy, is there anything else I need to say? I announced the case, but
It would be correct to say that the motion to go into executive closed session is made pursuant to NMSA 1978 section 10-1-H3 deliberations by a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding.
okay, I'll do that. Okay, so my motion and second that I've just received are made pursuant to the New Mexico statutes annotated 1978 section 10-15-1H3 pertaining to deliberations by public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. So I believe at this point we will be moved into a.
Well, we need a vote.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I need a, can I have a motion, please?
We just did the motion.
We did
Okay.
the motion.
Let's have a vote.
The roll call vote is Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
No.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
No.
The tally is 3-2, 3 for, 2 against. The motion carries.
Okay, now at this point, I guess we will be moved into a virtual room so we can be presented with the case and conduct our deliberations. And we'll return to this public meeting when that is completed.
I'd just like to clarify, actually, the motion passes. I'm not sure that carries is the correct term.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Let me just confirm with Patrick. Patrick, are you doing the breakout rooms or should I?
Yes, Hans, I'm creating the breakout room and adding all the commissioners and the other individuals
Okay.
needed.
Great. Thank you, Patrick.
Yes, thank you.
Beam us up, Scotty.
Hans may need to come and get us in the Falcon.
Mixing Star Wars and Star Trek.
So
Oh, fake anyway.
Yeah.
Are we there yet?
All right. Oh, good. Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. I'm Bob Lennon. We know that. I think we're not.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm somehow still in the room. Let me get out.
Okay.
Patrick, can you add Michael Smith to the executive session room, please?
Okay, are we all back now? I see Commissioner Fishman. Are the other commissioners back into the open meeting?
It
I'm
appears,
here.
Madam Chair, it looks like we still have a few that are, the breakout room will close in 13 seconds. So let's hold off for 15 seconds and they'll automatically be joined back in.
Yeah. I'd just like to get everybody back in. We've got Jeff, Steve. Oh, I don't see Commissioner Maestas or Commissioner Vicente Aguilar yet.
I'm here. This is Commissioner.
Oh, yes, I see. And I do see, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And I see Commissioner Maestas as well. So I think we're all here. We're all back. All right, so I believe I need a motion to return to the open meeting. And the motion needs to state that our comments were limited to, our discussion was limited to the case as listed. Is that correct, Michael?
Madam Chair, yes, we would make an affirmation into from the chair into the record, and then that becomes part of the minutes for the meeting.
Oh, so I don't need a motion. I just need to make an affirmation.
Well, we need to make a motion to come back into closed session.
Okay. All right. You mean into open session? Okay. So, do I make the affirmation first?
I think you can do the motion first.
Okay, fine. So I'd like a motion. I'll make the motion to go back into open session. And I'm making that pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978-10-15-1 H3 relating to deliberations by a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. And our comments and discussion was limited to case number 22-00177-UT in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's annual 2023 Renewable Energy Portfolio Procurement Plan and requested approvals therein, proposed 2023 Renewable Portfolio Standard Costs and Reconciliation Riders, application for an RPS incentive and other associated relief requested by Southwest Public Service Company applicant. We did not discuss any other matters. So that's my motion to go back into open session. I need a second.
I'll second that, and just to clarify that no decisions were made.
Correct. And we reached no decisions. So I'll accept that as a friendly amendment to my motion. So my motion is amended, is made, and is seconded. Mike, can you take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Trying to see if we still have her or if she's dropped off.
Must be frustrating.
I'm not seeing her number.
I see a 505-469-2157. Isn't that her?
Oh, yes, I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, I see the number.
Is it show as muted?
It's currently showing as muted, Mike.
Yes, it's muted. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Oh, good.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, can you hear us?
Michael?
Yes. I don't know.
I vote aye.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The motion to come back into open session is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Michael. So, all right, so we are on case number 22-00177-UT. Do any commissioners have any further discussion before we proceed to vote on this matter?
Madam Chair, actually, this matter is on the regular action calendar after the transportation matter, it appears.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. That's right. It is on a different part of the agenda. Okay, so we'll just proceed with the rest of the regular action items in order. Okay. So the next case we have is a transportation matter, and it's 22-00289-TR-M. In the matter of the application of City of Roswell doing business as Roswell Fire Department for reissuance of a certificate number 26770, temporary authority to provide ambulance service, and lease of authority to American Medical Response Ambulance Service, Incorporated. Erica Stephans from the General Counsel's Office will present a proposed vote ratifying emergency action for temporary authority and a potential order on application. So Erica, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So as you may have noticed, that this is generally the type of case that is presented on the Commission's consent agenda. But due to an emergency action that the Commission took in the case, it's been placed on the regular agenda as a regular agenda item. As the Commission may recall, during the November 18th open meeting, the Commission took an emergency action and vote due to the applicant's expiration of the operating authority. During that meeting, the Commission heard staff's recommendation and granted temporary authority as an emergency agenda item. And by adding that application for a temporary authority onto this agenda, the Commission is confirming its November 18th emergency decision and providing the public notice of the action, which the Commission was not initially able to do. During that November 18th meeting, the Commission granted temporary authority to operate pending the notice period and a recommendation from Commission's Transportation Division for the reissuance of the certificate. And on December 8th, we got that recommendation. The Commission's transportation staff filed that recommendation for a reissuance of certificate to operate as an ambulance service and lease of the authority. The recommendation was based on the Transportation Division staff's review of the application, finding that the applicant had submitted a complete application pursuant to the motor carrier general provisions regarding applications for reissuance and applications for lease of authority found at New Mexico Administrative Code 18.3.2.13, and finding that the applicant satisfied the requirements for reissuance of certificate to provide ambulance service found at New Mexico Administrative Code 14.25. The application is uncontested, and there have been no objections or protests of the application filed with the Commission during the notice period as required by the Motor Carrier Act. So to summarize, this vote would be to ratify the Commission's November 18th emergency action granting the applicant temporary authority and to approve the reissuance and lease of the certificate to provide ambulance service.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Stephans. Commissioners, anybody have any questions of Erica? Hearing none, I need a motion to approve the order motion to approve. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Maestas. Do I have a second? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. I have a motion and a second. Mike, will you please take the roll?
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Mike.
Madam
All right.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I'd like to thank Erica. She's fairly new in the general counsel's office. You did the right thing to put this on the record because we don't want to, we don't want the commission to, see a mistake like 3 years from now. So you did the right thing, and welcome to our agency. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you so very much, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I can't take the credit for that. That was Hans, all Hans and Mike.
Thank you, Erica, and thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I agree. Welcome. It's very nice to hear yet one more intelligent voice from General Counsel's office. So moving on, we'll go to the utility matters on the regular action agenda. And the next case is 22-00177-UT. In the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's annual 2023 Renewable Energy Portfolio Procurement Plan and requested approvals therein. Proposed 2023 Renewable Portfolio Standard Cost and Reconciliation Riders. Application for an RPS incentive and other associated relief. The applicant is Southwestern Public Service Company, and Judith Amer will present the potential final order on recommended decision.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As you correctly stated, this matter comes before the commission upon the July 1st, 2022 application of SPS as detailed above. It also comes before you upon the recommended decision issued by hearing examiner Lennon on November 22nd, 2022, upon SPS's exceptions filed against the RD on November 30th, 2022, and upon the joint parties' response to exceptions filed on December 6th, 2022, by Louisiana Energy Services, LLC, New Mexico Large Customer Group, Occidental Petroleum Limited, and Utility Division staff, collectively referred to as the joint parties. The proposed order would adopt the recommended decision in its entirety, which has the following decretal paragraphs. That SPS's annual renewable energy report for 2021 is accepted. That SPS's Renewable Energy Act plan for 2023 plan year is approved as set forth above. That SPS's proposed rate for its 2023 RPS rider set forth in advice notice number 305 is approved as set forth above. That SPS's proposed rate for its 2023 reconciliation rider set forth in advice notice number 305 is approved as set forth above. That SPS's 2023 Solar Connect community rate rider as set forth in advice notice number 306 is approved as set forth above. That SPS's request for relief in the alternative of variance as to the application of the cost benefit analysis and a positive result is denied. That SPS's proposed financial incentive and the accompanying proposed renewable performance rider as set forth in advice notice 307 is denied, and that SPS's request for variance from the application of cost benefit analysis as to an incentive is moot and is denied.
Okay, thank you very much, Judy. Commissioners, does anybody have any comments or questions of Judy? Let's start with questions for Judy. I don't see anything from Commissioner Fishman, who, or my SS, whose faces I can see. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Commissioner, go ahead.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry about that. I have a question about, maybe Judy can answer this. Can you expand on the protecting the ratepayers? Can you also talk about why SBS is receiving a financial windfall at a ratepayer's expense?
Yes, I can. Let me get to my, well, you know, the RD expresses it very clearly. The express words of the REA in section 62.16.4D are that a utility needs to produce or to acquire new renewable energy in order to be eligible for an incentive. That the staff and the interveners and the RD all have effectively persuaded the commission that means an affirmative action must be taken towards accomplishing new renewable resources. This is a logical reading of 62.16.4. SPS's proposal to retire excess RECs, which only documents past behavior, does not comply with the statute. While retirement of RECs is the method to document compliance with RPS, it does not in itself produce or acquire renewable energy or reduce emissions or decrease coal generation, which are the intended outcomes to be eligible for a financial incentive. Banked RECs does not per se constitute a measure the legislature intended to qualify for a financial incentive to further the objectives of the REA. SPS's statement that it will in the future need to replace those retired RECs is speculation, and it's not the actual production or acquisition of new renewable energy. And the proposed transaction could be characterized as a minor windfall to the company with the temporal shift of a conversion of value, a shift not envisioned by the legislature. In other words, as the RD stated, the proposal rings of the concept of illusory consideration, which is insufficient to support a contract. The requested incentive seems akin to an accounting exercise whereby an asset is transformed into cash flow. The bank RECs, if redeemed for an financial incentive, are thereby converted to a fungible asset, cash, at the cost borne by ratepayers. SPS promises to replace is in effect just creating cash flow from a current asset.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to let the public know that that was a deep concern of mine, and you explained it very well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I am very glad you asked that question. It's always good to have a full explanation for the public. I appreciate that. Commissioner Byrd, do you have any questions of Judy or any questions of Judy?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, commissioners, is there any further discussion on this case? Hearing none, I think we'll take the vote. Well, I need a motion. So I need a motion.
Move to approve the order.
Okay, I've got a motion from, well, I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar was speaking a slightly bit ahead of you, Commissioner Fishman, but I assume you would like to second.
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Can we have the roll, please, Mike, for the vote?
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's see. So we're moving on to the next agenda item, and that is item number 22-00085-UT. In the matter of a commission rulemaking pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, section 62-8-12, applications to expand transportation electrification. Potential, and Robert Lundin will be presenting a potential order adopting the rule. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning and hello, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Yeah. I'm presenting to you today a final order which would adopt a new rule on the filing of applications to expand transportation electrification. The order is approximately 60 pages long, and broadly speaking, it covers the procedural history of the docket. It gives a detailed summary of all the comments that were filed in the docket, and it provides an analysis of amendments to be adopted in the final order to the proposed rule and amendments not to be adopted. So this matter was assigned to me when I joined OGC in November. Although I'm up to date on the record and I've read everything that's been filed, I was not involved from the inception of the case. So I don't really have the institutional knowledge that, someone like Christopher Hall or Mary Jane Parks or Commissioner Maestas may have. So I would encourage them to chime in if any commissioner needs more context than I'm able to provide. But as a bit of background on this case, in 2019, the legislature passed House Bill 521, which was codified at section 62-8-12, entitled Applications to Expand Transportation Electrification. That is the Transportation Electrification Statute, or the TES, or TES, as I shall refer to it. But broadly, TES requires public utilities to, upon request by the commission, at least every 2 years, submit applications to expand transportation electrification. Because the commission is authorized to require the filing of these applications, it is necessary and appropriate to adopt rules to regulate the parameters of such filings. Applications may include investments, incentives, rate designs, programs, and customer outreach and education initiatives to facilitate the deployment of charging infrastructure and other equipment to support electrification, to encourage charging to support the grid, and to increase awareness of benefits of transportation electrification. TES provides the commission standard of review when it's reviewing transportation electrification applications. And there are 6 points that are listed in TES, and I'll just read them quickly. The first is that the applications are reasonably expected to improve the public utilities electrical system efficiency, the integration of variable resources, operational flexibility, and system utilization during off-peak hours. Applications are reasonably expected to increase access to the use of electricity as a transportation fuel, with consideration given for increasing such access to low-income users and users in underserved communities. Applications shall be designed to contribute to the reduction of air pollution and greenhouse gases. They shall be reasonably expected to support increased consumer choices in electric vehicle charging and related infrastructure and services, allow for private capital investments in skilled jobs and related services, and provide customer information and education. They should be reasonably and prudent as determined by the commission. And finally, transparent, incorporating public reporting requirements to inform program design and commission policy. Additionally, TES affords utilities the option to choose how it shall seek rate recovery, either through a rider, base rates, or both. In 2020, EPE, PNM, and SPS filed their TEPs, or Transportation Electrification Plans. They were each approved in 2021. In PNM's TEP docket, the commission found that a rulemaking would be prudent. Thus, the Transportation Electrification Team was formed in early 2022, and it was comprised of Commissioner Maestas, his assistant, Christopher Hall, DOE Fellow Mary Jane Parks, Utility Division Chief John Reynolds, Staff Economist Jonah Malden, and Russell Fisk of OGC. The team recommended that this docket be opened. The team, assisted by GridWorks, conducted a workshop in May and held the New Mexico Transportation Electrification Summit in June. The team then drafted rule language and recommended that a NOPR be issued to adopt the proposed rule. So the proposed rule essentially does three main things, or it would have done three main things. It would have required the filing of TEPs every 2 years. It would have defined the parameters of the 2-year plans at a high level. It included parameters of a 5-year planning outlook beyond the 2-year plan. And lastly, it would have required the filing of annual progress reports. The proposed rule did not have any narrow focus on the workings of individual TEP programs. It just provided broad minimum standards for the applications, the plans, and broad minimum data points for annual progress reports. So robust comments were submitted by the following stakeholders: the City of Las Cruces, Charge Ahead Partnership, ChargePoint, El Paso Electric Company, Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, Conservation Voters New Mexico, Natural Resources Defense Council, New Mexico Voices for Children, Prosperity Works, Sierra Club, Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, Western Resource Advocates, the New Mexico Attorney General, Public Service Company of New Mexico, Southwestern Public Service Company, and staff. So based on the comments, it is prudent to adopt amendments to the proposed rule. The good news is that none of the commenters fundamentally disagree with the proposed rule or fundamentally disagree with the Commission's authority to issue it. The comments mostly just focus on kind of minute wording, clarifications, and the like. Kind of the bad news is that there are substantial edits to be made to the proposed rule. So it does look significantly edited or chopped up and diced a little bit. And because there's such significant edits that, you know, it may be likely to later entertain motions for rehearing, because it's, I mean, the likelihood that we get everything perfectly correct on this first go around is maybe lower than 100%. So it wouldn't be efficient of our time for me to just go through all the myriad of small language changes that the final order would adopt. But there are a few kind of major substantive proposals that I want to bring to your attention. So first, the final order would adopt amendments to make the TEP's 3-year plans filed every 3 years rather than every 2 years. And the planning horizon would then be an additional 2 years beyond the 3-year TEP rather than an additional 5 years. So commenters argued that the 2-year plans would not be sufficient to implement programs, to let them maturate and to measure their success, and that an outlook of 5 additional years would be too speculative to be helpful. Second, the final order would adopt a version of the budget flexibility section as proposed by the joint commenters. This section would allow public utilities to shift up to 20% of a program's budget into another program, but with the low to moderate income programs being protected, such that LMI programs budgets could not be taken away and given to like a standard program. Also, in the event the utility spends at least 90% of a program's budget, then it may increase the budget for that program by an additional 10%. So this flexibility mechanism would promote transportation electrification by not holding utilities to rigid budget levels, which may later prove to be insufficient for the popularity of any such program. It is also similar to what the Commission has approved in EP and PNM's prior TEP dockets. And having it in the proposed rule would guarantee its consistency across the IOUs and would reduce the number of issues to be litigated in future cases. Third, the final order would adopt limited Commission review procedures as amendments. Commenters made different proposals on this. EP recommended an expedited review procedure similar to that of the REA plan filings. That would have required approval of TEPs in 3 months, but could have been extended up to 6 months. PNM proposed a simple 6-month deadline for approval. The City of Las Cruces commented that the initial TEP dockets took anywhere from 10 to 14 months to complete, so they should be approved on a timeline similar to rate cases. which a rate case timeline is 9 months, which can be extended up to 3 months if needed. The final order would find a middle ground position. That is, it would be reasonable to have a review period of 6 months to approve TEPs, but that the commission could extend it by up to 3 months if necessary. So now I would like to do a quick screen share and show you what the proposed rule looks like. Okay. So with most rules, the initial sections are kind of boilerplate almost. There's a definition section with definitions for electric vehicle, charging station, investment, measure, off and on peak hours, planning horizon, plan years, public utility, transportation electrification plan. And most of these terms were proposed by the commenters. Some of them were originally in the proposed rule. But the meat of the rule starts at section 11, and that's where you get the applications to expand transportation electrification. So subsection A describes them being 3-year plans. Subsection B describes their minimum contents. And then subsection D describes the planning outlook, which is the 2-year period after the plan, and kind of what the goals and objectives for the outlook are. And then subsection E describes other requirements of transportation electrification applications, such as what testimony that the utilities need to include. Section 12 of the proposed rule is the kind of the commission review section. It states when the utilities should make their filings, and for PNM, that's June 1st of 2023, which coincides with the final order in their last TEP docket, which requires them to file their next plan by the end of June 2023. For EPE, that's July 1st, 2023. And again, that's consistent with the final order in their last TEP docket, which requires EPE to file within 18 months of the conception of their programs, which was, I believe, January 1st, 2022. So that lands on July 1st. And then for SPS, it would be April 1st, 2024. And that was chosen because SPS's plan runs through 2024. And for them to file a new plan and get approval prior to their next plan year of 2025, April 1st is a reasonable deadline. Subsection C discusses the review procedures. The commission shall complete its review within 6 months, but if it finds that it needs a longer time, it can extend that for an additional 3 months. Section 13 of the proposed rule discusses the annual progress reports, what contents they should include, what data points that the utility should provide data on. It's pretty detailed, but again, it leaves it open for the utilities to provide other information that they think is necessary. Section 14 is the budget flexibility section that I discussed earlier. One thing that I should note is that this is not how it looked from the joint commenters proposal. I had to do a little bit of independent analysis to kind of redraft it a little bit and reformat it a little bit, because the way that it was written before, it was kind of an ability for a utility to, transfer budget from a program, thereby reducing the budget of that program to the point of being able to then increase their overall budget once again. So it's kind of a vicious circle of budget shifting and budget increasing that, could have been a runaway train without some further protections written in there. So in my discretion and in my limited expertise, I tried to fix that. And then finally, the section 15 is just kind of a boilerplate exemption and variance section. And before I stand for questioning, I would like to just show you what the amended version of the proposed rule looks like, just so you can get a sense of how many changes the final order does adopt. And it's done in NMAC format. So underlined material is added and stricken through material is to be deleted. So the definition of electric vehicle would change to more in line it with the statute. New definitions added. Other definitions removed or changed. And then back to the meat of the rule, section 11 received significant amendments. As you can see here, it's kind of hard to look at it when it's all the same color, but I did it in a NMAC format, so there's not the red lettering and red underlines. And then section 13 received some major amendments as well. But again, these are mostly just clarifications, different wording, things to improve the rule, not necessarily things to substantially change the rule or the intent or the objective of the rule. It's all basically doing the same thing, just in a slightly more refined way. And, you know, sections 14 and 15 were all new. And with that, I would stand for questioning.
Thank you very much, Robert. That was a really informative presentation and streamlined, although comprehensive. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Anybody have any comments or questions for Robert or the other team members, Mary Jane or Parks or Christopher Hall? Well, I guess I was just interested in that runway train part. Can you just describe a little bit of how that was adjusted by you, Robert? It sounded like, you know, being able to have some budget flexibility was a good thing, but it sounded like it wasn't ideally designed at first. Or so, can you tell me how you dealt with that a little bit?
Yes, Madam Chair, for sure. So the original proposal was to just have basically paragraphs A and B that say, so subsection A would say, a public utility shall be able to shift budget up to 20% of budget from one program to another program.
Mm-hmm.
And then subparagraph B says, you know, if a utility exceeds 90% spending for a program, then it can increase its budget by up to 10%. So its overall budget by 10%, sorry. So I looked at that and I saw the ability for utility to shift 20% of its budget out of a program and thereby interpret subsection B to mean that once that budget has been shifted out, now its spending for that program has reached the 90% threshold. Thus, its overall transportation electrification plan budget could be increased by 10%. So if you look at subparagraphs 1 and 2 of subsection A and subparagraph 1 of subsection B, there are some exceptions carved out of there. So for instance, subsection B1, you know, this budget flexibility mechanism does not apply to a program for which that program's budget was reduced pursuant to subsection A. So that would just prevent the utility from decreasing or shifting budget from a program and then using that as justification to increase its overall planned budget. And I hope that makes sense, but it's a little, it's a little circular. So you can, on paragraph 1 of subsection B, I'll just make this note as well. Staff proposed that customer outreach and education programs should not be allowed to have their budgets increased, because according to staff, staff thought that customer outreach and education programs gives the utility an opportunity to free spend program budget. So in essence, they could basically use that as an excuse or shift. They can shift budget away from, a customer outreach and education program, and then have more headroom in that program to spend money and to reach the threshold and increase their budget. So just to note that was an adoption from staff. The rest of it is mostly intact from how it was proposed by the joint commenters. I just kind of reformatted it a little bit and then included one of those protections in there.
I see. I think that's a great idea. I thought budget flexibility was a great idea too, but it also needs to have some guardrails. So good job there. So any other thoughts or comments by commissioners? Hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion on this matter, on this potential order, adopting the rule.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll second it. So we have a motion and a second. Michael, yes.
If I want to make just a few comments. I want to thank Rob for taking this over, but this was definitely a team effort with Mary Jane Parks and Christopher Hall. I believe Russell assisted with this as well. We took the lead as an agency in convening Transportation Electrification Summit. We gathered all stakeholders. We've been working very closely with the state, especially with the DOT. We already have experience under our belt with the 3 TEPs that we approved, the transportation electrification plans from each of the IOUs in the absence of a rule. So we really had to work with the statute. And what I think this rule represents is carrying forward a lot of facets that were included in those TEPs. And we heard loud and clear that the IOUs wanted more flexibility, not less, with the understanding that this is a very dynamic, evolving market in EVs, in EV use, in EV affordability, in attractive tax credits. And so, as I've said before, this is really going to permanently change travel behavior in the state, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and hopefully EVs will be more affordable, for people, especially the low to moderate income communities. I hope that the state legislature will attempt again to create a state tax credit for EV purchase. So anyway, this is a big step forward, and I believe historically this represents, I think, the last approval of a rule by this elected commission. So this is kind of a monumental action that we're taking. So I just want to thank the team for all their collective efforts, and we'll support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. And I really hadn't reflected on that, but if this is the last rule we're approving, I feel like breaking out the champagne. I mean, this is it's been a very busy rulemaking year, for which I'm proud, but I'm really pleased and proud to be approving a rule that will advance the use of electric vehicles. It's a huge game changer in the fight against the worst effects of climate change. So do any other commissioners have any comments to make? Commissioner Fishman? None whatsoever. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
No, Madam Chair.
And Commissioner Byrd?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, then let's see. We've already voted. We've already got a motion and a second. Can you take the roll call vote? Michael Smith, please.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you very much, Michael. So commissioners, it's 4 minutes till noon. I suggest we take a brief lunch break. We have 4 more cases to decide. Does anybody have opposed that? I mean, I can certainly go farther. Just we could push right through, or we could have a lunch break. What's the pleasure of the commission? You guys let me know.
I think that's a good idea. I think we still have, many agenda items to go.
Okay. Is that okay with everybody else? Thumbs up, Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah, a half hour would be great.
Okay, great. We'll reconvene at 12:30. So we'll adjourn for now until 12:30. Thank you. Okay, it's 12:30. I think we'll resume our meetings. We will proceed to the next item on the agenda, which I believe is item number 20 dash. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, it's Michael Smith. It's number 20-00222-UT in the matter of the joint application of Avangrid Incorporated, Avangrid Networks Incorporated, New Mexico Green Holdings Incorporated, Public Service Company of New Mexico, and PNM Resources Incorporated for approval of the merger of New Mexico Green Holdings Incorporated with PNM Resources Incorporated, approval of a general diversification plan, and all other authorizations and approvals required to consummate and implement this transaction. Michael Smith will present a proposed order on an NEE motion for, that's New Energy Economy motion for order to show cause. Michael, please proceed. And by the way, thank you very much for that lovely background. I've never gotten to see the Northern Lights. I'm enjoying watching them. So please proceed.
I was going to say, I missed the meteor shower last night, so this will have to suffice.
Oh, I guess I do too. Okay.
Do we have all 5 commissioners present? I see 3.
I see Commissioner Fishman, Commissioner Maestas. I thought I saw Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's telephone number.
I'm here.
Yes, I thought so.
And do we have Commissioner Byrd?
Commissioner Byrd, I don't know.
You will always have me.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, I think we've got a full slate here.
I'm not sure I could do the Whitney Houston song. I think that.
That's okay. Just present the case.
Right. That's okay. You don't have.
I think the audience will be happy. So I'm going to address this. I just want to clarify that this is a motion that seeks to uphold, to impose an order to show cause against the respondents. This is not an order that is reopening this case. And so this is being brought pursuant to the commission's, the jurisdiction that the commission retains to address or enforce its order, because this case is still on appeal before the New Mexico Supreme Court. So I'm going to basically read the proposed determination from my order. This comes before the commission on the motion for order to show cause to enforce order on certification of stipulation for penalty, injunction against further unfair and deceptive trade practices, and to award damages and attorney's fees filed on September 16th, 2022 by intervener New Energy Economy, who I refer to as NEE. The motion is brought against Public Service Company of New Mexico, otherwise known as PNM, Iberdrola, Avangrid, Avangrid Networks, and NM Green Holdings, Inc. Collectively refer to those in this order as the joint applicants, which is how they refer to themselves. NEE's motion requests that the commission issue an order to show cause against the joint applicants for violating both, quote, the letter and spirit of the commission's December 8th, 2021 order on certification of stipulation, what I'll refer to as the 2021 order, which rejected the proposed stipulation under which PNM and Avangrid sought approval of their requested merger transaction. NEE asserts, quote, respondents are attempting to persuade listeners and readers that the merger has occurred irrespective of what the New Mexico Supreme Court decides. And since the issuance of the 2021 order, the joint applicants have engaged in what is transparently a public relations campaign to promote a public acceptance of the very merged entity that the PRC declined to permit them to create. NEE describes this as a co-branding campaign in which PNM and Avangrid have held themselves out to the public through advertising and otherwise as a single enterprise, notwithstanding the Commission's order rejecting their proposed merger. As both joint respondents, it should be joint applicants, excuse me, and staff note in their responses, it is clear NEE's motion identifies no overt actions by the joint applicants that are violative of the Commission's 2021 order, which denied their request for approval of the merger of PNMR and Avangrid. NEE does not identify or allege that joint applicants have taken any actions in furtherance of consummating the proposed merger that would support its claim that joint applicants have violated the letter of the 2021 order. NEE's focus is directed at what it describes as violation of the spirit of the Commission's 2021 order. Nor, as staff notes, do PNM's supposed infractions of entering into joint sponsorships and promotions using its own shareholder funds, identified by NEE as unfair practices under the UPA, include any overt acts that violate the Commission's 2021 order or any overtly false statements concerning either PNM's rates and service to customers subject to regulation by the Commission.
Excuse me, Mike.
Sure.
Where are you reading exactly? You're reading from the order?
I'm reading from the determination at the bottom of order. I did not want to go through the 12 pages of arguments.
Okay, fine, I found it.
Where am I here? NEE argues that by having the PNM and Avangrid logos appear together in connection with these joint sponsorships and promotions, sometimes with the slogan "Together for Clean Energy," joint applicants are creating the impression that their joint activities relate to a consummated merger. And impression is specifically the word that they did use. Yet, joint applicants exhibit JA1 shows that in multiple instances, these logos also appear with the logos of other co-sponsors, including New Mexico Gas Company, Pattern Energy, New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, Block Energy Smart Platform, Sandia National Laboratories, Boeing, General Mills, New Mexico Bank and Trust, Century Bank, Nusenda Credit Union, Hub Insurance, STEM National Learning Systems, Abrazo Homes, Home Again, Mercedes-Benz of Santa Fe, Susan's Fine Wines, and even Meow Wolf. NEE also relies on certain instances in which PNM and Avangrid are referred to as sponsor or our sponsor in the singular as evidence of an intent by the joint applicants to deceive the public about the status of the merger. Yet on their face, these descriptions are the statements by the entity soliciting the sponsorship, not statements by the joint applicants. Elsewhere, PNM and Avangrid are identified in the plural, variously as, quote, sponsors, quote, PNM and Avangrid, or, quote, PNM in support with Avangrid, or PNM acting in partnership with Avangrid. NEE's assertion that the PNM and Avangrid logos have appeared on PNM service vehicles is an unsupported, non-probative hearsay statement and is categorically denied by PNM. This is not to say that there are not instances in which the language employed in terms of the relationship of PNM and Avangrid in certain advertisements in Exhibit JA1 might be viewed by certain people as unclear or misleading. However, because the issue of whether these actions and statements violate the Unfair Practices Act is one of fact, it would be improper for this commission to make any findings of fact on these claims, as joint applicants have a right for a jury to make these determinations in a court of law. It is equally clear that the commission's own precedent recognizes that the commission does not have jurisdiction to enforce claims under the Uniform Practices Act. The UPA provides that such claims be brought in the courts by either the New Mexico Attorney General or an aggrieved party with standing to bring such claims. It is also well established that the commission is not a court of law and lacks the authority to award damages. Accordingly, this order does not address the party's arguments with respect to New Energy Economy's standing or claims under the UPA.
Mike, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you again.
Sure.
Shortly after I asked you what document you're in, and I found the spot, the language doesn't comply with, I have different language in this. I copied mine from the agenda that was sent out by Hans yesterday, the final agenda. Do we have?
Yeah, I sent a subsequent email.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think you mentioned that this morning.
Yeah.
It came out this morning. Okay, fine. I'll get it. No problem.
So, in support of this proposition, New Energy Economy cites to a case in which the California Public Utility Commission issued an interim order finding, quote, the remedies the commission may impose for violations of these rules are not intended to displace other remedies that may be imposed by the courts for violation of consumer. I'm sorry, I think I just lost my spot. Let me go back. I missed one paragraph. Notwithstanding this impediment to obtaining the relief sought by its motion, New Energy Economy asserts that the commission should enjoin the joint applicants from continuing their promotional campaign pursuant to the commission's broad regulatory authority established by Section 6264 to regulate and supervise every public utility in respect to rates and service regulations, and to do all things necessary and convenient in the exercise of its power and jurisdiction. New Energy Economy argues that the commission may enforce the principles of the UPA through this inherent regulatory authority. In support of this proposition, New Energy Economy cites to a case in which the California Public Utility Commission issued an interim order finding the remedies the commission may impose for violation of these rules are not intended to displace other remedies that may be imposed by the courts for violation of consumer protection laws. New Energy Economy's motion focuses on the joint applicants' continuation of what New Energy Economy terms a co-branding campaign. New Energy Economy asserts that this co-branding is actionable under the UPA because it is calculated to confuse the public in violation of the Unfair Practices Act and the Commission's order by suggesting to them that the merger has occurred and by attempting to ingratiate themselves with the public by presenting a corporate face that merges both of them and trying to show themselves as a civic-minded, admirable joint enterprise. While the joint applicants disavow that the term co-branding applies to their activities, joint applicants' response acknowledges that they have continued a jointly funded campaign of advertisements, sponsorships, and donations intended to put forward a positive image of the joint applicants, quote, in keeping with their continued goal to ultimately secure approval of their proposed merger. New Energy Economy points to the order entered by the Texas Texas TCUP, I'm forgetting the name for TCUP, the Texas Utility Commission, barring Avangrid and TNMP, which is the Texas New Mexico Power Company, from engaging in co-branding as supporting this commission taking similar action with regard to the joint applicants engaging in co-branding in New Mexico. New Energy Economy's arguments overlook that this commission has not adopted any regulation that specifically prohibits a utility from entering into joint advertising and promotional activities with another entity, or restricts a utility from displaying its logo together with other entities in any specific manner. By contrast, the California interim order that New Energy Economy cites specifically concerned remedies for, quote, violations of, and I added the word, existing rules. The TCUP's prohibition on TNMP engaging in co-branding with Avangrid does not support NEE's position that prohibition was because that prohibition was accepted by TNMP as part of the stipulation that the Texas Utility Commission adopted in approving the merger. While NEE implies that the co-branding prohibition in Texas somehow supports imposing restrictions and even penalties against PNM in New Mexico, this ignores that TNMP and PNM are separate legal entities regulated by different states. Indeed, NEE itself admits New Mexico isn't bound by that Texas stipulation. NEE would be similarly frustrated in any attempt to seek sanctions against TNMP in Texas for any PNM co-branding actions taking place in New Mexico. New Energy Economy also argues that the commission may restrict PNM from engaging in this co-branding promotional campaign because the First Amendment affords less protection to commercial speech and permits regulation of commercial speech when it is false, deceptive, or misleading. NEE's position that the messaging in PNM's joint promotional activities and sponsorships with Avangrid is purely commercial speech which may be restricted as misleading by the commission on an ad hoc basis is a gross simplification of First Amendment jurisprudence. While the commission found in the 2021 order that the merger transaction proposed by the joint applicants is not in the public interest, the First Amendment of the United States Constitution clearly protects the joint applicants' rights to disagree with the commission's conclusion, to continue to associate with Avangrid and pursue approval of the merger through the appeals process, and to communicate with and promote the proposed merger to PNM ratepayers and the general public. NEE further asserts that the First Amendment is not implicated because NEE's objections relate only to PNM's acts of displaying the PNM and Avangrid logos. This position is belied by New Energy Economy's own assertion that joint applicants are violating the 2021 order by, quote, attempting to ingratiate themselves with the public and represent that the merger has been approved through this promotional campaign. This confirms that the focus of New Energy Economy's motion and the request for an order by this commission restricting joint applicants' speech rights is the content of joint applicants' messaging, specifically their goals underlying the promotional campaign. It is well established that content-based restrictions on speech implicate the core of the First Amendment, and that expressive acts, including the display of symbols, are subject to protection under the First Amendment. And I have a quotation to Cohen versus California, the US Supreme Court case, which people might recall involved peace symbols and the use of I'll just say the F word against the draft as protected speech. Joint applicants' response focuses on the rights of corporations to engage in constitutionally protected speech, including the US Supreme Court's recognition of the right of corporations to distribute to customers flyers discussing their position on public policy matters related to their business. This reflects precedent that speech is not necessarily commercial because it is related to a person's financial motivation for speaking. Indeed, New Energy Economy itself notes commercial speech as, quote, expressions related solely to the economic interests of the speaker and its audience. The US Supreme Court has recognized that where arguably commercial speech is inextricably intertwined with otherwise fully protected speech, this court will not parcel out the speech, applying one test to one phrase and another test to another phrase, but will analyze the speech as fully protected expression. And that was held in Riley versus National Federation of the Blind. It's 47 US 781. It's a 1988 case. The court in Riley observed the fact that such speech is not subject to restriction through regulation, quote, does not mean that states must sit idly by and allow their citizens to be defrauded. In that instance, the court noted that the state has, quote, an anti-fraud law and the court, quote, presumes that law enforcement officers are ready and able to enforce it. As the court noted, quote, we reaffirm simply and emphatically that the First Amendment does not permit the state to sacrifice speech for efficiency. In the current instance, denial of New Energy Economy's motion seeking to enact restrictions on PNM's speech rights similarly does not in any way preclude New Energy Economy from vindicating its position that PNM's promotional activities and sponsorships are misleading and should be punished as violations of the Unfair Practices Act. While New Energy Economy failed to bring its Unfair Practices Act action in the correct forum, it does not appear that there is anything barring New Energy Economy from refiling its UPA claims in the district court. Moreover, just as the U.S. Supreme Court noted in Riley, in the current instance, presumably there are also law enforcement officers ready and able to enforce the UPA against the joint applicants if warranted. The UPA vests the New Mexico Attorney General with primary responsibility to enforce its provisions. Should the Attorney General exercise the discretion to not pursue a case against the joint applicants, this should not preclude NEE's cause of action. While NEE requests that the Commission make a referral of this matter to the Attorney General rather than do so itself, the Attorney General has been an active party in this case, and it remains on the service list. The Attorney General has already received copies of the pleadings filed in connection with New Energy Economy's motion and is fully informed. Furthermore, as the joint applicants note, Commission's Rule 17.3.350.9 NMAC addresses utility advertising activity. That rule recognizes the utility's First Amendment speech interests and provides that costs related to speech which primarily serves the interest of the utility's shareholders and is not sufficiently related to the provision of service to customers may not be recovered from the ratepayers as part of that utility's costs of service. The rule provides, I'm sorry, just lost my spot here. The rule provides that allowable expenditures include advertising, which advises the ratepayers of matters of public safety, health, and emergency situations, advocates to ratepayers through factual data and advice their conservation of energy resources and reduction of peak demand, explains utility billing practices, services, and rates to ratepayers, must be filed with governmental agencies or financial institutions, including annual reports and stock prospectuses, other than advertisements filed pursuant to number 6 below. Number 6 below is information that advertising that provides information required to be made available to customers or stockholders under federal or state law or regulation. Also, information which advises customers of employment opportunities with the utility company. And finally, otherwise results in a measurable reduction of operating costs and more efficient utility service to ratepayers. The expenditures which are not allowed include expenditures which promote the increases in the use of energy or utility services, except as advertisements, except as required by state or federal law or regulations, which promote the sale of any goods or services from any specific company, including but not limited to utility company or any the utility company or any subsidiary or affiliated company, expenditures which seek to establish a favorable public image of the company other than by identifying it as the source of an allowable advertising expenditure as defined in the statute, expenditures which advocate a position rather than providing factual information in any advertisement, and expenditures which justify a request for higher rates or the need for plant expansion or for any particular addition to plant or service costs. And I'm not going through the entire rule. As staff noted in its reply, it has placed PNM on notice that it intends to scrutinize PNM's cost of service to verify that PNM does not include any costs for the promotions and sponsorships that PNM should not recover in rates. While PNM disavows that it will seek recovery of these costs from ratepayers, the Commission notes that the energy-saving tips service announcements on radio and YouTube identified in New Energy Economy's motion and in Exhibit JA1 should be scrutinized, given that such announcements might otherwise qualify for inclusion under Rule 17.3.359B2. This rule does not, and this order rather, does not necessarily prohibit the Commission from taking appropriate remedial actions in the future to address the dissemination by a utility to customers of overtly false, deceptive, or misleading information directly related to areas of rates or service subject to the Commission's regulatory order. And in accordance with those findings, the order provides that New Energy Economy's motion for an order to show cause is denied with prejudice. And I stand for questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mike? Or comments that you would like to make?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas.
No questions for Mike, and I concur, in this order, but I just can't help again to make it clear what the consequences have been of this joint co-branding and joint advertising of community events and donations. It is confusing the public, and it's not just a sense that I have. When this kind of activity, this joint activity had begun, I received many emails. I even received some postcards wondering what's going on. We thought you all rejected the merger. Did the merger go through? And so although we don't have jurisdiction in this matter, it's disingenuous and confusing the public. And I'm not sure what more we can do, but other than say it now. The merger is still denied, and this is going to be addressed by the new commission. But it's just unfortunate that this kind of behavior is occurring that is causing significant confusion across the state. So anyway, Madam Chair, I agree with this, but I felt compelled to at least acknowledge the consequences of this activity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, ditto to all of Commissioner Maestas' comments. I think they're spot on. But I also want to point out what I perceive as the arrogance Avangrid and PNM, and this general presumption that their merger is going to be approved by the next commission. And I have to say that if I'm, as a current commissioner, but certainly as a member of the public, I would wonder what's the basis of all this confidence. It make me wonder what's going on behind the scenes. And it would make me wonder, is this a process that I can trust, or is this just another, some theater for the public that somehow there's a fair process going on here? And that there will be a fair process when they they say they will when they bring up the merger to the succeeding commission. And I think it's unfortunate because it really does lay a foundation for public distrust of independent process, public distrust of the idea that there's going to be an independent PRC that makes decisions based on the record and based on the facts. And it's just terribly unfortunate. And you know, if the parties conducted themselves differently, there wouldn't have to be this kind of distrust. And it's distrust that I certainly hear back through my constituents. And I can only say I think it's very unfortunate. And I just think it raises many questions about the fairness of the process and the fairness of the review going forward. That there is this kind of public arrogance, public assumption on the part of these two petitioners for the future merger. Boy, I wish they would go about it differently. That's all.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Fishman. I think you really go to the heart of it, and I fully appreciate the. I think that concern is the, you know, drives the filing that we have from New Energy Economy, and I agree with the comments of Commissioner Maestas. I wish we had jurisdiction, but we don't. And, you know, since our jurisdiction arises from our power over rate making, rates, that is to say, and rate regulation, I have to say that, you know, our authority does not extend to adjudicating this matter. But I'm glad the order specifically spells out that district court is an appropriate venue. And, you know, I think the issues you raised about arrogance and, you know, sullying the public trust are important issues that I think even a district court could recognize and discuss. I agree with you. It's unfortunate. And it's unfortunate that it's all happening at a time when the commission is turning over. We'll have new commissioners, you know, who are unused to the practices that we've seen in the past. And that we can trust. We can trust by the public and in the utilities. So, yeah, I appreciate your comments and I concur in them. So, other commissioners, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any comments or questions for Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions for Michael, but I do want to make a comment.
Okay.
What's happening today with the merger of Avangrid and other companies, utility companies, is that their way of monopoly is at play. That's how they want to conduct their business. And and we are just 5 commissioners being tossed around. They're waiting and waiting. They're sitting on the edge of their chairs for our time to end by the end of the year. So that's what's happening. a larger concern is that the public are misled. On the Navajo reservation, I am receiving reports from the different chapter meetings that T&M employees are talking about Avangrid. They're buying a full-page advertisement on in the Navajo Times that Avangrid is a good company and it's good for New Mexico. And so certainly our general counsel indicated they have their right to a freedom of speech. But on the other hand, we're not going away. Once we leave the commission, we will not be silent. We will continue to exercise our First Amendment as well. So that is my stance on that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I couldn't agree more with you. Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess I just have to say dittos to my colleagues here. It's clear that they're acting in poor taste. Yes, they have a right to freedom of speech and trying to convince people that Avangrid is the company that should be coming in. That's fine. I think this joint efforts to make the appearance that they're already one company just doesn't pass the smell test. I think it's inappropriate. But to Commissioner Fishman's point, and I think I'll go further, we know they wanted a appointed commission, and I just hope they don't get two commissioners that they wanted. And I guess maybe we'll find out. But I think, not to disparage future commissioners, I think that given the information that our staff gathered and gave and looked at what the true benefit to New Mexico will be, they'll come to the same conclusion. So I think their hubris comes from the fact that they got the commission they wanted next year, and they're hoping that it's going to play out differently. Anyway, that's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Byrd. I appreciate your comments as well. I appreciate everybody's comments. I think we're all on the same page. And like Commissioner Byrd says, I guess all we can do is see how it plays out. But as Commissioner Vicente Aguilar says, we certainly are free to speak our minds at any time. So there's that. So with that, I assume there's no further discussion. Anybody have any more comments to make or questions of Mike? Hearing none. Mike, can you please take the roll call vote?
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, moving on to the next item. We have case number 20-00170-UT in the matter of potential amendments to the Commission's rule concerning institutional operator service providers, section 17.11.28 New Mexico annotated code. And Russell Fisk will present a proposed order adopting the rule. So, Russell, could you, good afternoon.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And please proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I apologize for how many times this matter has been taken off the agenda and placed on a later agenda. I also apologize for the fact that you just got the order from me last night. But I think that as Commissioner Fishman has suggested before, This should probably be taken in 2 bites, and thankfully we have the December 28th open meeting for the commission, to have fully reviewed the order and memo. Because this is a long one, as you see, it's an 80-page proposed order, and I just want to give you a general feeling about this area. This is, of course, the rulemaking for the institutional operator service providers. And by the way, one thing that the proposed order would do would change the title of the rule to call it inmate calling services, inmate calling service providers, which is what the FCC calls them, which obviously is a much more indicative title, because institutional could be any kind of institution, but this pertains to companies that provide calling services for inmates of jails and prisons in the state. So this is a specialized area. Obviously, there are only I think a handful of carriers that specialize in this area. And 2 of them were commenters in this proceeding. One was Securus, that's not their full name. I think it's Securus Communications LLC, I believe, and Viapath. They were the 2 providers that provide those services in the state who provided comments. We also had comments, of course, from staff of the Telecom Bureau. We had comments from the Office of the New Mexico Attorney General, very detailed comments from their expert. We had comments from a Mr. Stephen Raher, and we also had comments from an advocacy group, the New Mexico Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, which I'll refer to as the NMCDLA, as I do in the proposed order. We had quite a record of comments. That's why the proposed order is so long. Very detailed, very well informed, very thoughtful comments. I've provided a lot of information. And in certain areas of the rule that helped guide me to a proposed decision for the commission. But I have to say, in other areas, even though the comments were well informed and detailed, I didn't have a sense of where to come down for the commission. And this is an area where there's leeway for the commission. The commission seems to have pretty broad authority in this area. The commission doesn't have express authority under the statutes, but there are the general telecom statutes, which are cited in the statutory authority, provide impliedly, the authority for the commission to regulate this fairly closely. And no one has objected to the commission's detailed regulations in this area. And now, as you will recall, back in 2020, Commissioner Fishman noticed that we hadn't updated this rule in quite a long time, that there had been a couple of proceedings that had been opened previously, going back to 2007, perhaps 2006, if I remember correctly, that were not rulemaking proceedings, but that dealt with updating some issues at that time. This is an area, and the commission may recall, I believe every commissioner received either received the letter or notification that the letter went out by NARUC. There was a letter sent by the FCC back in 2020.
Excuse me, Russell, did you say NARUC?
Yes. Back in 2020, the FCC sent out a letter to, 20 or 30 state commissions saying that they needed to update their rule. Each one has a rule for inmate calling service providers. But the FCC did not send it to our commission because our rule was pretty good. Even though it was outdated, what the chairman of the FCC at that time was focused on was that a lot of states were, because their rule was outdated, had rate caps that were quite high. In other words, they allowed the the inmate calling services carriers to charge quite a bit, either as a flat fee or a flat rate or a flat fee or a rate. But our commission that did not receive that letter because our commission already had pretty low rate caps, which were actually in line with what the FCC was considering at that time in its own rulemaking. So our rule looked good in that sense, but it was obviously an old rule that needed to be updated because there have been so many changes, of course, since 2006, 2000, maybe it was 2000, early 2000s that the current rule was adopted. It didn't take into account that there have been a lot of changes in how inmate calling services are handled because there have been so many technological changes. Commissioner Fishman had asked us to start a process to look at our rule. And at the same time, the FCC was working on its portion of inmate calling service rulemaking because the state commissions and the FCC share jurisdiction. Of course, the FCC has authority over interstate calls as a federal agency, and the state commissions, including ours, have authority over intra-state calls, made to or from a prisoner or jail. So the first thing that staff did was to hold a series of workshops with interested persons, which included, I think, all of the commenters who eventually submitted written comments in the formal rulemaking proceeding. And it was done at the same time that the FCC was doing its rulemaking. And so at certain points, staff and the participants decided to wait a little while to let the FCC issue an order in certain areas. Because at the same time, the FCC did adopt some rules, but the FCC did it in stages. And in fact, there's still at least one stage that's going on. So the FCC has updated its rule, but there's still a portion that's going on. The commenters have taken that into account in their comments. So, I think what we received in terms of comments is one, very up to date and takes into account where the FCC is now, even though the FCC may be making some more changes in the future. So that gives you a sort of flavor for what we're dealing with here. It's hard for me to say with regard to this rulemaking, that there's some kind of overarching policy or there aren't a few general decisions for the commission to make that will help them, that will guide you through every issue. Every issue is very detailed, fact specific. They're about certain disclosures to be made by the carriers to inmates or particular charges, whether they're charges that are subject to the rate caps or these ancillary charges, which is something where the jurisdiction is divided between the commission and the FCC. Every issue is technical, every issue is specific. Sort of the guiding themes are: one, the commission has power to regulate the carriers, and the carriers who have commented in this case, in this rulemaking, Securus and Viapath, have made it clear that there are some things that they don't have control over because they do not control the conditions within jails and prisons. Those are, of course, controlled by the jails and prisons, who are regulated, I believe, by the New Mexico Department of Corrections. So sometimes, there have been some comments that ask the commission to adopt a rule that tells the carriers how to make sure that there is a particular place set aside in the prison where inmates can make private calls, because one of the big issues here is that there are inmates call and receive calls from their attorneys, and of course those are attorney-client privileged communications that are also not only subject to the privilege, but are subject to the prisoner's constitutional rights to effective assistance of counsel under the Sixth Amendment. So it's very important that those remain private, and that the inmates have access to their counsel, and that those calls, unlike other calls made by an inmate or that an inmate receives, cannot be recorded. And so there have been certain comments that would ask the carriers to essentially make sure that that happens, make sure that there is a place set aside within jails and prisons for those calls to be made. The carriers don't have the power to do that. That is up to the Department of Corrections. That's up to the individual prisoner's jail to do that. But what we can require the carriers to do is to provide the means by which the correctional facility can switch on and switch off its recording, because they generally record all calls, and the means by which they can maintain a list of the attorneys for their inmates, so that they can quickly decide whether the call should be private, et cetera. So that's a particular area where you see the separation of powers. So that has been one issue, one theme.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas and Vice Chair Maestas.
If you recall, I mean, this is one of my concerns regarding the confidentiality of attorney-client conversations in a correctional facility. And I'm still wondering, okay, if it's not in our jurisdiction to require, some kind of a positive recording process that can assure an inmate and their attorney that their conversations aren't going to be recorded, then who does that lie with in this requirement? Because I think there should be some kind of checks and balances, even though it's not in our wheelhouse. And so where do those guidelines, laws, where are they that kind of governs correctional facilities to abide by attorney-client privilege with respect to managing the recording systems in these telephone systems?
Commissioner Maestas, I would agree with what Madam Chair said. The Department of Corrections, I'm not all that familiar with the structure of that agency, or how its oversight pertains, because jails might fall under county supervision. I'm not sure, but that would fall under making sure that it actually happens, making sure that correctional facilities do not violate those rights, would fall under the respective authority. With jails, it may be the counties, I'm not sure, or maybe the Department of Corrections. I believe only the prisons are underneath the New Mexico Department of Corrections. So it would be the counties, I think, with regard to jails, and it would be the Department of Corrections, I believe, with regard to prisons, that would, do rulemaking, do policy making, and do enforcement with regard to ensuring that those rights are preserved. All that the commission can do is make sure that the carriers that are providing the services to within those facilities, which are done pursuant to contracts entered into between the carriers and the facilities, that the services they provide allow for that, and allow for it, fairly easily, and that the correctional facility is aware of how to use the systems to do what they are supposed to do. But then we can't, the commission has no power to ensure that the correctional facilities do what they're supposed to do. We just have to make sure they have the means to do it.
Thank you, Russell. That's all I had, Madam Chair, for now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. It's an important question. And that might be another agency with which the PRC could collaborate on this type of problem in the future. I know during our tenure, our agency has reached out to other agencies in collaboration on other matters, and I think corrections might fall into that category because it certainly seems like there's more than one agency involved here. So please proceed, Russell, if you have more on this presentation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm trying to give the commission now is just an overview of the themes that do carry through on these various issues. Because as you can see from my memo, which is just an index of the order, there are lots of specific issues like prepaid calling versus direct calling by those who are calling in. So because this involves inmates making calls outward from the facility, some of whom have now prepaid calling cards that they can use, and of course family members, friends, and attorneys for those inmates making calls from their homes. They use the same system. I guess they don't call in. Well, their carrier their local carrier may hook them into the system, but of course they have to use the same system past the prison wall. One of the other major issues themes of this rule are disclosures. Disclosures, particularly to the inmates, of their rights with regard to making complaints against a carrier, because obviously they have no choice as to who their carrier is in the facility. And that's decided by the facility itself when it enters into a contract with a particular carrier. So the rule as it is provides for certain kinds of disclosures. And the proposed rule that was issued with the order issuing NMPRC would add some additional disclosures, and disclosures that would be made during the call, at the beginning of the call itself, the beginning of the call itself, and also the carriers are to provide signage to be placed by the facility, the correctional facility, at the places that are designated for such calls to be made, so that the prisoners are aware, the inmates are aware of their rights with regard to carrier service, so that they can make, and that includes information such as the phone number and the address of our consumer relations division, how to contact our consumer relations division to make an informal complaint. But it also includes information about, I think it's limited to that, because at that point the CRD can give, if it needs to go to a formal complaint stage, can give those inmates to inform the inmates how to file a formal complaint against the carrier. So that's another theme throughout. I say in those instances, and the reason I'm doing this, I don't think the commission will want to go through every one of these today, but if the commission wants to just go through every one of these today, every one of these areas in detail, I can do that. It's going to be a few hours, but I thought what I could do is give an overview of the major issues that are throughout and the general approach. And then maybe the commission would want to, have a chance to read through it. And the reason I say that is because one of the benefits of having such a long order, one of the reasons I did such a long order, is all of the arguments, really all of the comments for each issue are in this order. And I don't think that's always the best way to approach an order like this, but I did hear, because, as I said, in a number of these areas, I didn't have a strong sense one way or the other, which options were best. Some of them are pretty close together. There's not a wide variety. And I thought, if I have an order that the commissioners can review, then, they may have opinions about certain things, but they'll have everything in front of them, just like I did. I mean, in a few areas, maybe I should wait and ask, is that how the commission would like to approach this? Because then I can be done in about 10 minutes and, then just answer any questions and give you a little bit more about the major themes and what I've done. And then, but if the commission wants to go through the whole thing, that's of course perfectly fine.
Commissioners, do any of you have a preference for how we proceed? Do you want to go through one bullet at a time here? Do you want to have a more general discussion, or not discussion, but general description by Russell of what he thinks are problematic issues? I think is what you may have said, Russell. Any reactions from commissioners here at this point?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll just weigh in. We have the document. I read the document. I would rather defer to Russell to just maybe kind of hit the highlights for us, as opposed to going through each and every bullet.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Maestas. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Fishman, any particular opinion there? Well, let's go on to somebody else. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have an opinion at this point as to how to proceed?
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
think what Vice Chair Maestas indicated will be good. I think Russell can just bring up the important points within a short time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Byrd, thoughts?
Yes, I agree. If Mr. Fisk has hit the important points, and if Mr. Fisk thinks it may be important, go ahead and skip that too.
Okay, all right. Russell, I think we're ready to dive into this a little bit. And if you could go over the points, what I'm interested in is the points where you didn't have a strong feeling, and therefore where we really need to, develop our own opinions as well. So I suppose maybe that's what you are considering the important points. I don't know.
I think that's a good idea. First of all, just kind of finish with these overall themes.
Yes.
So what you want to think about for those who haven't had a chance to review it, because I just sent it last night and it's 81 pages. The interests generally of Securus and Viapath with regard to as carriers were, one, they were interested in having fewer disclosures. They felt some of the disclosures were redundant. And they were interested in
what are you referring to as disclosures?
Disclosures to inmates. For instance, Securus didn't feel that disclosures by phone of the consumer relation, how to contact the consumer relations division were necessary because there is signage that's provided. But that's again up to this is the issue. I assume that correctional facilities have posted that signage, but the only what our rule requires now and would require if amended, is that all it can require, which is that the carrier for a particular facility prepare the signage that would appear in the area where the calls are made and deliver it to the correctional facility. Then it's up to the facility. I mean, we can't tell them to put it up. We can't tell them what to do. But the carriers say the signage is there. We don't need to also have a telephonic message, a recorded message at the beginning of each call that lets the inmates know this. Staff and other commenters, generally, as usual, you have the regulated entities commenting on one side, and you have usually advocates for the other side, generally for inmate rights, more disclosure, on the other side. And generally, In those areas, I generally went with staff's recommendations, which were have more disclosure. What if the signage isn't there? What if it can't hurt? It's not a great burden to include that. So if someone gets a message twice in 2 different ways, great. These are people who are obviously in the most, what do I want to say, the most constrained circumstances possible, and giving them a little extra, giving them a couple disclosures, reminder here or there, seems perfectly reasonable, not burdensome. So like in the area of disclosures, I've generally gone with, and staff generally says, if they're redundant disclosures, who cares? It's great. It helps. Why not? And in the area, but with regard to the other major interest that Securus and Viapath raised, which is that please do not create rules that make us do something that we don't have control over. I think I've been very careful to make sure that does not happen. I think the old rule was good on that too. But for instance, the comments from the New Mexico Criminal Defense Lawyers Association and NMPRC or their proposals, some of them would have put responsibility on the carriers to do things they have no control over. So again, delivering the signage, creating the signage, that's something carriers can do. At that point, it's out of their hands. The correctional facility has to take care of that. So I think the amended rule would preserve that and would not subject the carriers to any requirements that they can't actually fulfill. And then finally, both Securus and Viapath raised issues of implementation, noting, and they agreed that certain of these changes, including changes to rate caps, et cetera, changes to allowable fees, changes to disclosures over the phone, would require time to implement. And they identified categories of amendments that would require. They said some things could be done, immediately. Other types of changes would require 30 to 90 days. Some will require up to 6 months. And the way there's not really a breakdown within the comments of exactly what portions of the rule would take how much time to implement. What I have proposed would be the most generous option, I think, for the commission to consider from the carrier's perspective, which would be that in the effective date section of the rule, the effective date would be stated as the date of publication in the New Mexico Register, because that's the law as per the State Rules Act. But that would include a statement that there would be a 6 month grace period for the carriers to come into compliance. They don't need 6 months for everything, but I couldn't really tell which parts they needed 30 to 90 days for, on which they needed 6 months. And since this has been, this process is, taking some time anyway, it seemed fair to allow them 6 months for the whole thing. But that is very generous because even they say they don't need 6 months for everything. I just thought, well, that's an easy way to make sure that that's covered. There are a lot of changes in here. They have to change automated systems. Plus, they will have to renegotiate contracts with possibly with all the facilities that they serve to make sure those contracts fully integrate any amendments. So it seemed fair to give them a 6 month grace period to do that in. So that's a theme that runs throughout in the applicable sections. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, at this point or at some point, do you want to just go front to back then and skip over the parts that you don't think are controversial or or less significant, and then just at least if we are going through the document, then we know we did that.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think that's a good idea. So let me just get the order in front of me. Okay, so I'm going through the order itself because as I said, and as you have noticed, the memo is really like an index to the order. As I thought that'd be more useful, gives you the page numbers, where to go on each issue. Let's see here. Okay, so I'll skip the preliminaries, which just go through the procedure that we have. And I'll skip the general comments. They just identify who the commenters were, their general positions. As I said, now I'm on page 6. I agree with the Attorney General that the change, that the title should be changed to inmate calling service providers, ICSPs, instead of IOSPs, because that gives you more. That's in line with what the FCC calls them. And it also actually tells anyone who's looking at the rule, that's what this is about. Because the institute doesn't tell you much of anything.
Not at all.
So, and I already talked about going on to section 0.5, 171128.5. I'll just refer them as a section 0.5 or section on page 7. I already described that. Why, adding a 180-day grace period. That is, yes, that's 6 months, 6 times 30. That's something for the commission to consider. And then definitions, this gets pretty detailed. But the first definition that was discussed, and that I think every one of the commenters or almost all of them weighed in on, was ancillary service charges. Ancillary service charges, there's actually a list of ancillary service charges of types of charges over which the commission has jurisdiction, as opposed to the FCC. This is actually something where the FCC a few years ago overstepped its jurisdictional authority, according to the Court of Appeals of the DC Circuit. And so they had one reason that the FCC had to undertake a rulemaking was to step back and allow some of these charges to be regulated by the states. As always, when it comes to interstate versus intrastate charges and fees and rates, it can be very difficult to draw the line. If you can identify every type of call, which isn't always possible, you can identify which calls are interstate or intrastate. In theory, sometimes it's not really practical to do that, but there are certain formulas that were set up by the FCC to decide that. When it comes to charges, which may not pertain to any particular call and may pertain to both interstate and intrastate calls, that became more complicated. Well, now we have a list that the commenters agree on are the ones that the commission can regulate, and for ancillary service charges, and the AG would add those particular a list of those fees, of those charges, within the definition of ancillary service charge. Say these are what they are, not just a general definition, but this is what they are. And they would also include the definitions of those particular charges to be added to the definitions. I think everybody was on board with that. So this would do that. This would clarify something that, obviously was a subject of a lot of litigation at the federal level. Then on to the definition of average daily population. This is where I thought the comments got a little muddled, but how it should be, how that should be defined. The reason that matters is because there are different requirements in our rule as well as in the FCC's rules that apply to institutions with a certain number of inmates, and how that should be calculated, based on what data. So let me see what I have to go over. As you'll notice, at the end of each section, there's a section called the commission's decision. So if you go at the end of each section, discussion of the comments for each section, like this is section 0.7, the definitions. At the end of that section on page 13, you'll see the commission's decision. I set up every area like this. So with regard to average daily population, if you look at paragraph 57, the commission would adopt the proposal by Securus and Viapath, 2 carriers, because it's more consistent with the FCC's definition. And some others had proposed a definition that would refer to other parts of the rule. I don't think a definition or rule should ever refer to other parts of a rule. The definitions are there for the reader when they come upon a term in the rule, in the operative parts of the rule parts of the rule that tell you what to do and what not to do. You refer to the definition. The definition should not then refer back to the other parts of the rule. They should be self-contained. And I think when it comes to definitions, just like with the title, all of the terminology should be consistent to the extent it can be with the FCC's, so that we're referring to the same thing, we know to the same thing. I think that's obvious. On to the definition of user. This is a critical distinction because, of course, you have the inmate and you have someone outside of the facility. And it used to be, the inmate had no way of calling out except they can collect calls. Now they also have you can have prepaid calls. So the inmate is sometimes what's called a user if they're not paying for a call. For instance, if they are called, or if if someone calls them on a prepaid card that they paid for, or they could have a prepaid card. I believe that their family or friends outside have built up a balance for. But basically, the distinction between a user and a consumer is that a consumer is the person who's paying for the call. They both have rights. The user, the unpaying participant, and the consumer. Obviously, the consumer has additional rights because they're paying for it with regard to billing, et cetera. But this would clarify. I like Securus had a definition for user, which is clarified. They're the ones who aren't paying for it, which I thought was just made it clear for me. I understood better. I'm going to skip past 59. That's just something that it's kind of a minor point. Okay. On paragraph 60, let's see. Securus, one of the carriers, proposed a definition for site commission, which would have changed the reference to, I don't recall exactly what it was, but anyway, there's already a definition of site commission in the rule. Site commission, what's a site commission? Well, this is an area where it's unclear exactly what the commission's authority is. There's a statute, but it's not a statute within the telecommunications statutes. I believe it's in the statutes that govern correctional facilities generally. It's in, I believe, Title 33 of not the administrative code, but the statutes of the state statutes that forbids. I believe it forbids correctional facilities from receiving site commissions. Site commissions were a certain type of payment that were made to correctional facilities by telecom carriers, and it may have also been other types of vendors who provide facilities, who provide services to correctional facilities that involved sort of paying for space within the correctional facility, like a payment that was based on the square footage that was provided within the correctional facility for the provider, the carrier, to provide its services. That was outlawed by that statute. I believe that the rule does forbid carriers from doing so, although the statute itself really forbids the correctional facilities from receiving them. But it seems reasonable that the rule can also tell carriers don't pay these, even though the statute is not one that we administer. Obviously, it's the flip side of what the I think the Department of Correctional Facilities, Department of Corrections would administer. So I'm going to move on to section 0.9, applications. This was an area where only staff commented. So of course, no one objected to staff's changes. Commission would adopt the language recommended by staff that's already in the proposed rule. Same thing with point 10, no objections to what staff had proposed. Moving on to point 11, this is in page 16 of the order. This is where we start to get some detail. Not sure. Let me see. I want to summarize it somewhere because it's a lot. Let's see here. I'm just going to go down to, boy, this is one of those sort of hodgepodge areas where there's a million things decided. So if you go down to the commission's decision, page 22.
Good. That's a good idea. Going to the decision kind of is a focus point. It's a good idea.
Yes.
You're doing that.
Although on some of these, it just says the commission adopts such and such, and it refers to the arguments made by the commenters. This one just has a lot of different things in it. Okay, so it's hard to summarize this one. I guess what I'd say, as a guiding light in this process, the various issues that were brought up in this particular section, the commission generally would adopt the language of the proposed rule. For one thing, the language of the proposed rule was the product of a workshop procedure. So they weren't all a set of workshops. They weren't all 100% agreed to by the participants in that informal part of the proceeding. But I think to the extent possible, things were worked in. Now, obviously, some of the same participants now, have objections because, staff had to arrive at a particular proposed rule that they may not have agreed with. But generally, this order would adopt the language of the proposed rule. This one, okay. So here's a place where there's a discussion of a particular issue. Again, some of these things are very minor, just adopting clarifying language, etc. But at paragraph 89, the proposed order would adopt the language of the proposed rule, as well as two suggestions that were made for additional clarifying language by the two carriers, Viapath and Securus, because staff thought those were okay. But here, this gets to an issue already discussed. The commission will reject Securus's proposal to remove the requirement for disclosure by telephone. Securus had actually referred to disclosure on its website as being sufficient, and I thought that was pretty far off. Really, I can't imagine. I don't know. I'm not positive about this. Securus refers to the fact that there is some internet access being provided with tablets in certain correctional facilities. Maybe all of them. I don't know, but it wasn't clear to me that was sufficient. That didn't seem sufficient. So the proposed order would say that disclosure on the website is insufficient, as incarcerated persons may not have internet access or may have it only occasionally. Moreover, disclosure should be provided at the time of the call, as this is the appropriate time to provide such information to the user and the consumer. I think that's pretty obvious. Again, it also helps clue in the people, the people who are participating in the call. Oh, this disclosure pertains to this call. A problem with this call needs to go to this commission, or to, I can try to the carrier too. So I thought that was pretty easy.
Let me ask you a question. What kind of disclosures are we talking about? I see it in the paragraphs above. It has to do with, who's paying for the call and that sort of thing. Is that the sort of thing? Just the payment of the call itself and anything else that pertains to its success as a call, right?
And also, this is where the name and address of the Commission's Consumer Relations Division.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And I assume that
Good.
the phone number for the CRD is provided as well. It is. I think that what was objected to by Securus was the addition of the mailing address, and staff makes it clear they actually do receive. They have received in the past mail complaints by mail from inmates. So this is something that would continue. So this is another disclosure. So all the disclosures about who's paying, how they're paying. I think they can probably doesn't include a balance, but I'm sure you can call it for a balance. The cost, and also if there's a problem, how to get to the Consumer Relations Division is all made there in the call.
So Securus thought that was just too burdensome to put in the phone, or just in part of the call.
Yes, they felt like it was unnecessary. This is an area where I really didn't feel like there were some other areas, as they discussed at the beginning, like when it comes to making sure that the rule doesn't require Securus or any other carrier to do anything they have no power over. I thought those arguments had some merit, but I didn't really see much merit in any of Securus's arguments about disclosure because they don't seem burdensome. Redundancy is no problem. And this one in particular, the website, maybe some incarcerated persons occasionally have internet access. I just don't think that's something that we can rely upon.
I have a question also. Was there any discussion about how long these notifications would take? I remember once recently calling a state agency and there were so many disclosures at the beginning of it. It wasn't I wasn't calling a prison or anything, but there were so many statements about this agency will do this and this agency will not do this. And it went on so long, I just literally had to hang up. I mean, it was almost, it felt abusive. So I'm wondering, was there any kind of discussion about how long these disclosures would take? I can't think there are that many disclosures. It's just who's paying and whatever else.
There was, no one brought that up. So I'm hoping that I don't think they really should take that long. It didn't seem to me that there were a lot of different disclosures, but no one brought that up as a problem. So it's not.
Good. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so
you state in that decision point that the commission adopts the language of the proposed rule as modified by staff and rejects Securus's proposal to remove commission contact information for which you just discussed. And as proposed by VIPAT, the commission will retain the language of the current rule, acknowledging that the ICSP does not have control over signage within correctional facilities.
Yes, so a couple paragraphs,
there's
a couple of paragraphs above that. I don't mean to interrupt, but just to clarify, a couple of paragraphs above that in 89, paragraph 89 is where the disclosures on the call are discussed. And then in a different subsection of that section of the rule, the signage disclosures are discussed. But the same, it's the same kind of issue, except there is also, when it comes to signage, the issue that the carrier doesn't have any control over the signage. They prepare it, deliver it to the correctional facility, let them know this is what the PRC wants, and then it's up to the correctional facility to hopefully go ahead and do. Post it where it should be posted.
Okay.
So, yes. So let's move on to complaint. Regular complaint procedures do apply to some extent, but there are special procedures also for IOSPs. They can go to CRD and do an informal complaint against the carrier. Inmates can, and people calling inmates can do that. But there are some special procedures that make it easier for inmates. And so I'll skip right down to the commission decision, page 21. The commission would adopt the language of the proposed rule. There were comments by Securus and Viapath, really I think maybe just Securus, against having any provisions for complaints by inmates that differ from the general requirements for any complaint against a utility or a telecom carrier. And the commission would decide in this proposed order that complaints would disagree with Securus that complaints against inmate calling service providers are no different from other complaints that the commission adjudicates. The commission would agree with Stephen Raher, the NMCDLA, that's the New Mexico Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, and staff, that incarcerated individuals are in special circumstances that justify substantially different treatment. What are some of those different treatments? There's no filing fee for inmates, period. Our rules generally provide that a filing fee is to be paid of $25, but it can be waived upon a showing that requires an affidavit by the person asking for it to be waived. This, for incarcerated persons, this just doesn't, it's not there. No, that makes sense. No requirement to pay that fee. Because as noted by the Criminal Defense Lawyers Association and also the AG, the AG as well, generally incarcerated persons are poorer than the population at large. And even if they have money, I don't know how, I'm not sure how they access it, or if it's easy to access. I doubt it is. So why not just get rid of the fee? That was part of it. Let's see, anything else? Oh, also, I think that was the main point there, in terms of what Securus was objecting to. The language also of the proposed rule provides for makes it easier to submit and process informal and formal complaints. So staff recommends. So this would keep that. I don't remember exactly what all the provisions were, to be honest. But unless anyone has any questions, I'm going to move on.
Yeah, did you read out the commission decision? I would do that. That's brief. Why don't you do that?
Yes.
On that point. What the order says.
Yeah. So on page 26, paragraph 109, it would say the commission adopts the language of the proposed rule. The commission disagrees with Securus that complaints against ICSPs are no different from other complaints that the commission adjudicates. The commission agrees with Mr. Raher, the NMCDLA, and staff that incarcerated individuals are in special circumstances that justify substantially different treatment.
Mm-hmm. Right, thank you.
Okay,
right.
So moving on to section 14, this is quite a grab bag of different issues. Institutional operator service rates, fees, and charges. And by the way, this title, everywhere where in the current rule, where the term institutional operator service or institutional operator service provider is stated, it would be replaced with inmate calling services or inmate calling service provider, as we previously discussed. So I'll go to, let's see, it's a long one, it has a lot of subsections. Page 35 and paragraph 135. Where the commission's decision begins. Excuse me. So for subsection A, I'm going to skip the parts that were uncontroversial, where there's just a staff recommendation and no controversy. Subsection B, the proposed rule allowed for rate cap reviews only every 3 years to give some, which is as per the old rule, I believe, reviews of the rate caps that are set. These are the caps on how much a carrier can charge, per minute for a call. The rule did have language preventing it from being reviewed more than every 3 years. just to provide some certainty. But the AG proposed that reviews be allowed more often than that, and no one objected. For one thing that was mentioned is, as I said, the FCC is still, despite the fact they've had, I think, two rulemakings in this area where they did reach, final orders, and within the past few years, they still have some issues that they're dealing with, and they might actually change some of their rate caps. So, the commission has to go ahead and issue its rule. Can't wait forever. But there might be a review needed, or called for, or that'd be reasonable to undertake by the commission in the next year or two, based on any FCC changes that may be made. Moving on for subsections. This is an issue that runs throughout a number of different areas where different types of proceedings are discussed. Different types of proceedings here include a proceeding that would be triggered by the filing of a tariff by a carrier. Just as with the utility tariff, there's a certain amount of time provided for people to file protests. Sort of like when you think of like a co-op's tariff, there's 30 days for protests. Here it's a shorter time. It's always been 10 days, and this would increase it to 15 days. But the issue I want to talk about here is that with regard to those types of proceedings, as well as complaint proceedings, as well as variance proceedings, like if a carrier decides it needs a variance from a particular rate cap, maybe because costs have gone up substantially. In all those types of proceedings, the proposed rule would have the AG informed, would require the carrier that's filing, the new tariff or the request for a variance from a rate cap, or the notice of a complaint. I don't think the complainant would have to file this, but I believe the carrier would have to file this, or it might be that the commission, the commission usually serves a complaint on the carrier. So I think it would be the commission that would do this in this case. But in all three types of those proceedings, the rule already requires that the AG's office be informed, and that I believe staff of the Telecommunications Bureau of the Commission be informed. But this would also, the new language will require notifying interested persons who might wish to intervene. At the moment, I don't believe we have a list of entities that have asked to be informed of any proceeding regarding inmate calling services.
Excuse me, Russell, wouldn't it necessarily include the defense lawyers?
Yes, and they've actually asked to be included on any such list that the commission would create. So this order would say the commission will start creating a list like that, because the commission has, as the commission knows, a telecom service list.
Well, then we should have a list for this. We should have a list
of all those who have requested notification of any telecom proceedings. They receive, it's a long list. They receive everything that we have regarding every proceeding we have regarding broadband, telecom. They may think it's too much after a while, but and we've also not only included in that list people who, carriers and other people who've asked to be placed on it. But for instance, when we moved in the SRUSF, we moved from a percentage surcharge to a per connection surcharge. The commission reached out to every carrier that provides any services in the state. Now all those people are on the telecom list. So it's a very comprehensive list. Now that would not be the list to use for just this particular area. But I think what we could do is send a notification to everyone on the telecom list that the commission is going to create an inmate calling services list, and anyone who wishes to be notified of any proceedings in that particular area would be notified that they need to let us know. That's something that's actually the commission generally has a duty to do under various statutes, is to maintain lists in subject matter areas of anyone who is requested in writing to be notified of any particular type of proceeding in any particular subject matter area. And a telecom list, I think, is the best example. We've really done a good job of keeping that list up to date. And so,
Excuse me, Russell. I sort of think that maybe inmates are, a population that has somewhat different interests than the general telecom population, which is probably not incarcerated if they're paying their phone bills and things like that. So, I would hope that we'd, make some effort to identify other, entities that might be part of that inmate type list.
that is, Madam Chair, I agree. You're right. The telecom list, sending a notification to the telecom list will probably not be sufficient. I think we will have to identify other organizations, and maybe as part of a separate proceeding, we can ask some of the participants here to help identify those groups. Obviously, the Criminal Defense Lawyers Association will be part of that, but there are probably other advocacy groups that we would need to include that we might not be aware of. And
would it be possible to ask? I would think the parties who participate in these issues, and like criminal defense lawyers, I would think would be aware of other entities. Maybe you could.
I think so. I think that's something.
Maybe outside the context of this role, just do some background research.
Yes, I think we will need to do that if the commission wants to go forward in that manner. Yeah. So, the commission would find in this proposed order that over secures objections that the participation of groups like the NMCDLA can help ensure that I'll just read from this paragraph 137. I'm just going to skip down to where these statements are made. As the NMCDLA notes, groups that regularly advocate for incarcerated persons have a particularly important role to play in such proceedings, as they are often well informed as to the particular difficulties that incarcerated persons experience. Moreover, the participation of such groups can help ensure that incarcerated persons, who very often do not have the means to obtain counsel to represent them in civil and administrative proceedings, have effective representation regarding their own interests, as well as the interests of similarly situated members of the public. And then it would also replace the commenters we're using, and the proposed rule, I think, uses interested parties. As you know, I'm a stickler for this because I think it's an important distinction. The term parties implies a reference to parties to a particular adjudicatory proceeding. I think interested persons is always the term to use when you want to more broadly describe any person or entity that may have an interest and may seek to become a party. So it would correct that. So interested persons is who it would include. Those are people who may become parties or may not, but that's a broader term. So moving on, paragraph 139. This is about the extension of time for commission consideration of an inmate calling service tariff. Currently it's 10 days. Again, there's no statute that particularly applies to inmate calling services. So, sometimes the statute, like the Public Utility Act, says 30 days is the minimum. No matter what the advice notice says, can't be less than 30 days. And here, there is no such statute that tells you exactly what that timing should be. Currently, it's 10 days, and staff would expand that to 15 days. The proposed order would simply say, would reject Secures' contention that providing a mere 5 extra days for commission consideration of an ICS tariff is excessive. The commission would note that 15 days is not a particularly long time for consideration of a tariff. It actually gives the example. In the area of electric, gas, and water utility regulation, the Public Utility Act provides a minimum review period of 30 days before a newly filed tariff can become effective. So just to point out, we have leeway, and 15 days is not really that much. So with that, unless there are any questions here, this was
Commissioners, do you have any questions? I don't hear any. Go ahead.
Probably turning into a bit of a grind. It is a very detailed.
No, but it's a very important issue, and I think we all feel that way. So don't worry about it.
Let's see. So this is a short section. Responsibilities of the IOSP or ICSP, as I will be. I'm going to go move beyond this because staff had proposed language. The NMAG had an addition. This was just adopted. No one objected. Moving on to section 16, restrictions on institutional telephone service. Okay, here's a perfect example. I would change this title to inmate calling service. The rule as it is doesn't even use its own terminology consistently. Like this should say institutional operator service, but anyhow, all those would change to inmate calling services. So let's see, this is a fairly long section. I'll go down to a very long section to the commission's decision. Wow, this is a long one. On page 45 at the top of the page. This is an area where I think I did have a bit of this is the one I would identify as one where I didn't have strong. There are many different suggestions made in here, which are described in detail. That's why it's such a long section. And some of them aren't really addressed in the commission decision portion in terms of a discussion, because I really didn't see in some areas what the advantage of one suggestion was over another. So this is an area, if you want to kind of highlight it, as one where I don't have a lot of guidance for the commission here. The commission's decision would simply go along with staff's proposed rule. I'm on page 45. Sorry, I just lost my place. But would also incorporate the NMAG's proposed language concerning discrimination. I mean, that language is reasonable. It just says, prevents carriers from discriminating among different types of prisoners. I don't even know what the basis for that was, what the history of that was, but might as well accept it. And the commission will reject the NMCDLA's, the Criminal Defense Lawyers Association's proposed language, as imposing duties that are beyond the power of the carriers, because there were certain things in this section where the MCDLA would for instance, the MCDLA objected to the fact that attorney-client calls, along with other types of calls, were being terminated by the facility after 15 or 30 minutes. That's not something that the carriers were doing. It was something, that the facilities were doing. So we have no power over that. And, to the extent that facilities decide, on the limitations for calls, you can understand why they would have some reason for doing that. Obviously, they need to control many aspects of their inmates' lives, but we can't tell the carriers, to prevent that or stop doing that, because they're not doing it and they can't prevent it. So that was a place where I thought that should be clarified. But otherwise, there are lots of suggestions in here. There is a decision here. Now, the proposed rule plus the NMAG's change, but there were other suggestions here. I didn't really see as one way or the other. It's just a lot of.
Do you want to point us to them? Are they're in the pages preceding page 40?
Yes, in these paragraphs. If there's anything you see here, no, if there's anything you see here that that I haven't discussed, like the discrimination issue, and then the things where the NMCDLA, their comments, those are rejected for, or the NMCDLA's recommendations are rejected for a reason, and that is that these are things like the termination of calls, the provision of a private place for the calls we made. That's all in the control of correctional facilities. Those are things that are outside of the control of the carriers. Maybe this one. Let's see.
That seems like a rather bright line, really.
Yeah, so that one I think is okay. Maybe this isn't one that had a lot of, but I know there are some things here that I haven't addressed in particular.
So are you talking about between paragraphs 146 and 167?
Yes, and let me see here. Maybe this isn't an area where there's a lot. Maybe I'm wrong about this one. There are a number of very long areas coming up where I thought that there were just some different options brought up, and I didn't see their disadvantages or advantages of them. For one thing, you'll see in here, Securus. This is an area that I think it's good. Maybe I'll read parts of this. Actually, this may be an area where it's. I don't think this is an area like that. Sorry, there are so many similar long areas like this with so many different things in them.
That's all right.
This one I think is actually one where it was easy to come to a decision. So these things that are outside of the carrier's control, Securus is very clear that they provide the capabilities for the correctional facility to do the right thing, and it's up to them to do it. For instance, when it comes to, if you look at paragraph 154, as for requiring carriers to provide a means of exempting calls from recording, once the correctional agency has granted permission for what's called private number treatment, that is to protect attorney-client privilege calls. Securus currently provides this functionality and supports this requirement. However, I'm just reading from their comments. Securus, as a matter of contract, course of dealing, or both, lacks the ability to make unilateral decisions regarding any given facility's list of private numbers. That is, while Securus establishes and maintains private number lists for each of its agency customers, those customers retain the sole authority and discretion to designate numbers as private based on their particular criteria. So to avoid any ambiguity, Securus proposes additional language and revisions, making clear that IOSPs are obligated to make any changes to facilities list of private numbers in the absence of facility permission. I don't think there was any ambiguity. So, but I think that paragraph makes it clear where the line is drawn. Securus provides the ability for a facility to do the right thing, not record those conversations. But and Securus actually maintains a list for them. But if they decide not to follow it, that's up to the facility. So it makes it clear. And Securus says we provide the capability, and it's up to the facility to make that decision. So I think that's clear. All right, let's see.
So that doesn't seem very constant.
No, this part is a little clearer than I thought. Okay, that's a good part. Then I'm going to move on to the next section because I think actually these are pretty. That's pretty clear. Mm-hmm. Okay, so section 17, call rate caps. For one thing, the name of the section is wrong. Oddly, it's called rate cap variances. There's a separate section on variances. So why this was called rate cap variances, I don't know. It is the wrong title. This is actually the area of the rule that includes a chart of rate caps. So staff would change the title to call rate caps. Makes sense. No one objects to that. The current rule provides for single rate cap structure of 15 cents per minute for all types of inmate calling. which at the time of implementation was one of the most progressive and proactive IOSP calling rate structures in the country. That's why, as I noted, when the FCC sent out its letter to various state commissions in 2020, the commission did not send a letter to the FCC did not send a letter to our commission because our commission already had nice low caps that were already I think the FCC was considering 15 cents per minute. So, but since that time, the FCC has opened its ICS, that's inmate calling service, calling proceedings and set calling rates for jails and prisons for interstate calling. In order for an IOSP to determine whether a call is inter or intrastate in nature, the FCC requires identification of the actual locations of the origination and termination points of the calls. But if this is not possible, the FCC requires it, but I guess they acknowledge sometimes that's not possible. The FCC requires an IOSP to rate the call as interstate. So in other words, the default, if you don't actually know if the particular call was an inter or intrastate call, it defaults to interstate, which is the realm of the FCC.
So I have a question, Russell. I guess I've been assuming all this time that the phone system used by inmates at the prison is a landline system. Is that correct?
That's a good question. I believe so.
But yeah,
I believe so.
Okay, and so, but prisoners would be receiving calls possibly from cell phones, right?
Yes, they could. Yes, someone could call in. Although I'm not sure if all of the calling is actually, here's a major question that I don't have the answer to. Maybe it's so basic that no one is, I don't know if all the calling is actually out, because I would think that, whether it's I don't know if all the calling is actually made outward.
In one direction.
Yeah, because, that's something I wish I knew. I do not.
Yeah.
I do not actually know that.
Seems more likely than that.
I would think that's the only way that it could work.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Okay.
Maybe that's so basic I should just know it, but I.
Well, my question was just going to whether the IOSP was in a position to identify where the other end of the call.
Right, that's a good point. That could be, and that applies to, the call made by an inmate outward too, is that you can't, the area code on the call might be out of state, but that doesn't mean anything nowadays. So as staff says, it's not possible to know that the carriers say it's not possible to know the actual endpoints of calls originating from their facilities. Okay, well, this suggests that all the calls are made from in outward. Okay, so maybe we have that question answered. Unless the call is an individual call with a call destination identified ahead of time. So maybe, I don't know how that would be. Most inmates will have accounts that are prepaid in bulk, then used for individual calling to one or more destinations. So they'd have a prepaid card, but I think they'd be using the facilities landlines to call out, I believe. So due to this difficulty, inmate calling service providers have simply been defaulting to the FCC interstate rate caps. So mostly our caps they don't apply, because if you can't identify a call as being intrastate, it's considered interstate. So our caps don't matter. However.
So does that mean the rate can be higher than 15 cents a minute? Right?
No, though the FCC, the FCC's rate caps, which were around, I believe they adopted ones around 15 cents, but I don't know. Like our rate caps were in line with what the FCC was considering. But I don't know if they give us the numbers here. Let me see. Okay.
That's all right. I just wondered, but
I think it's around that. And the FCC was bringing theirs they wanted to bring theirs down to around that area. They were considering
that's what I was wondering.
15 cents. So 50 cents. Okay, so most calls are just defaulted to interstate rates. In other words, our caps make no difference. But the FCC, I'm at paragraph 171, has made an exception for jails with an average daily population of $1,000 or less. This is where ADP, that definition, comes in, allowing such facilities to charge the state's authorized calling rate. Okay, so this is interesting. This shows you how, differentiating between interstate and intrastate calls, except for actually trying to track each call, is difficult. And sometimes the FCC comes up with a rule, that makes some sense. I'm not sure how much this makes sense to me because, if you're in jail, a smaller jail, I don't know that you're more likely to be making intrastate calls. Maybe because you're not a long-term prisoner, but, that's sort of, I guess, the assumption being made here. The FCC, the general rule is if you can't tell whether a particular call is interstate or intrastate, it defaults to interstate. In other words, the FCC's caps. But if you're not in a prison, but in a small jail, a jail with an average daily population of 1,000 or less, such facilities may charge, I don't know if they choose that. I don't know, that allows such facilities to charge the state's authorized calling rate. I don't know if that leaves it within the facilities, purview to choose whether they follow the state or whether the carriers will follow the state or the FCC's regulations. Because it says the comment was allowing such facilities to charge the states. Anyway, this is an area, jails with an ADP of $1,000 or 1,000 inmates or less this is where our caps might practically apply. Now, apparently, the FCC is still in the process of gathering cost information. So the FCC might end up taking over this area too. Given these circumstances, the proposed rule reflects the current New Mexico rate of 15 cents per minute for all types of inmate calls for jails of 1,000 ADP or less. For prisons, the proposed rule has a rate of 12 cents per minute for all types of inmate calls, and for jails of 1,000 ADP or more, 14 cents per minute. So let me just recap that. There are jails that are divided into two categories: those with greater than 1,000 inmates, and those with fewer. Those with fewer than 1,000 can charge up to 15 cents per minute. Those with more than 1,000 can charge up to 14 cents per minute. I guess the idea is there are some fixed costs that get averaged over more calls. So if you have more inmates, because that's how that works. And then for prisons, which are larger, I assume this is based on a spreading of the fixed portion of the costs. Makes sense. You usually have a larger population. So 12 cents per minute is our cap. But apparently those would rarely apply. So those would apply only, I guess, where it was actually determined somehow that a particular call was intrastate. All right. I just kind of learned that myself as I worked. A lot here. Okay. So let's see. I don't know if there's anything else here. I just want to see if there's anything I need to discuss, because most of that covered a lot of it. Because a lot of the comments after that were, referring to those requirements. Okay.
So it looks like on paragraph 176, the staff, NMAG, ValuePath, and Securus all agree that the $1 collect call charge is not valid and should be eliminated. So that's one.
Yes. So the rule would do that. I think that was something that everybody agreed. So the order would simply do that. I guess the proposed rule had left that in. So it would remove that. I think that was just a holdover. But if you have staff and the AG on one side and the carriers on the other side agreeing to anything, you do it. That's how I put that. I don't even need to understand. If they all agree on that, then we're good. Let me go. Oh, Jesus. Trying to figure out how to
Well, let me just ask a question of commissioners at this point. Commissioners, do any of you have any questions so far about what Russell's been describing and explaining to us? Do you like this process? Do you want to continue on it now? Are you getting worn out and need to save the rest for our last meeting, or what do you want to do? I can certainly go on, but I'm sensitive to the fact that this is going on, although we do have a couple other cases. We have 2 more cases ahead of us. So I'd like to hear, I'd just like to, yes, get your opinion.
Yeah, I think we should, any issues the commissioners want to cover, we should try and cover them now.
All right.
To give the order, give time for staff to get the order ready for the vote at the next meeting.
I prefer that myself, but I just wanted to.
If we're debating or at the last meeting and do it, there's no tags back. Okay. So
right.
But so far, I think everything.
Okay, that's great.
Pretty good.
That's still how I'm feeling. I think this is a really well-written order. I think Russell is explaining things to us and we have decision points along the way. I think we should just press through this myself. So I agree. Okay, great.
Okay, and I can also, I think, speed up a little bit. I'll focus more on, like you said, on the commission's decision, and then I'll point out anything else. But I think what we've done so far really gets to a lot of the meat of it. And some things, as I said, I not only explained to the commission, I just explained them to myself. So that helps. So on page 53, the commission's decision, it would adopt the language of the proposed rule, modified to include bypass proposed charts, because the staff thought bypass version of clarified all those issues better than anyone else's.
Okay.
And then, of course, would eliminate the $1 call charge because it's invalid, and everybody agreed to that. Okay. So moving on to page section 18, ancillary service fees. I think I mentioned at the beginning, you have the per minute call charges, and those are subject to caps, whether interstate or intrastate. Then there are also these ancillary fees, which have been in the past a really hairy jurisdictional issue. But there's clarity now because there was a court decision a few years ago that told the FCC they had overstepped their bounds. The FCC did another rulemaking to come within their own bounds. I'm going to go to the commission decision first. So if you go to page 57, commission would adopt the language of the proposed rule along with the AG's recommendation to change the title of the section to match the definition. As I mentioned earlier, there'd be a definition of ancillary, ancillary service fees. Not ancillary service fees, but ancillary, is that what it was? I'd have to look at it again. But whatever it was, the definition, it would have the same name here, so it'd not be confusing.
Ancillary charges, is that what you're referring to? No, or ancillary
service charge. Yeah, charge instead of fee. Because fee often means fee is generally supposed to mean fee for service, like attorney's fees, whereas charge is a broader type of term. That's what would be in the definition. And then again, as I said, the definition would include would list the 5 or 6 kinds of charges that are allowed, and those would be the only ones that would be allowed to this part of the rule. There was a question as to whether, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, go ahead.
No, I just was saying, good. I was just confirming what you were saying, that's all. Please proceed, it's fine.
Sorry. So, let me make sure that, okay. Okay, so the AG's proposed changes to the ancillary charge schedule, ancillary service charge schedule, would bring not only are there caps at the federal level, there are caps not only on the per minute call charge, but also on certain types of ancillary service charges. And so the AG recommended changes to this the schedule for ancillary charges to incorporate the FCC's limits. Now, I am not sure how that comports with the fact that, you know, this is an area where I guess certain charges might be applied when there's an interstate. You could have it applied when there's an interstate call versus when there's interstate. I guess that's how this is lining up. So it's not a strict separation. The state commissions and the FCC have jurisdiction over these ancillary charges, depending on whether a particular call is considered intrastate or interstate, or two, if it falls within, say, the category of a jail with fewer than 1,000 inmates, then the commission's caps would apply. So the NMAG the AG would have the FCC's ancillary charge caps incorporated into the commission's caps, so that no matter whether it was interstate or intrastate, same caps on the charges, if that makes sense. And staff agreed to that, so that made sense to me as well.
Okay.
Any questions on those?
Not for me. Commissioners? Any questions?
No questions from me.
All right. Let's move on.
Moving on to section 19 concerning rate cap variances. This is
Isn't
where
it 17? Oh yeah, 19. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm on paragraph 212,
Okay.
page 58. There's a process already in the rule for inmate calling service providers to ask for a variance from a rate cap for particular. For instance, you know, these providers have contracts with each of the facilities for which they provide services. So there may be instances in which the costs of providing a service to a particular facility might, for some reason, justify a higher exceeding a rate cap. So they can apply for that. There's just some, I think, relatively minor changes made to this section. The timelines for the commission's review of any rate cap variance would be extended. Variance requests would be extended from 30 to 45 days. Obviously, I'm always in favor of giving us more time. I always need more time, and we have a very heavy load of work. I think that's a good enough reason in and of itself to give us more time, maybe more than 45 days. The time for, if there's a protest filed within that time, then the carrier be given more time to respond to that protest, from 10 to 15 days. Again, these are very minor increases. I might even increase them more, but I think we should go with staff's recommendation. I guess the idea is to make these things happen quickly, but there are a million things that people ask for it to happen quickly. That's my own comment there. And the time for a petition to be granted, so it'd be a 60-day overall deadline for the commission. Again, it's a commission rule, so the commission could always vary from that. The commission could vary from its own rule when considering a petition to vary from the rule. So I think these make sense. A little bit longer, that's all that it is. Let me see, is there anything? Oh, this Securus, I'm on paragraph 214. The proposed rule had a prohibition against the commission unreasonably withholding permission for a variance. That's an odd kind of provision. I would be against a provision like that in any rule. It's bizarre. It seems to add something, but doesn't add anything. Unreasonably, well, the commission, is to, when it comes to any kind of variance request or any request, the commission is to act reasonably. Anyone can always object that the commission has acted unreasonably, for instance, in the motion for reconsideration. So this particular variance provision in this rule had a prohibition against unreasonably withholding permission for variance. I think it's confusing. It adds something without adding something, and so I'm glad the proposal would get rid of it. The commission always has to ask reasonably. It's always a reason for protest or a motion for reconsideration that the commission has acted unreasonably. So adding it there was odd and confusing. So I'm glad the proposed rule would get rid of that. There's a provision to allow for a stay of a, let's see, what is a stay? It's not a stay of the cap. Let's see. Let's see.
I think in paragraph 215 it describes it. They say, given the proposed, they say that an open-ended stay is unreasonable given the proposed extended periods for staff and the AG to review the variance and for the commission to review the petition.
I think the stay though is something, it's kind of odd. What I'm confused by is Securus objecting to this, because the stay is a stay of the CAPS application to the carrier, while the carrier, it's just something that benefits the carrier while the carrier is pursuing the variance. So I don't know why they'd object to this. I guess the idea is an open-ended stay could require an IOSP to operate at a loss for an indefinite period of time. Well, it's not the length of the stay that determines how quickly. I find this odd because I believe the stay. I need to look at the language of the rule because no one has clarified what the stay is about, and I just have to see the rule for this. Sorry, because this comment makes no sense to me in that context. Let me find. Let's see here.
Do you need to put the rule up on the screen?
I could do that. I don't have that capability. I don't have that capability, but I have the rule in front of me.
Well, maybe someone could put it up for you, and they could go to this section. It's section 19, rate cap variances. Does anybody else have a copy of that rule, or can you email it to them?
Who's in charge of this Zoom meeting? Who's controlling this thing?
Hey, Russell, I just made you a co-host. You can share it.
So let's see.
Okay, now we just need the rule on the screen. Do you have a copy of that rule, Patrick? Oh, that means Russell can.
I can do it. I can do it
pull
right
it up.
now.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Share screen. So let me share. Yes. Okay. That's gonna work. Okay. One second. Look at all this. Close roll. That's right. Okay. Share that. All right. So y'all can see that now. 19. Let's see. 19. What's the subsection? I'm sure you remembered what the subsection was it of 19? Do you remember? I don't remember.
Yes. Let's see. Let me see it.
Here we go. It's E. I think it's E.
E. That's right.
Okay.
Subsection E.
So E. Let's see if I can get this lined up. So it's easy to look at, and there's nothing on screen. Let's see. There we are. E. Oops. Here we go. Okay, so E says the proposed rule. I don't think all this language is underlined. This is from the proposed rule that was attached to the order issuing NOPR. I don't think all this language is actually, it's not all new, even though it's all underlined. I think it's because, remember, this is where staff said some of the things had the wrong, like in the rate cap variance error, under the title of rate cap variance was the set of caps themselves. And so I think some of this got moved around, and that's why it's all underlined. Yes. But like, these aren't totally new provisions. They've just been moved to the right spot. So
I understand.
So E, staff, the attorney general, and interested parties, that's where I changed it to persons, shall review the petition for variance within 45 days to determine whether it is supported by the information provided. Any interested party or person may file a written statement with the commission in support of or opposition to the petition within the same 45-day period. The, I just move this in the way. Right in the way here. Okay. The carrier shall have 15 days to respond. The commission may grant a stay of the petition. Okay. So this is why Securus is objecting. The commission can stay the petition until it's had an opportunity to consider the petition and any statement addressing the petition. Now, this is just a bizarre provision that I don't know why we have it. I mean, you don't stay. There's no reason to stay any kind of application or petition. I think the only, you stay a rule, or you stay the effectiveness of something the commission does. So this is odd. This is another odd provision that's in here. The commission could, the thing is that the issue here is, I think that Securus believes that because there's a provision for the commission to stay the petition, that's the only way the commission could get around, deciding it within 60 days, because the same part of the rule says 60 days. But a petition is not effective upon filing in any way. It never needs to be stayed. And if the commission wants to take more than 60 days, the commission can just vary from its own rule. I'm not saying that the commission should, because I can understand why Securus would want these things to be handled quickly, but it's part of that provision of the rule doesn't even make any sense. I would recommend getting rid of the stay provision because it's confusing.
I was just going to suggest that. Commissioner Fishman, excuse me, Russell. Commissioner Fishman wants to say something.
Yeah, this whole state thing was confusing the hell out of me. And,
I think
just eliminated. It just feels like a lot of verbiage on top of, we're going to make our choice, yes or no. And these parties don't necessarily participate in rulemakings that often. And I think for them, it's probably confusing what a stay is and how it applies here. And they're probably not even that clear on what they're asking for, because whatever we say there, the commission's going to make its decision, and that's that. So let's
exactly
just get rid of the stay.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. And Russell, I would note you've written in paragraph 218, Securus was making a comment. Securus's position is that an open-ended stay is neither reasonable nor fair to a service provider that has followed the process and presented appropriate information to support its petition. So, and it will undermine the efficient administration of the commission's dockets by allowing proceeding to linger indefinitely. So that's all the reason we need to take that out. You don't have that in the decision language, but I think you should. Oh, no, you say you do. You Securus's proposal for a limit on the stay. Well, I think we should alter that decision point and just say that we want to remove the stay on that.
So what I would do,
decision.
so what I'm planning to write, I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, paragraph 219.
So what I'm planning to write is, Commission adopts the language of the proposed rule with the inclusion of the NMHE's proposed data calculation provisions, period. And then it would say, with regard to the stay provision, the commission finds that this is a confusing and unnecessary provision, as stays generally do not apply to filings made with the commission. A petition has no effect upon filing or within and upon filing. So there is no need for the commission to stay any effect that it may say to stay its effects pending the decision of the commission. And then let's say the commission, the state provision in no way expands the time period for commission consideration of a petition.
Wait a minute. Are you maintaining the stay provision then?
No,
I would like to
it says
do.
with regard to the state provision, the commission finds that this is a confusing and unnecessary provision, as states generally do not apply to filings made with the commission. A petition has no effect upon filing, so there's no need for the commission to stay its effects pending the decision of the commission. The provision in the state provision in no way expands the time period for commission consideration of a petition. The specific time periods provided in the rule are define the deadlines that the commission I'm going to say will endeavor to follow when considering such petitions. Because the commission can always vary from its own deadlines in a rule, and sometimes there's good reason. Sometimes just the press of other word. So I'll read.
I've got a question, Russell. You said that you have a sentence beginning the stay does not extend the time, blah blah blah. But I don't think you mean does not, cannot. Don't you mean it could not? Or
I said the state provision in no way expands the time period for commission consideration of petition.
Well, I thought that was the issue. This Securus was saying it would indefinitely expand the period of review. So
right, and if
it doesn't, then we should keep it, right?
Yeah. So I'd add at the end of this, the commission removes the state provision from the rule. And then go to so basically with regard to the state provision, the commission finds that this is a confusing and unnecessary provision, as states generally do not apply to filings made with the commission. A petition has no effect upon filing, so there's no need for the commission to stay its effects pending the decision of the commission. The state provision in no way expands the time period for commission consideration of petition. The specific time periods provided in the rule define the deadlines that the commission will endeavor to follow when considering such petitions. The commission removes the state provision from the rule. In other words, it has no effect. It's just confusing.
It has no what?
It has no effect. It's just confusing. It doesn't do what Securus thinks. Okay. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. Okay.
I think we just, Madam Chair, I think we just dodged a bullet. You'd hate to have that stay provision in there and then somebody refer to it in another rulemaking and then be debating stay provisions.
Oh man, it makes my head hurt to think about.
I haven't set a precedent here, and thank God we didn't.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Someone bringing up something, and there are some odd. I've noticed. I don't really like special variance provisions in different rules. They exist. I wouldn't get rid of them here because there's a whole procedure, and I think it makes sense to have some special procedures, but. Generally, like the SRUSF has a long variance provision. It's very complicated. I don't think it's unfair or anything, but it's just, I think that the variance procedure and provision that's in our general rules of procedure is generally good enough. But here I understand this gives deadlines because you're talking about tariff. So with that, I think, unless there are questions, I can move on from that.
Yeah, let's go on. Well, I don't know. Commissioners, any questions? I don't hear any. Okay, let's go on.
Okay, so section 20, rates for calling a TTY device. TTY devices, I don't know what that stands for, but I believe they're for hearing impaired inmates. I believe. I think it's like text.
I think what it's for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. According to the commission's decision at paragraph 228, at the bottom, the middle of page 62. So the commission would adopt the language of the proposed rule with ViaPath's proposed change for the reasons given by staff, the NMAG, and ViaPath respectively. In other words, so the proposed rules language comes from staff, although it's part of a workshop process. And I think the AG, the AG supported. This is one of those areas where I didn't have, here's an area I didn't have any particular ideas about. So I think I tried to incorporate as many people's, as many commenters' interests as I could, while still making sense. So that's all I have to say about that one.
Well, let me make sure we're adopting what we want to here. In subsection A, it says the staff comments that this section has a condition regarding a 25% limit on any charge on the per minute rate for these TTY calls, and they don't know why it exists. Staff says that it appears that the IOSPs are prevented from levying charges for these TTY calls. They don't know the reason. They want help. They want other recommendations. The defense lawyers support pro-consumer changes throughout the rule. They say these changes are designed to make calling less expensive and easier to access for incarcerated persons, and therefore serve the goal that they share. ViaPath says staff is correct. Oh, wait, I skipped staff. Well, staff didn't recommend any changes. The FCC decision established new mandates for the provision of ICS to incorporated persons with disabilities, including requirements that provide each such person have access to all forms of telecommunication relay and to point-to-point video communication. So anyhow, the 2022 ICS order, I must have been the FCC, also adopts rate caps for intrastate, interstate, and international TRS, that's similar to TTA, and point-to-point video calls. In light of these changes, ViaPath recommends the commission simply cross-reference the FCC rule in our rule. So it sounds like that the FCC rule is supportive of making sure that incarcerated persons with disabilities get a break on charges.
Yes, so
I
now it's
support
making more
that.
sense to me. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why I mentioned the NMEG in, I think I meant NMCDLA because they simply said they support any pro-consumer
Pro-consumer
provision.
things. So I think we're good on that one.
I think we're good, yes. Okay,
Yeah.
we figured it out.
Okay, that's me.
You have successsuly explained my own proposed decision to me.
Well, I haven't had to
No, I
present
did.
the whole thing.
No, I did. No, I'm not kidding. I was looking at it and now I get it. It makes sense. What I did.
Maybe I just read it faster.
What I proposed
because
actually
I'm
makes sense. I'm glad to find that out now as I re-review this. Okay, section 21. Oops. Just continue. All right. So billing related call blocking. Oh, this is call blocking for those who haven't paid their bill. The commission's decision, paragraph 231, would adopt the language of the proposed rule. Only staff and the NMCDLA commented. So it's basically you're getting a pro-consumer perspective here. Securus and ViaPath, apparently they didn't object to any of this. The proposed rule would prohibit the carrier from blocking, degrading, or failing to complete a call due to a lack of a billing relationship with the communication service provider. That seems pretty obvious. So I don't think there's, this was just, commission would adopt that. It makes sense. No one objected to it. So I'll move on to section 23, reporting requirements. This got really, there's a lot of commenting here, and I don't know why really, because these carriers have to make annual reports to the FCC, and they're voluminous. This is sort of like, you may recall, in the realm of like carriers who receive federal support, whether it's federal high cost support, federal Connect America Fund support, that's, our SRUSF sort of shadows that. I'm making an analogy here. So some of the things that those carriers file with the FCC, some of the forms, we require them to file with us as well, because a lot of the information that they give the FCC, we need as well. There's a lot of overlap. Same thing here. ICS, inmate calling service providers, they file voluminous annual reports concerning their operations across the country with the FCC, and there's a requirement in the proposed rule or in the current rule that they file them with the commission. And the proposed rule would here we go. Staff comments that the proposed rule, so I'm looking at paragraph 232, eliminates language in this subsection of the proposed rule which required reporting of the number and type of access lines and number of institutional phones in each correctional facility by April 1st of each year or upon staff's request. So apparently the old rule actually had specific requirements. Instead, that reporting requirement would be replaced with a requirement of the contemporaneous filing reports filed by the providers for the FCC with the state. In other words, instead of having a rule that does not refer to the filings with the FCC and actually kind of reproduces some of the requirements that are in those filings, it would just say, hey, when you file your report with the FCC, file it with us too, because that has
which paragraph are you in? I thought you said 232.
Yeah.
Where in
on page 63?
Yeah.
That should be the first paragraph of subsection of section 23.
Oh, that's 230, not 232.
Oh, did you make any changes to your draft? I'm looking right at the, well, maybe I changed. I'm sorry, made changes to mine. Well, maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I made a change, or maybe you made a change.
What does the paragraph start with again? What's the phrasing in the paragraph? I'll just find
well,
it.
it's the first paragraph. If you go to 17, 11, 28, 23 reporting requirements.
I'm right there.
That says subsection A. Then
Yes.
the next paragraph, that paragraph right there.
It says staff comments that the proposed rule. Okay, fine. Sorry, I was looking too far ahead. Okay.
So by replacing these specific requirements, which were probably to some extent duplicative of what had to be reported to the FCC, the proposed rule, which staff drafted, would say, hey, just file your FCC report with us at the same time you file with the FCC, because it has what we need. But that creates some issues. Let's see here. Staff said that it believes this information to be more useful, but it's come to the staff's attention. I'm on page 64. Excuse me. That certain types of the staff basically, I'll just summarize it. Staff looked more closely at the filing and saw that it doesn't include certain things they wanted, et cetera. So staff had made a proposal to change its own proposed language. So you see that on 64. To add a provision to make sure it covered everything that staff wanted. And then the two carriers, Securus and Viapath, objected to the requirement to file this FCC report with the state. For instance, on paragraph 234, fifth line down, Secure says, given the confidentiality, volume, and scope of the data, much of which is not relevant to New Mexico, and the restrictions of the applicable FCC protective order. In other words, just as we issue protective orders in our dockets, particularly with regard to reports and financial information filed with the commission by utilities and here telecom carriers, the FCC does the same thing. So their filings with the FCC are subject to an ongoing protective order. Securus recommends that the commission require ISPs to provide the commission with a copy of the public version of the report. In other words, the redacted version. And that they have at least 5 days between the filing with the FCC and the filing with the commission. And Viapath also wants time for the 2 filings. Staff responds that although the commission and any party signing a confidentiality agreement has access to the state report, IOSPs may file redacted public versions of the federal report, given that there may be confidentiality issues. They just say they may. I don't know if their rule has that. Let me see. The commission should receive a public version of the federal report from the carriers without the need to go to the FCC's website. In other words, the staff is saying, fine, leave out confidential information. We don't need it. What we want is the public information anyway. But like Viasat or Viapath or maybe Securus had said, just get it from the FCC's website. That's what they said to us. So staff is saying you can follow this. The AG responded to Securus saying that the proposal will require it and other providers to file confidential data for many other states. So the NMAG proposes language to limit the filings to exclude all of the non-New Mexico data. Obviously, that makes sense. And that way you take care of the issue of any confidential data about other states because we don't need it. It's not applicable. The AG would incorporate Securus' suggestion to allow the 5 business days between the 2 filings. And the NMAG proposes rule language at page 66 to do that. And I think what the commission's decision is to go with there's a lot more after this, but I think that's the commission would, So the commission's decision that paragraph 247, that's on page 69, would adopt the language of the proposed rule as modified by the NMAG's proposal for subsection A. So it would do that. It would allow them to redact everything that's non-New Mexico and to file it 5 days after it's filed with the FCC. So give them that time. That makes perfect sense.
What page are you on now? I think I'm a couple of paragraphs
Page
off.
69. Page 69.
And what paragraph?
The one that says the commission's decision.
Okay. See, for me, that's 245. What did you call it? 248. So I'm
247. So I guess I'm two paragraphs ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Okay. I was reading my paragraph.
So if there are any questions about that, I could move on. Okay. Taxes and fees. What's this all about? Let me go to.
The decision says we adopt Securus's proposed language for the reason given by Securus and Viapath. So let's look at that language.
I did that because this is a section where there didn't seem to be strong opinions about how to handle this. So this is one I had a little trouble understanding, but Securus said at the end that there's broad agreement that the current cross references in the proposed rule is to the wrong section. Securus and Viapath's recommended changes are substantially identical by cross-referencing to the correct provision and specifically listing mandatory taxes, mandatory fees, or authorized fees. I honestly just looked at this and it seems like they had the clearest idea of what needed to be done. Whereas the other commenters, a lot of people didn't comment. See, what staff had in there was that, the providers may charge any taxes or fees, may not charge any taxes or fees other than those permitted under the definition in subsection P of this definition in the rule. I don't know which definition it was. And then that was an incorrect citation to our own rule. It says change in the proposed rule. So then I guess a staff knows that, changed it to the correct definition. And then Securus revised it because it said this is a new section that's not in the current IRS rule. Our first definition is a subsection that does not include relevant changes. So Securus would revise that. This is all with regard to the reference there. It would get rid of staff's recommended reference to subsection P of the definition section, whatever definition is there. I could take a look at it. Would instead refer to the particular, refer to section 18. That makes it consistent with the FCC's provision. And consistent with practical realities confronting IOSPs when developing the implementing. This is one where I felt pretty lost. But staff responds that given the generality of the application section, recommend a further modification. So accepted. Let's see.
Well,
I am lost in this one. I'm just going to admit it.
I'm not. It's my paragraph 252. I think that's your 250 step 5.
Okay, I see now. So Securus is saying Securus changed their recommendation because they got rid of this recommendation to refer to section 18. To specific requirements to those the one that listed out ancillary service charges, management, and instead this one is still a mystery to me. But staff recommended something as response that would refer to so the same subsection they were already doing, A4. Oh, that's the one. So staff is sticking with its old recommendation, but it would also make a reference to the section that Securus referenced. So staffs includes both.
I didn't see mention of staff in this discussion. Oh, I do. Yes. Yeah, I do.
So I think I would actually change the commission's decision to adopt instead of Securus's staff's proposed language, because even though Securus says it's broad agreement about the cross-reference, and it and Viapath agreed that they want to list mandatory taxes, mandatory fees, or authorized fees. Staff didn't seem to agree to that. I just need staff's guidance here because I don't understand this part. I'm just going to say it, I don't understand it. When I don't understand something, I really don't understand this part of it. What's allowed and what the...
Okay, Russell, let me interrupt you for a minute. I would like to take a break. I think if you took a break for about 10 minutes, maybe you could 10 or 15 minutes.
I could use 15 minutes, definitely.
Why don't we take a break? I think this is a real difficult rule to get through, and I want to make sure we get through it today. So I think we need a 15-minute break. And
one thing, there's not much to go for this rule, but for for the next thing that I also am handling along with Christopher Dunn staff, I need to send the commission something quickly. That's going to be a brief matter, but I need to do it. So 15 minutes would be perfect for me. If I could have
okay, great. It's 3:18 right now. We'll reconvene at 3:35. 3:35, we'll be back.
That was good. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, it's 3:35, so I think we should get started again. Are we all here? I see Commissioner Maestas. There's Commissioner Fishman. There's Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And what about Commissioner Bird?
I'm here.
I see you. I see you, Commissioner. But I'm looking for Commissioner. Oh, there's Commissioner Bird. Okay, we're all back in the saddle, so to speak. Russell, where should we start? Where we left off?
Sounds like a good place.
Yes. So that was, well, you're the one who should call out the paragraphs and I'll work around it. I think mine, I don't know why mine are shifted. But.
All right, so we were at the bottom of page 71, the commission's decision. I discovered that instead of having the commission adopt Securus's proposed language, the commission should adopt staff's proposed language, because staff in its responsive comments did incorporate, it included the reference that staff had included in its initial comments, which made a correction from what staff had included in the proposed rule. So staff had made its own correction, and then also included the reference to the section of the rule that Securus wanted to add. So that should be comprehensive.
Okay. So that's the commission's decision on
to adopt staff's proposed language. I should say as amended, as per staff's response comments.
Now this can I ask, this pertains to the reporting requirements of section 17112823, right?
No, we're in section 24, taxes and fees.
We're moving ahead. Good. Okay. Great.
That's where we were when we left.
No, that is where we were. Okay, sorry. Okay.
So this would include not staff's original proposed language, because that was a proposed rule, but the proposed rule language as modified by staff itself. Staff did two modifications. One in its initial comments to correct a reference that was just wrong. And then in its response comments, after reviewing Securus's comments, added another reference to the section of the rule that Securus wanted to reference. So this is the comprehensive staff proposal.
All right. Well, what I see in the commission's decision on now,
I'm changing that. Yeah.
Oh, you're changing
that language. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I didn't have that right. So it would now say the commission adopts staff's proposed language as per staff's response comments for the reasons given by staff.
All right.
Okay. So moving on to section 25, per call or per connection charges. So these are another kind of charge. Staff comments, this is another new provision in the rule, the proposed rule, but it appears to be contradicted by the $1 per connection fee reflected in the current rule. Staff's comment is they don't seem to know what the answer is here. If a per connection, this is what staff said, if a per connection fee is necessary to complete a collect call, then this provision of the rule is contradictory and should be removed. If it is true and a per connection fee is not necessary to complete a collect call, then that charge is reflected in the call rate cash. Okay, I found this baffling again. Sorry, this break didn't help me at all with regard to this part of it.
Well, you gave us a decision, Russell. Some proposed decision language. The commission rejects this proposed section as in conflict with other portions of the proposed rule for the reasons given by staff.
It looks like, staff's comment makes it sound as if it should be removed, period. Like if this is the case, or if this other thing is the case. So that's what I went with. Staff didn't describe it very well, but they seem to come up with two scenarios that seem to be all encompassing If it's one, if it's A, then this should be removed. If it's B, which seemed to be the opposite situation, then this should be removed. So I'm just removing it. No one commented on that, except the criminal defense lawyers, but they just said they're in favor of pro-consumer changes throughout the rule, including this section. But I don't see that they don't have anything specific to say about it.
Can we look at the rule itself?
Staff seems to be saying that whether it's A or B, and those are the only two particular possible universes, it should be removed. So I'm removing it. So my proposal will be to remove it.
Excuse me, Russell.
Yes.
Could we put up that section in the rule and look at it?
That's a good idea. Okay. Let's see. Am I still sharing? I'm still screen sharing here. I do. I have screen sharing. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So section 25, no IOSP may impose a per call or per connection charge on a consumer, period. But, so I guess what that might conflict with is in the, if you go up to the rate.
The $1 per connection fee, I believe, is what staff is asserting.
Okay, this is where there's a potential conflict. Okay, so the call rate caps in paragraph 17, I'm looking at now, the rate caps chart, allows for a dollar, it has a cap up to $1 for as a charge in addition to the 15 cent per minute charge, allows that only in the case of a collect call. So that's what staff was saying. We can't, to have a prohibition in section 25 on all $1, on all collection, all per call or per connection fees, ones that are not per minute but are flat, would conflict with what's in the caps here, because the caps say, true, you can't have such a flat fee. You cannot have such a flat fee for an incarcerated person call, whatever that means, or a prepaid collect call. You can't. This caps say no, but it does say you can do that for a collect call. And staff seems to be saying that should reign, that should rule. That's staff's recommendation. So they're not going to adopt in 25. They shouldn't adopt in 25 a prohibition that would make it zero across the board. Keep the dollar. That's okay for collect calls.
Can I just ask a question? Why is it rational to charge an inmate $1 to make a collect call when they don't have to pay that dollar if they're paying for the call? If it's an outbound call that they're paying for.
That I do not know. I know that just my general, very, very general knowledge, that collect calling can involve, sometimes involves a cost, or maybe there's the risk of a cost that it won't be recovered or won't be paid. I'm not sure. I do understand. I'm aware that there are instances in which collect calls are treated differently, but I don't know why here. It seems like staff proposed that be allowed only for collect calls, and they're saying, okay, 25 isn't, section 25 is not commensurate with that, is not in agreement with that. And then they're saying because of that, they would not keep 25 because they stand by the idea that $1 for collect calls is okay. That was in their proposed rule language. So they're saying 25 is contradicting that because we don't need the provision to make it clear that you can't charge anything, any flat rate for other types of calls, because we already have that in the rate caps. It says 0, but we want to keep it for the collect calls for whatever reason. I'm not sure if there is any particular reason given. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know if it's described why that's an acceptable fee there. But staff certainly is taking that position that it is.
Okay. Is the fee, I take it the fee is imposed on the inmate, not the receiver of the collect call, right? That's what that chart I thought was.
Boy, that's a good connection. That's a good. I assume it would be actually on the recipient. Because if you all the charges are, the collect call is being made by they're accepting the charges. So
you're right. Okay, that's great. That's okay. Then I don't mind. That's fine.
Could you go back to the chart again, Russell?
Yeah. Because there was something farther below I wanted to see.
Well, first of all, I wanted to go, rate caps chart. So intrastate. So it says, local per call. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Okay.
Okay, good. I'm glad you get it
because Cynthia.
What, Steve?
Did you have a question from the chart?
No.
Okay.
I'm Commissioner Fishman. I'm glad.
Yes, I want to see that chart again. Show me that chart. Yeah, I do want to see it.
I'm glad that you were able to answer your own question because I fear that whatever it might have been, I might not have been able to answer.
Well, my question is answered. Sorry, Russell. My question is answered. On that chart, you can see in the top line, local per call, incarcerated person doesn't pay anything. Prepaid collect. If it's prepaid, they don't pay anything. If it's a collect call, I guess that is charged to the recipient of the call because otherwise I don't know. It's not real clear to me.
I think a prepaid collect, that's where you have a card that the incarcerated person has access to, but it's been filled by someone else, or maybe it's not even a card, it's just a number they can use, a particular billing number. And an incarcerated person, that I guess would be where they have, the facility may provide, may allow incarcerated persons to put their own money on a card or on an account.
I see. I get it. I see it now. I do understand this. It's just complicated. Okay.
It's coming. Let's see. Let me get this thing. Okay. Let me go back to so I'm going to go back to, I'm just going to take this off.
Have you sent us this rule itself or just the?
I haven't. I will send that to the commission right after the.
Yeah, I'd like to have a copy.
Plus, I haven't provided the commission with the version of the rule that would correspond to this order. So I need to do that this week. That'll help you in your review. Just didn't get to that part. So you have the proposed rule as per the order issuing NOPR. I can give you that to you right away. That's what we're looking at. And then also prepare what would be Exhibit A to this order, which I didn't provide you yet, which would be the amended rule that would be adopted if the commission adopted this order as it is.
As it is? What you mean?
In other words, if the commission, just the order that would go along with this, the rule, the amended rule
would go along with this order.
Version of the order, but the commission may decide, to make changes to this order at the last meeting. So, but it would give you an idea of all the effects. You see all the effects of this particular version.
Excellent. So we'll get a red line, then a clean.
The proposed rule has red lines. So what I would do is I provided the proposed rule today that's redlined already because it shows red lines of the changes between the current version of the rule and what staff proposed and the commission also proposed by adopting it in the order issuing the notice of proposed rulemaking. So that would have red lines showing just what was what was already attached to that order. And then I would do a version that took the proposed, I could do a version. See, the version I would actually attach to this order would not involve the proposed rule, because what needs to be attached to this order would need to show the current rule with red lines as per the changes made in this order. if they were adopted. Do you see what I mean? So that's going to include most of the changes of the proposed rule, but would not include those that have been rejected here, and would have modifications as per this amended order. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that would be the best one to look at. So we'll get that when? Within a week, say?
Yes, I'll get that done hopefully tomorrow. But I can send you the proposed rule, which I've been looking at today.
No, that's okay. I'll wait for the one that corresponds with what we've done. Today, for example. Well, actually, what has been being proposed today. And then on the 28th, we'll make our final decision on it. After having looked at what's been proposed from today. And then if that gives a commission ample time to communicate with you or whoever else and and determine if they want to make any other last minute changes. And we will have that ability to do that on the 28th, as you said.
Yes.
Okay, good. Super.
Okay, so moving on to section 26 on page 72, flat rate calling. There are only two commenters and no one objection to this. Staff, the proposed rule notes that staff added a section that's not in the current rule that would disallow flat rate calling plans. It is staff's understanding that this form of calling is restricted by the FCC. The FCC is currently considering a proposal for allowing flat rate calling. In other words, they call it all you can eat calling plans. In other words, just, you have a flat rate, and then if you use your phone a lot, it makes it worth it. If you don't, then you don't. For intrastate ICS calling, I don't know. This may be one of those areas where, I guess, because it's a flat rate that's going to include both interstate and intrastate calls, because you can't differentiate among calls that haven't been made yet. Just paying a monthly amount, that, here the FCC will issue a rule that controls the issue, period. So it won't matter. So I think the commission probably won't, once that's done, the commission won't have any power over that anyway. Does that make sense? It's like something where you couldn't differentiate among intrastate and interstate calls. So the FCC gets jurisdiction over it.
So, okay, I have a question. So I hear you saying that for intrastate calls, there's no ability that call providers, I guess, could use in the state, or I guess maybe these service providers could use to differentiate between intra and interstate calls for purposes of providing a flat rate.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that staff is taking a conservative approach, which makes sense. What it really is, the FCC is going to exercise jurisdiction in this area, flat rate calling plans, because there's no way to determine, you pay a monthly charge, this all you can eat flat rate. And then no one has any idea what kind of calling you're going to do based on that charge. It'll include both, probably interstate and intrastate. And where there's jurisdictionally mixed calling, generally the FCC says this is our area completely, because we can't tell, there's just no way to divide it up. So we'll do the whole thing. And that means the state has to stay out of it. At this point, so we would, the commission wouldn't be able to regulate in that area.
Would you say?
Staff is saying the commission would not be able to regulate in that area. If the FCC does take, apparently the FCC is in the process of issuing a rule where it will assert that jurisdiction, but it's not a rule yet. And in the meantime, staff is saying, let's just disallow these plans. We don't want to try to regulate them if anyone has them. And we'll wait to see what the FCC actually does. And if the FCC issues a rule, we won't need to change our rule, because it'll override the prohibition. It'll
get
just
it.
become an area for the FCC period. And in the meantime, we won't have to worry about any of these plans because we'll just have said none of these plans, and then they can wait to see what the FCC does. If the FCC allows it and the FCC regulates it, then people can issue those plans and we'll have nothing to do with it.
Well, I think I like the idea of an all-you-can-eat plan, and I just wonder if that would be, an improper thing to adopt without the FCC having already adopted it.
I think because that's already being proposed, that's what staff said. The FCC is already considering that a proposal and an ongoing.
I see that, but I don't know how vigorously they're pursuing it. Yeah, I mean, that could be a proposal that would get addressed in a couple of years or later. Who knows?
I will say this: no one objected to this.
Okay.
Neither of the carriers.
I won't argue.
Said so.
Yeah. I have to assume that the inmate public's interest is being addressed among the parties.
And actually,
it's not very proactive.
The consumer or the Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, because they said they consider it as a pro-consumer change. I don't know how it is either. I don't know. I don't think it goes either way. You could price one such that it would be an advantage to anybody, or you could price it so that it wouldn't. So I don't know, but they don't.
Okay,
mind
so
it.
let me ask you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it does say the defense lawyers support pro-consumer changes, and that such changes are designed to make it less expensive, so crazy persons can talk to their family more and serve their goals. So were they? They're on the other side of the issue from staff, right?
Oh, that's interesting.
Or not?
No, they're on the same side because staff is sticking by what it put in the proposed rule. What I would say about this particular comment by the criminal defense lawyers is you notice it's repeated exactly word for word, because in their comments, they included some specific commentary and specific arguments about particular sections, but then they also included a sort of grab bag that had this, where they said this, they support pro-consumer changes, and then they just listed a bunch of sections of the proposed rule to which they applied this comment without saying anything more specific.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, Russell, if they were to adopt a flat rate going forward, would our commission have to approve it?
Well, they'd have to seek first a variance from our commission. If with this current state of the law, with the FCC not apparently exercising any jurisdiction in this area at all, and I'm sorry, not current. If under the proposed rule, that we'd be saying we disallow them, and then the FCC apparently is silent at this point. They're considering it. So anyone who wanted to do a flat rate calling plan for inmates would have to come to us and ask for a variance and propose one.
Well, wait a minute. We can still do it ourselves, right?
I'm sorry, was that, Madam Chair?
We could in this rule permit a flat rate, right?
Yeah, the commission could simply reject staff's proposal.
Correct.
To disallow those flat rate calling plans. Because actually, I mean, I guess it doesn't really, the fact that there's an FCC proceeding going on doesn't mean that we have to disallow it in the meantime. We could just be silent on it in the meantime.
Or we could approve it, right?
Well, if we approved it, we'd want to put in caps right now, because the caps wouldn't apply to a flat rate calling plan. And there's nothing in the record about what the cap should be on a flat rate calling plan. That's why staff is saying, let's just say no to this altogether.
I don't understand. Wait a second, stop, don't go farther, because caps and a flat rate No,
We would have to tell,
how can you cap a flat rate? It's just flat.
well, we'd have to give a limit to the, to anyone who was going to propose it, put a limit on.
On how flat, on
I
what
mean, I
price?
guess you could do it on an application by application basis. We wouldn't have to do it in the rule. But you know, a big part of this,
that would be hard.
a big part of this regulation of inmate calling services is to, you know, put restrictions on how much can be charged. And there's nothing in the rule that addresses flat rate calling plans. There's nothing that says it can be no more than $20 a month. And no one has any comments and no one's proposing it. So staff just said, let's just disallow them.
Yeah. No one's proposing it here, you say?
Yeah, right. No, well, no, yeah, no one has apparently ever proposed such a plan with us. I don't see any reference to that. And plus, no one, like the two participants here, the carriers who might want to do that, who might ever consider doing it, apparently are not considering doing it because they don't care. They haven't responded to staff's proposal to just say, forget it.
So, but this is a section of the rule, flat rate calling. So the current rule doesn't allow it.
So
no, it's actually the proposed rule that would change that. I can put the proposed rule back up. Let's see.
What is this? Commissioner Fishman, do you have a comment?
Madam Chair, you know, given that nobody seems interested in doing flat rates.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I think we can.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Just stay silent on it and leave it at that.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree. We don't need to get into this. Let's move on.
Well, Commissioner Fishman, do you mean stay silent in the rule about it? Because then we wouldn't want to accept staff's, we could just remove the section all together. And I am looking, let me see. Because if you want to stay silent, what staff is saying is let's forbid them. So we'd never have to deal with it. And the FCC, if they deal with it eventually, they can deal with it. But, you know, this is a proposal that would actually address the issue by saying no flat rate plans. And so going along with the proposal would be including something in the rule that says that. So I just want to make sure I understand which way you want to go on this.
Yeah, I don't know why we have to say anything at all about flat rates. If someone wants to do it in the future, they'll propose it and, you know, we can deal with it then.
Okay. What I would say is, this is a brand new section. Madam Chair, you were asking if this was what the current rule says. The current rule says nothing. So we could just reject, the commission could reject staff's proposal and just stay silent on flat rate calling.
Well, I do have a question. Commissioner Fishman, do you mind if I ask this question in connection with this whole discussion?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I thought you were having a conversation. So which party or parties proposed having a flat rate calling provision in our rule? I take it we didn't come up with it because we didn't have it before.
I think staff came up with this provision because it was aware that the FCC is considering regulating in this area. And so I think staff thought, well, in the meantime, let's just put in a provision that says we forbid them. And so no one will file one with us in the meantime, if anyone was thinking of it. That if the FCC does eventually assert jurisdiction and issue a rule, then that will preempt our rule anyway. And then people can file something as per the FCC because the FCC will take over sole jurisdiction.
So it would be good to put up the rule again so we can see what our proposed language is.
Okay, so it's right there, 26. Just says no IOSP may offer flat rate calling for institutional operator services. Whereas before it said nothing about flat rate calling period.
So we didn't even have a flat rate provision. Yeah, I tend to agree with Commissioner Fishman. I think you're saying, Commissioner Fishman, to take it out or leave what staff has.
Someone may come up with a great idea and a proposal. Why should we be prohibiting it ahead of time? They'd have to come to us for approval anyway.
I agree.
I think that makes sense because, it just would be unaddressed. And then the commission, just because the commission hasn't set any kind of limitation upon it, like the most you can charge. And in this rule, the commission could consider an application on its own merits and say, yes, you can do this, but that would be charging too much. So we can just get rid of it.
Yes. You're all right with that, Commissioner Fishman. Get rid of it?
Yeah.
Great. I am too.
Okay. So that would just change commission's decision.
Other commissioners have any comments on this before we move on? I'm not hearing anything.
So I would change the commission's decision to say the commission rejects the language of the proposed. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That's all I was going to say. No comments yet.
Okay. All right, fine.
The commission rejects the language of the proposed rule as the commission would prefer to address any say application or tariff for flat rate for a proposed flat rate calling plan on its own merits. I'll say that. Commission rejects the language of the proposed rules. The commission would prefer to address any application or tariff for a proposed flat rate calling plan on its own merits. In other words, commission may reject one, commission may decide price is too high. But we'll take a look at it when it comes in.
Good.
Whatever comes
in. Good. Thanks a lot, Commissioner Fishman, for your comments there. All right, you want to move on, Russell? We're really getting close here.
Section 27, minimum and maximum prepaid calling account balances. This is very short. There's just the staff would add a new section in the proposed rule. They've added one. Does not allow for minimum balances to be imposed. In other words, if you have a prepaid calling account, which is something the inmate would have himself or herself, whether the balance had been paid by someone outside or themselves, whether it had been built up, would not. So the proposed rule, staff would add a new section. Excuse me. So the proposed rule that would disallow. Would prevent any carrier from requiring a minimum balance to be on the card. In other words, as low as it goes, that's what you have. Wouldn't like cancel the card because of that if it's a card, or would also prohibit the carriers from restricting the incarcerated person or their family member outside, if they're the ones supplying the money, from depositing at least $50 per transaction to fund such accounts. They kind of phrase that out, like restrictions from depositing at least. In other words, I think maybe there are carriers out there who may require any deposit to be at least $50 just to prevent, to make it. Otherwise, they might impose a fee or something. I don't know. These staff gets rid of those. In other words, the balance can go as low as you want it to, and it won't cancel the account. And you can deposit $10 if you want to. So that's what staff is making clear, making it more friendlier to the consumers and users. Staff says these provisions prevent excessive charges for refilling debit or prepaid calling accounts. That makes sense. Criminal defense lawyers support that, and so the decision would be to adopt that. And the ones who would object to that, the carriers, they didn't object.
Great, thank you, Russell.
Section 28, sorry. Consumer prepaid account balances. That's obviously related. Balances that you have on an account to pay for your calls. This is a long one. I'm not sure why. Getting to the commission's decision, the commission would adopt the language. I'm sorry, this is on page 79. Commission would adopt the language of the proposed rule as modified by Securus for the reasons given by Securus. Now, what are those? I have to look.
Are you what paragraph are you in?
I was looking at the commission's decision, which
right.
is mine is 284, it should be 282. It's on page 79. Pardon me.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, I see. That's the decision paragraph, correct?
I'm foil in my mouth when I can't. Yes. And so, but I need to review. So the language of the proposed rule for this section would, and let me put the section up here. It's going to help in this case, since I seem to be already a little bit lost on this one. Here we go. Okay, so here we are. Okay, it's a short section. I don't know. It's a short section, but the comments are long. So we're looking at section 27, minimum and maximum prepaid calling account. Oh, no, I'm sorry, we're at 28. Sorry. We're consumer prepaid account balances. Section 28. Scroll down. Okay, so this is a little bit longer. I think this is a brand new section. Everything's underlined. So it says no IOSP may charge any rates or fees to a prepaid account unless such rate or fee is contained in a current tariff that has been approved. Okay, well, that's obvious. I can't just come up with new stuff. Prepaid accounts are deemed to be utility deposits. Oh, for purposes of Section 2 of the Uniform Unclaimed Property Act. So all staff and all the commenters see this statute as being applicable. It's not a statute that that the commission administers, but it's a general statute that does appear to have application here. And obviously utility deposits is a special category, which, I think gets some more protection under this act. I haven't done a detailed review of this act, obviously, but all the parties agree that all the commenters agree that it applies. And by deeming a utility deposit, that would presumably give it sort of the holder of that account, of a prepaid account in this area, I assume maximum protection under that act, because usually, that's one of the utility balances, utility matters are where the consumers are provided as much protection as possible. So I agree with that. And then C is where we have some specific provisions. If a prepaid account has not been subject to any activity for 6 months, the IOSP shall refund the balance of the prepaid account to the account holder. I guess this is so it doesn't sort of escheat to the company. Escheat is a legal term that doesn't apply really here. It really applies like when you have an unclaimed portion of property, like in an estate. If it doesn't ever get claimed, it escheats to the state. But it's a good term to use here. In other words, if
they're refunding.
We all probably have balances on accounts out there somewhere that we didn't realize, and gift cards and all that kind of crap that go back to the company. This requires the IRSP to refund it to the account holder. If an IRSP is unable to locate the account holder or otherwise effectuate a refund within 18 months of the most recent date of activity, so they have to do some looking. If they know who it is, then after 6 months, refund it. If you don't, if you can't find it out, apparently, after 18 months and no one's using it, the IRSP shall deliver the balance to tax and rev. Okay, so that's what's required by the act. So this seems pretty obvious. Let's see what the comments are about, because I don't know why there's comments on this. Let me move this back to them. Okay. So what did people have to say? Okay, so staff put in this proposal. Oops, I'm the wrong one. Sorry. Here we go. Okay, so that's pretty good. supported by the consumer or criminal defense lawyers. Viapath, let's see, Viapath, one of the carriers, notes that the FCC adopted a rule governing the treatment of unused funds in such accounts in September this year. While the final text of the new rule has not been issued, Viapath expects the FCC's rule will contain many of the same components. Well, at least, that's great because it's like it's consistent. But I think they're saying, let's see, it appears the FCC's rule will extend to commingled accounts that can be used to pay for both interstate, international. Okay, in other words, this would be an area where it's jurisdictionally mixed. And so if the FCC does adopt a new rule, which could be very soon, then it will control the whole area. In other words, this is sort of like with the prepaid amounts. It's like you have an account and you can make both types of calls from it. So because you can't differentiate that, because this rule will apply to something that can't be divided up as per interstate and intrastate, the FCC will totally take control if they adopt this new rule. So Viapath recommends the commission defer action on this. So they're saying that the provisions we have make sense. They're probably what the FCC will adopt soon, but the FCC hasn't done it yet. My response to that would be, well, if these are good provisions and there's nothing in place right now and the FCC has an exercise jurisdiction, let's just put it in place. And then when the FCC does, this will automatically be preempted. So I don't know that we need, I'm not sure if the commission wants to wait on certain things and have them addressed in the future, but I think we could, kind of like with that other provision, it's like, even though the commission rejected it, I think it's okay for staff, to recommend, let's put this in place right now. It makes sense. Even Viapath is saying that this is similar. And if it gets preempted, it gets preempted. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, so the recommendation is to adopt the language, correct? That's what it says.
Yes.
Okay.
What's interesting, though, is that Securus says in their comments that the FCC has adopted the rule already, and it cites the same date that Viapath cites as, Viapath said that, okay, they did adopt a rule. It says, well, the final text of the new rule has not been issued, but I guess the rule has been adopted, but the final text has not been issued. I don't know how that's possible.
This is our proposed language we're looking at, right?
Well, I'm talking about the
No,
FCC, the FCC's provision. So what's odd to me here is that Viapath says on September 29th, the FCC did adopt a rule governing the treatment of unused funds. While the final text of the new rule has not been issued, well, how could that not have been part of the order? That's what I don't get. They're saying it's already been adopted, but we don't know what the text. How could it be adopted if the text wasn't attached?
So, what do you? Can you tell me why you propose that the commission adopt the language of the proposed rule as modified by Securus for reasons given by Securus? You want to go through Securus's reasoning again?
Well, this is something different because I'm about to get into Securus would change the language a bit. Whereas what I was addressing was the fact that I'm just baffled as to whether the FCC has a rule on this now or not. I can't tell because it's odd. I've never seen an FCC rule because the Viapath has said on September 29th, the FCC adopted a new rule governing this area.
I see
that.
that.
The final text of the rule has not been issued. What
Well,
does
that
that
doesn't make
doesn't make
sense.
any sense because the FCC issues final orders adopting rules just like we do. It attaches the rule. You wouldn't just say, we have a rule, and we'll tell you what it is later. That makes
So
sense.
Russell, do you want to figure that one out and bring it back to us on the next week?
Yeah.
On the next meeting?
That's odd. I've seen FCC orders adopting rules. They're just like ours, except they're 1,000 pages.
I hear
and
you.
Include the rule. How could it not? Anyway, so I'll bring this one back, and I'll look at this other.
Yeah, look, try to find the FCC rule.
Should we move on then?
Yes. Yeah.
So this goes out of order in this point because there was a section 23 about waivers of portions of the rule, but there was a separate portion about variances. Waivers and variances are really the same thing. They should be addressed together. I see no difference usually between a waiver and a variance.
You want to
You
show
know,
us that section?
Let's see.
It's 23. So you'll have to go backwards.
Wait. Sorry, I'm just getting my display adjusted so I can actually see what I'm doing here. That's not, sometimes this thing is so.
You can't get it to move.
See, I'm just screen sharing. Here we go. Got it. Okay. Screen sharing, and I suppose I am screen sharing. Let me stop sharing. Restart. Okay. I'll try again. Okay, 23. Okay, I'm trying to find where it says current rule 23. We should see that all X'd out. This is proposed rule. We should see it X'd out. You know, because the proposed rule shows what is being removed that was in the current rule. So I don't, it should be right in here. We should see a section called waivers. Do you see it? This is 20, this is the new, oh, I see. I need to go further. Well, no. Wait. Maybe it's got further back. No, 21. What's this? Maybe the things got all moved around. Let me see. Let me just see where it is. Okay, wait. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Found it. So it said, currently reads, the commission recognizes that public health and safety and the requirements of the correctional institution may require exceptions to requirements contained in this rule. In those cases, the IOSP may petition the commission for a waiver of a particular requirement, which shall not be unreasonably withheld. There's no reason not to address this in the variance section, which addresses variances and then the same thing as waivers. I agree. Just get rid of this, compress it into variances, and we'll talk about that section next.
All right.
There should be no separate
Let's move
sections.
on. Okay.
I will go to, okay. Okay, so no one objected to staff's proposal to remove that, and the commission would just adopt that.
Yeah, let's move on to variances then. That's section 33. You want to scroll down to that one? Unless it's easier to get out of it and go back in.
I do have to go out, go back in. It's kind of like, I don't know why it's like that, but it is like that. Let's see. Come on, what is it doing this? It's just giving me, it's just making, I can't get a full screen of it, sorry. Get back here, make this full screen or something. I don't know what it's doing right now, it's kind of odd. Stop share. Okay, good. There's the full screen. Okay, share screen. And oh, here we go. Okay, share. Okay, 33. It's doing that to me again, so I can't. Okay, I got it. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so variances. It incorporates that that language at the beginning. The commission recognizes that public health and safety and the requirements of the correctional institution may require exceptions to requirements contained in this rule. In those cases, the IOSP may petition the commission for a waiver of variance, which shall not be unreasonably withheld. So
do you want to take the word waiver out there, Russell?
I'm sorry, what was that, Madam Chair?
Do you want to remove the word waiver in that sentence since we're getting rid of waivers?
Yes, that's a good idea. I'm confused by this because this does contain that. Oh, I guess there was another section of variance, rate cap variances, which where the proposed orders language would remove that the statement shall not be unreasonably withheld. So I would remove that here as well. This is odd because I don't think public health and safety are the only or the requirements of the commission. Institution. I just don't know if that's comprehensive as to all the reasons an IRSP might reasonably request a variance. Usually, most of our variance rules, including I think in our rules of procedure, they require that the person applying for a variance explain why they want it and explain what will happen if they don't get it, that kind of thing. But they don't have a provision at the beginning saying, these are the only reasons you can ask for a variance. So I'm not sure I like that part of it. I mean, obviously these are good reasons, but I don't want to know why anyone should be restricted to those reasons. There might be another reason to, I'm tempted to say what I didn't say in the proposed order, that I would get rid of this entire, get rid of everything before A, because these are great reasons, but these shouldn't be the only reasons. Someone should ask for a variance. They should have a good reason, but any reason. They can propose any reason, and the commission can decide whether it's a good reason or not. It doesn't necessarily have to involve public health and safety. That'd be a great reason, but it doesn't have to be limited.
Would it work to take out the first sentence and part of the next and just say the IOSP may petition the commission for a waiver or variance of a particular requirement?
Yes, I think. Yeah, I would say that, and
I think I'd be inclined to take out which shall not be unreasonably withheld. That's
right. I agree.
Contract language. It's not regulatory language, and of course
That's
we
true.
would not be unreasonable. We saw that once before.
That's a good point. I think that's where this language is borrowed from, the realm of contracts.
Right.
Okay, so let me go to the order, and so instead of, let's see, if I go to page, okay, we're almost done. Thank God.
Yeah, this is the last one. So let's work it.
The commission's decision area on page 81, let's change this, because they would have the commission adopt the language of the proposed rule. I'll change that. And then just to let you know, Securus had proposed narrowing the service list to not include interested persons, just as with the other types of proceedings. So this would have rejected that, and we can still reject that. But I'm going to change the language so that it's more specific. I say the commission, I don't know if we start from scratch and reject the language or adopt it with a change.
Russell, can I make a suggestion? Yes. Do you want to tinker with the rule language first, and then we can go to the language in the decision? Because right now we're looking at the rule. You were showing us the rule, and right. I think that's what we ought to alter first.
Yes. That's that. Okay. So for some reason I can't see. Okay, here we go.
There we go.
So
take out the first sentence, I would suggest, and this is subject to anybody else's comments, but I would strike the first sentence because I agree with you, Russell, that public health and safety are not the only reasons why someone might want to seek a variance. And then you'd have to take out the clause in those cases and have a capital T there for the, okay. And then delete the phrase, which shall not be unreasonably withheld, because it's just not even appropriate regulatory language.
I'm just going to say for a variance.
Yes.
This waiver variance thing has caused confusion for a long time.
Correct.
Variance covers everything.
Okay, so take out the last clause.
I'm going to say of this rule. Make that clear.
Yes.
So,
do we want it supported by an affidavit still?
Yes. Actually, all motions are supposed to be supported by an affidavit if they are, fact based. If they're based on particular facts and not just, facts that are contested or anything, or facts that need to be shown. So definitely supported by an affidavit.
And how about in paragraph?
This is perfect.
Well,
this is perfect. Well, I just want to say.
Do you want to say person instead of party?
Yes, and that I'm going to do throughout anyway. So I don't need to, I can do it here, but there are a bunch of places where I need to do that.
Okay.
But what's great is C actually does just refer to our procedural rules. Our rule of procedure on variances, says, you have to provide the reason for asking for it, the reason, what would happen if you had to comply. It's a really good comprehensive rule for variances. So it's best to just refer to that for the content of the request. But this should say any request for a variance.
Yeah. And are you still comfortable with the language in paragraph E? I don't know what section 19 refers to.
So we completely, let me see, I have to look back at what we did. Let me see what we did on, I don't know if we totally got rid of that variance section, but maybe we should. I think we should. Hold on, let me find that. I have to go up. Okay, I have to go up in order here. Rate cap variances. Rate cap variances, where's that?
Rate cap variances. And we said, the commission adopts the language of the proposed rule with the inclusion of the New Mexico AG's proposed data calculation revisions and Securus's proposal for a limit on the stay. That's fine. We like what we did with this. The commission adopts these proposals for the reasons given by staff, AG, Securus, respectively. So,
oh yeah, the rate cap variance thing, remember it had its own count, its own sort of schedule. So I do think we can leave that as being a special exception because variance requests in general could apply to any of this. But the rate cap variances, it does make sense to have, it has a particular procedure with particular timeframes. So I think, yes, we should leave that part.
Okay.
We can leave as is. Makes sense. So.
Well, that's the last section. That's the last section. So we're fine with that language then in E, correct?
Yes, E is fine. And I'll just put something in the order that incorporates the language that we changed. And so it makes it clear. I might just see, yeah.
And you could put the order back up if you want to.
Let me see. Did I have it up? Was I sharing that?
There, no, you have the rule up still.
So y'all are seeing this is the order, paragraph 292 on page 81. And so I'm just putting a note here to myself that incorporate the revisions to the rule language made at the open meeting. I'll just put notes.
Fine.
So that's the last section for which there were any comments received. I think it is actually the last section of the rule too. The rest of this language is just standard.
Yes.
Standard language. I always include, just like you did in the community solar order adopting rule, I include, this includes provisions that say it will be published as per the State Rules Act and New Mexico Register. But that will only happen after sufficient time has passed for motions for reconsideration to be filed. I need to check because our rules provide for motions for reconsideration, and the Public Utility Act provides for that. So even if we're commissioned, but this is not a Public Utility Act matter. But I believe that the New Mexico Telecommunications Act also has a similar motions for reconsideration provision that's just like the Public Utility Act. If not, then our rule provides for motions for reconsideration in any case that isn't ruled by the Public Utility Act. So I always think it's best to hold off on publishing a rule because that's when it becomes effective, because then you can't change it then except through another rulemaking. So we'll wait and see if there are any motions for reconsideration. And if there are, then the commission can decide upon them. before, and maybe, just like community solar, we received 9 motions for reconsideration. And, they may say, not only did we make some changes, but, some of the commenters pointed out things where our rule was not in accordance with the act. So there were some very important ones there. Here, I think it'll all just be maybe policy matters if we do receive any motions for reconsideration. But, the commission may want to wait and see.
I have a question. In our NOPR, did we have a date by which any motions for rehearing or reconsideration had to be filed? And if so, what is that date?
No, Commissioner, that would not be, or Madam Chair, that would not be addressed in order issuing NOPR, because that tells, the NOPR just says, when the comment period will be, the comment dates, the comment hearing, closing the record. It doesn't say anything about when the final order will be issued. And then you just, with regard to any motion for reconsideration, you go
it goes in this order.
Yeah, the telecommunication. Well, also it's in the rule. It's in our rule. We provide for that procedure. And our rule references, it says, if this is a matter under the Public Utility Act, go directly to that provision of the Public Utility Act, because that gives a procedure. If not, then this rule is what provides your procedure for motions for reconsideration. So that rule will control here. Although I said I think the New Mexico Telecommunications Act also has an identical section about motions for reconsideration. So it doesn't really matter either way, whatever it is, but the rule or the act or both provide for it. And so I always think it's best to just give them, hold off on publishing, because you might want to make a change.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, so what's the next step? We have to look at this next week. We'll vote on it. It will be ready to be published, but it won't be published until some date, which will have been identified in our order when we vote to approve, if we vote to approve.
Well, Madam Chair, this would be the order. It just says the amended rule shall be published. Let me move all this stuff. It's kind of in the way. Let me get all this up on the way. I can't see anything. And this is not very convenient here. Sorry, my Zoom stuff is in the way. I can't seem to get it out of the way of my order. It's in one of those weird configurations where you can't see anything. If I go like this, escape. I don't know. This is really not helpful. Let me see.
Actually, I just had the opportunity to read that full sentence, and I'm fine with it. We will be establishing in this somewhere. And this order is the one I would have to think we would establish a time frame for.
No, because our rule provides for that. We don't say in an order.
Yeah. What is the time frame?
I believe it's 30 days.
Oh, I see.
30 days for filing, and then 20 days for us to consider it.
Okay.
I believe that's
so it'll be a new commission.
A rule provides. Yeah, it definitely will be. Especially because this isn't coming back next week, because 28th is when we're having our next meeting, I believe, right?
Right.
Yeah. But the commission will be adopting an order, whether this order or a modified version.
That's
and
right.
I will provide the proposed rule as per the order issuing NOPR to the commission, the stuff that the one I've been putting up there today, because it's already, in case anyone wants to look at that. But then I will also prepare what would be Exhibit A to this. In other words, an amended rule in accordance with this version of the order, tomorrow or Friday.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Russell. Yeoman's work, man. This is very hard, and I'm very glad we got through it. It's very important, and I appreciate all the work you put into it. So
I wasn't glad, Madam Chair, I wasn't glad when you said we were going to do this, but now I'm glad we did, because now that we're done, I'm very glad we did.
I think we all are. Okay, so moving on to the next case, that is item number 14, case number 22-00270 UT, in the matter of the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for revision of its retail electric rates pursuant to advice notice number 595. Michael Smith will present the proposed initial order.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this can go very quickly, even though this is obviously a large case that everybody's been waiting to drop for a long time. The order that's before you is a very basic order. It basically just opens the case and assigns the case to the hearing examiners to issue a procedural order and address other issues that are starting to come up in the case already. And it suspends the advice notice. So for a period of 9 months. initially.
Okay. Is the reason that it's on the full agenda is because this rate is a rate case? Is that why? I wondered why this wasn't on the consent agenda. Because
I did actually just put it on because I thought some commissioners might want to make comments or something of that nature, and so. And I did not anticipate that Russell would have the IOSP rule in front of it. Had I looked more carefully, I might have changed my mind.
Okay, no problem. All right, commissioners, anybody have any discussion comments to make or anything about this order? If not, well, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a
I will
motion
move.
to approve the order.
Okay, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar makes a motion, and I think I heard Commissioner Fishman next to be the second.
Yep.
So I've got a motion and a second. Is that okay with you guys? Is that the way it fell out? It's
Sounds
fine.
good.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mike, you want to take the roll call?
Sure. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. Okay, moving on to the next case, which is the last case on this agenda for the day. It is case number, there are three case numbers, 22-00020 UT, 22-00240 UT, and 22-00243 UT. And this is in the it's in the matter of the implementation and administration of the community solar program. Also in the matter of the compliance filing of Southwestern Public Service Company pursuant to 17.9.573.9 NMAC, and application of El Paso Electric Company for approval of tariffs necessary for implementation of the New Mexico Community Solar Program and accounting order. This pertains to PNM's advice notice number 594, EPE's advice notice number 281. Christopher Dunn and Russell Fisk will present utility divisions. Well, Christopher Dunn, I guess, will make the utility division staff's presentation of its recommendations concerning advice notices. And then Russell will present potential order concerning staff's recommendations, potential procedural order for expedited proceedings concerning remaining disputes regarding advice notices, potential order regarding Renewable Energy Industries Association's motion for partial reconsideration, and potential order concerning joint protest and complaint of Coalition for Community Solar Access and Renewable Energy Industries Association and request for expedited treatment. So that's the title. How are we proceeding here? Are we going to have Commissioner Christopher Dunn present first?
Madam Chair, I think we that's the way to go. I just sent you. I hadn't sent you the staff's recommendations. They may have already been provided to you earlier, but I just sent them to you by email. If you, they're fairly short, so if you don't have them in front of you, I think Christopher will be able to describe them sufficiently. But I also just sent you at the very last minute my very brief order that I've drafted for this, which if you don't have a chance to look at it, I can describe. I can read the whole thing in 10 minutes. So I'll let Christopher present staff's recommendations. The order is the order is attached, but it's very brief, and I can just describe it after Christopher speaks.
That's fine. Can we put Christopher's presentation on the screen? Because I don't see it in my email box. And you say you just sent his?
Yeah, I could share it right now. I could share.
Okay.
I actually, pardon, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I do not have a presentation actually.
Oh, fine. Okay. So no paper.
There are
to
just
work.
there are the memos with the recommendations. I could put those other, but they're very short.
Okay,
So
fine. Whatever you think is fastest.
Shall I begin my presentations at this time, or are we?
Please.
Yes, yes, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Please
Madam Chair.
proceed. Yes, thank you, Christopher.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and hello to you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Hope you're having a good afternoon. I'll try to keep my presentation brief here as well. As you may recall, and for the record, my name is Christopher Dunn. I'm an economist with the Utility Division of Staff in the Economics Bureau, and I am the member of staff that's reviewed the various filings made by the investor-owned utilities related to the community solar program in New Mexico. So today I'm going to be presenting staff's memos on Advice Notice 594 from Public Service Company of New Mexico and Advice Notice 281 from El Paso Electric. Both Advice Notice 594 and Advice Notice 281 were filed on November 16th, 2022. And both of these advice notices were filed in compliance with the Commission's Notice of Errata that was issued on November 10th, 2022. The full title of that Notice of Errata is the Notice of Errata to Order concerning Southwestern Public Service Company's Advice Notices numbers 309 and 311, Public Service Company of New Mexico's Advice Notice number 591, and El Paso Electric Company's Advice Notice number 279. Order denying Southwestern Public Service Company's motion to vacate and motion to stay in the alternative. But for simplicity's sake, I'll just refer to that as the Notice of Errata. So the Commission's Notice of Errata required that both PNM and EPE shall, quote, file a new advice notice containing only a solar bill credit tariff identical to that contained, end quote, in the respective company's original advice notice filings that were made to implement community solar. Further, the Notice of Errata also required that, quote, the advice notice filings must, quote, bear an effective date of December 16th, 2022, on which date it shall become effective. So with that in mind, staff has reviewed both Advice Notice 594 from PNM and Advice Notice 281 from EPE. Beginning with PNM's Advice Notice 594, based on staff's review, I found that the company's advice notice does contain a solar bill credit rate identical to the one contained in PNM's original filing, Advice Notice number 591. And further, the advice notice also bears an effective date of December 16th, 2022. On this basis, and pursuant to the Commission's Notice for Errata issued on November 10th, 2022, that required PNM to file an advice notice containing an identical community solar bill credit tariff rate and bearing an effective date of December 16th, 2022. The staff's belief that this advice notice will be allowed to go into effect December 16th, 2022. I will note, of course, as mentioned by Russell, that there were protests made by Renewable Energy Industries Association against Advice Notice 591, and then a joint protest made by Renewable Energy Industries Association and Coalition for Community Solar Access against Advice Notice 594, and a response that was filed by PNM as well. Essentially, the protests were against the inclusion of a monthly minimum charge in PNM's advice notice, and PNM did provide a response to that. But again, because staff finds that the advice notice filings per the requirement of the Notice of Errata do contain an identical community solar bill credit tariff and have the effective date of December 16, 2022, staff believes that this advice notice will be allowed to go into effect on December 16, 2022. Moving on to advice notice number 281 from El Paso Electric Company. Similarly, staff reviewed advice notice 281 from El Paso Electric Company and found that the advice notice does contain a solar bill credit rate identical to the one contained in El Paso Electric's original advice notice filing, advice notice 279, and further that the advice notice 281 bears an effective date of December 16th, 2022. I will note that there was a single additional line that was included in EPE's advice notice filing 281 that was not included in advice notice filing 279. That line reads as follows, quote, the bill credit rates will be applicable beginning the first billing cycle after an NMPRC final order is entered on EPE's application pending in docket
number 22-00243-UT. Though there is that one minor difference of an inclusion of an additional line, staff does find that EPE's advice notice 281 does contain an identical community solar bill credit tariff to the one filed in advice notice 279, and further bears an effective date of December 16th, 2022, as required by the Commission's notice for RATA. So
You can
based on
slow
this,
down a little bit, Christopher. This is a lot to digest without a paper in front of me. So slow down, please. What was that one sentence that didn't seem to make any difference? Could you read that again?
certainly, yes. The one additional line that was included in EPE's advice notice 281 reads as follows. The bill credit rates will be applicable beginning the first billing cycle after an NMPRC final order is entered into EPE's application, pending in docket number 22-00243-UT.
Okay.
And that's the single line that was not included in advice notice 279 initially.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Absolutely. And so again, based on staff's review, I do find that the solar bill credit rate in EP's advice notice filing is identical to the one filed in advice notice 279. And further, that it bears the effective date December 16th, 2022, as required by the Commission's notice for RATA. Based on that, it is staff's belief that this advice notice will be allowed to go into effect on December 16th, 2022. That concludes staff's my presentation of staff's memos, and I will remain available to address any questions the commissioners might have.
Commissioners, any questions? Hearing
Madam
none.
Chair, my
Yes.
presentation might help
Yes.
clarify this, because it's a very specific thing that's happening here. It's sort of really just enforcing things the commission has already done. It's not considering anything new. So I send the proposed order, but I can read the whole thing to you right now and describe it. What happens is that on November 2nd, this is when we still had Arthur with us, guiding us. The commission issued an order that accepted portions of EPE's and P&M's advice notices that they had filed for community solar. Advice notices can cover a whole bunch of different things. They can, advice notice is just the transmission of, it can be the transmission of one tariff or a whole bunch of tariffs, or, agreements that anything that we would approve, rates, rules, etc. Community solar is a whole panoply of things, all new things, forms of agreement, rules that they might have to adopt, and tariffs. And so there were advice notices filed by EPE and P&M. SPS is a whole other area, but we've handled it similarly already. We just don't need to do anything with it right now because it's all set where it is. EPE and P&M had filed advice notices that included community solar bill credit tariffs. And as you'll recall, in the Community Solar Act, it's very specific about a lot of specifics about the community solar bill credit. That's what actually appears on the utility bill of any utility ratepayer who is subscribing to a consumer a community solar project. That's where they get the benefit of the financial benefit of their subscription. It balances against their payment to the utility for power, obviously, because they're contributing power. And there are all kinds of specifics in the act and in the rule as to how that should be calculated. So it's a highly regulated number and has to be identified like that. As per Arthur's recommendation, he had said, we need to know the bidders, the subscription organizations, the people who might be developing these projects need to know what the credit tariffs and solar bill credit tariffs are going to look like. That needs to be sort of in place even before they make their bids. And that process, bids are the RP or the selection process for proposed projects is underway, but we're within the 60-day window. And so the commission went ahead and approved SPSs, and also approved EPEs and PNMs calculations because, Arthur said, these aren't perfect. They're satisfactory though. They can and will be revised with further information, which is something, referring to the PNM rate case, our rule says in the next rate case for each of these qualifying utilities, there needs to be a cost of service study, not only for the reasons of the rate case, but so that, for calculations of the solar bill credit, because we need newer information, et cetera. So, but the commission agreed with Arthur, we can accept these solar bill credit calculations. Well, then a sort of administrative issues came up because the commission issued that order, but it said it approved those portions of the advice notices that applied, just the tariff portions. And then I found out from our records department that's not how that works. You can't. They can't. What they need to do is for any advice notice that goes into effect, or they have to stamp every page of the advice notice effective. They can't say, because the commission suspended their, these advice notices contain multiple issues, most of which were suspended for further consideration. And then it was just the tariff for the bill credit that were to go into effect. And records said, we can't do that. We need a separate, you need to have them separately file the solar bill credit tariff apart from everything else, so that those other things remain suspended, and then we'll stamp this effective. So the commission did a notice of errata by single signature order that required, that altered the order from November 2nd to require EPE and PNM to file just the solar bill credit tariffs identical to what they'd already filed, without anything else, without the rest of the advice notice. And which they did. And EPEs, this is the proposed order I prepared for advice notice number 281, which I mistakenly referred to as 282 in the order I just sent you, but I just corrected it. I say I would recommend the commission adopt Christopher Dunn's, her staff's recommendation to let it go into effect on December 16th, the effective date, because they did it right. It's fine. And that additional language that Christopher mentioned that's not a problem. It's not identical, but it's not a problem. PNM did, you could say they did follow the instruction in the notice of errata, which said file an identical tariff. But unfortunately, their community solar bill credit tariff included, which is what it was called, I believe, included something in addition to the calculation of the community solar bill credit. It included this minimum monthly fee that Christopher mentioned. And that is the subject of the objections. There was a motion for reconsideration filed by Renewable Energy Industries Association. There's actually a complaint filed by them and someone else. And they're concerned about that because looks like the commission approved that, whereas the commission said you filed the identical tariff, but didn't specify, it wasn't specific enough. So we can't let the whole thing, the commission shouldn't let the whole thing go into effect, because this minimum monthly fee, it will, if it were allowed to go into effect, would impact just those ratepayers who are receiving the credit, because it would affect only those who are subscribers. It would be a special fee that the utility charges to them, and that's something we need to review. It needs to remain suspended.
Correct.
So that needs to remain suspended. That has to be separated out. The community solar bill credit tariff should remove that, and that's what this order would do. It would accept EPEs, community solar bill tariff credit, allow it to go into effect in 2 days, but it would order PNM to file yet another one. This would be the third one, but there would be a community solar bill credit tariff that just addresses the calculations of the credit itself, which is fine, which is the one that Arthur recommended, said was totally satisfactory for now, and remove the minimum monthly fee that would remain suspended as per the previous advice notice, which suspended that. And then that can be considered in any future proceeding. And I'll get to that in a second. So in other words, EPEs would go into effect in 2 days. P&M, in this order, I'll just read from the order. P&M's advice notice 594 is suspended until further order of the commission. And P&M is ordered to file on or before December 23rd, 2022, an advice notice containing only a calculation method for the community solar bill credit, identical to that provided in advice notice 591, excluding the portion of that advice notice that addressed the minimum monthly charge. So now it's clear as day. The advice notice shall bear an effective date of January 23rd, 2023. There's a reason I chose that date, because this order would also order all 3 of the qualifying utilities to file jointly on or before January 20th, a statement of all issues that remain contested and should proceed to a formal proceeding. And the reason I've included that is that yesterday, I believe it was the final workshop was held by our contractor GridWorks. The 3 qualifying utilities, the 3 IOUs, have been working on a form of a particular type of agreement that the utilities need to enter into with subscriber organizations. In other words, the developers of and operators of the community solar projects, that involve everything about the relationship between them. In other words, the transfer of electricity, the energy and ownership of energy and all that kind of stuff. And they're working on that, which is great. This is a brand new thing for the commission. So the more that can be resolved informally, the better. So they're doing that. And then they didn't agree to this date, but they had been talking about it. So it sounds like a date that would work, January 20th, when they should have everything they all agree to among themselves and could be acceptable to the commission, agree to and present that. They plan to do that on January 20th, file something for that. And this would, and I did actually discuss this at the beginning of the workshop yesterday. I said, please at the same time provide a statement of all issues that remain contested and should proceed to a formal proceeding, which hopefully would be all the utilities together in one proceeding, because there can be common questions, including, but there will also be some questions that will be unique to particular carriers. Particular utilities, such as P&M's minimum monthly charge. In other words, everything that's been suspended and not accepted by the commission yet, we'd find out on January 20th, which of those things they're going to press forward in a dispute and try to consolidate it and expedite it and get it done. Because I think, this is a brand new area that there are going to be issues that utilities, I think, can reasonably dispute, but they have been working very hard to informally resolve as much as they can. So they'll present something to us on January 20th, hopefully, where a lot of things have been resolved and should be acceptable to the commission. And then there will be these issues that have to go forward in a formal proceeding. So that's really it. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Russell, and thank you very much, Christopher. You guys have been really succinct about this, and I really appreciate it. It's very explanatory, very succinct. Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions? I see Commissioner Mayes is sitting there. Did you intend to make have any questions or make any comments?
I just,
No?
Appreciating. Can you hear me?
No. Well, I can hear you a little bit. It's a little breaking up a little bit. Okay. Sounds like you're okay. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Fishman, are you interested in making any comments on this particular matter? I guess there's no vote. We don't have anything to vote about, right?
Actually, Madam Chair, the order that I just sent, which I completely described,
yes,
that would
that's right.
Require the new advice notice filing by P&M that's restricted to just to the calculation. They have to file that by December 23rd.
Okay. All right. So if I'm not hearing any comments from anyone.
Commissioner Bissett. The order.
Okay, I got a motion. I need a second. And I read Commissioner Maestas's, Vice Chair Maestas's lips. He said second. So I've got a motion and a second. So Mike, can you take the roll call?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Oy vey.
yeah, take that as an aye. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. All right, we're going to move on to item number 12, communications with Chief of Staff. Mr. Probst, take it away.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Since you're not getting paid overtime for this, I'll be very brief and just say on behalf of the staff, I wish all the commissioners a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, safe travels if you're traveling, and look forward to being back with you on the 28th.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Aren't we going to see you on the 19th for lunch?
You will see many of us on the 19th as well. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, but I mean you in particular. I thought I saw you signed up. Is that correct?
I have RSVP'd and I'll be bringing my appetite. I love
Oh, excellent. Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. And happy holidays to you as well. So now we have communications with General Counsel.
Sorry, just want to make sure I was actually muted. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I know I've spoken to the chairperson about this. And I don't believe that this is, I thought actually Chief of Staff Probst might address this, but it's on the front page of the paper. So I'm assuming this is public knowledge that Chief of Staff Probst is departing the commission. And that leaves the issue of transition moving into the new year until we have rather after the new year, before we have a commission in place. And my suggestion, as much as I hate to do this, is that we have a meeting on the 21st with the commissioners to discuss the potential staffing in lieu of, since the Chief of Staff will not be with the commission anymore after, I believe, January 3rd. I'm not sure the exact departure date that Chief of Staff Probst is planning on.
I believe he told me December 31st, the end of the month. I believe. Oh, here he is.
Madam Chair, yes, my final day, Renee probably can figure this out more accurately than I can, but my anticipated final day now is January 2nd. So my first day at the Department of Finance and Administration will be January 3rd.
That's great for us.
So that's my suggestion, is that we schedule a meeting before the luncheon. I would suggest that we have an open portion and a closed portion to the extent that we need to have discussion of personnel matters with regard to who will take over for Chief of Staff Probst, and that may involve several people in terms of authorizing people to do various things. So I guess if there are questions of me, I can answer that.
Yes, Michael, I assume. Yes. Oh, yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, can I get clarification from Michael? He said December the 21st. Is that correct, on a Wednesday?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say the 19th before the luncheon.
Oh.
Since hopefully everybody is attending and bringing their appetites, and if they're not bringing their appetites, would be available by phone.
What? Please me what? If we're not bringing our appetites, what did you say?
If you're not attending and bringing your appetites, then hopefully you would be whatever commissioners would be available by phone for a Zoom meeting.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I would have to attend via Zoom. But I was going to make another suggestion, if I might. which may not make sense. Is there a reason that we didn't have the 21st scheduled as a day? Was it Joe was going to be out or? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Troublemaker.
Well, there is we would still have a quorum. So we could do it on the 21st if that's more advantageous.
Why am I
Well, Joe's going to be going on, Commissioner.
Sweetie.
Because
sorry.
you should. But I wanted to
You're
make a
driving me crazy.
suggestion. I know, but I wanted to make a
I'm trying
suggestion.
to implore with you the importance of what's going on here. Suzanne is saying that she doesn't want anything to do with you and that I have nothing to do with you from now on, which means I can't go get you. You can't come here. And that's not good.
Are you talking to us, Jeff? Jeff Bird?
No.
Okay. Sorry.
I was
to
wondering
hear.
why I was being rebuked.
That was my mistake.
Yeah.
Never heard that tone before. Actually,
I was afraid that Susanna Martinez was going to come down on us there for a minute.
It was kind of sexy. It was so authoritative there.
Now, Commissioner Fishman, Commissioner Maestas won't be here on the 19th either. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So, but I'm perfectly willing to meet on the 21st as well, if that's
What
better for
happens
you.
if we go to the 23rd? Are you back by then? Because this is my thought, is I've been mulling over our meeting on the 28th. And, I'm looking at our staff and I'm looking at our general counsel who's just been working at breakneck speed for a while now. And when we're done, except for Joe, who's got to take over due agency, and he's young enough, he can handle it. But we're not going to have, we're going to have a break. But staff is going to be bringing on new commissioners, and and here we are coming to the 28th between Christmas and New Year's, and having them work that day. And I feel like it's kind of unfair to staff and to general counsel, and I'm wondering if it makes sense for us to set up for the 23rd, say Friday. That way people get a clean holiday. I'm not losing sleep because I feel like I screwed over a staff and general counsel that has just served us wonderfully. And here we leave them just buried in work with no break at all, really, for the holidays. And maybe it makes more sense for us to set up for the 23rd and handle all these items together with a final meeting on the 23rd. And I don't know how staff feels about that, but I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Well, let's hear from them. I know Michael has particular issues he wants to work, and can we start with him and then maybe ask Chief of Staff or whoever else is speaking for? You're talking about staff. You're talking about PRC staff in general, right? Or are you talking specifically about OGC and hearing OGC?
Well, OGC, but
everybody,
they work with staff and everybody.
Yeah.
When we have a meeting, it's work for everybody. And, on the 28th, I just feel like, boy, they deserve a little bit more of a break, given how we've been working right up to the end here. And the new commissioners are going to be demanding a lot as they try to get up to speed. And that's what can I say? That's just a heck of a lot of work for those folks. And I think they deserve a free holiday calendar or more flexible.
Given that Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas won't be here on
So
the
I'm
19th.
suggesting Friday.
Friday.
The 23rd.
Oh, he's back? Are you back? Okay.
Yeah, when he
I
says
see an
he's
affirm.
back.
I see, fine.
And I'm thinking that might be a solution to cover all those needs.
So Michael Smith, did you have comments?
Yeah, so I mean, I think when I was suggesting the 19th, it was partially just to get a chance to go over. I mean, I think that obviously the obvious issue is that the commission is going to need to name an interim chief of staff to take over after Wayne leaves. And that's a decision that can't be made, obviously, after Wayne leaves, because this commission will not be seated and it's unlikely that the new commission will be seated. So that interim appointment may last only a few days, depending on what the new commission does. It might not. We're really working in a very serious vacuum here right now.
So go ahead. So
I guess the 23rd just concerns me because I think that's a day that people are traveling already. They're starting to travel already for the holidays and things of that nature. I was thinking, since we're all getting together on the 19th, we might at least be able to raise some issues. And if Commissioner Maestas can attend, at least, without necessarily making decisions at that, we can at least start talking about some of this. If we wanted to do something on the 21st, I'm not talking about a business meeting. I'm really just talking about a special meeting for the commission to address these issues. I think Russell was the one who originally was looking to take advantage of the 28th meeting to handle additional cases. And Russell, hopefully you're still on here and you can respond. But the 28th, we may need to preserve the ability to at least consider doing something on the 28th, because that's kind of our last opportunity. If it turns out we don't need that date, we can always cancel it. But I'd hate to say that let's just make the 21st or the 23rd the last meeting, and then it turns out we have some, need to do something.
Yeah.
And then everybody's plans kind of get messed up.
Well, why don't we, okay, if we're just going to finish case, well, I guess, whatever we do, I don't think it's, if Vice Chair Maestas would like us to do it on the 23rd so he can be present for whatever it is we're doing, I'm happy to do it then. I'm also happy to do it on the 21st. And I think I understand people might be traveling on the 23rd. It is a Friday. So, but if it's issues only related to who's going to be the next chief of staff, and I understand, Michael, I thought you were saying it might have to be, there has to be a lot of division of labor among, I guess, OGC that needs to be worked out. So if it's not critical that Vice Chair Maestas is present for that discussion, I would say let's do it on the 21st or in the afternoon of the 19th if it's going to impair Commissioner Fishman driving up to the luncheon, which I thought he was going to.
I won't be able to make it. I've had a little.
All right, never mind
still
that.
doing my COVID recovery here.
Yes, I understand.
I don't want to push it.
I totally understand. So, okay. So therefore, it could even be in the morning,
Chair?
the 19th. Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and then Russell. I see Russell.
Oh, I would like to make a suggestion. We are in an open meeting as we speak. Why can't we just go on a break for this evening and regroup tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock or 9:30? And
Great idea.
let's talk about an interim chief of staff. And while we have Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas still in New Mexico, and before he goes on vacation.
Really?
That's my suggestion.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, that's excellent, I think. Can the other commissioners attend tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the only issue I had with that is to the extent that this requires action from the commission, we haven't noticed this.
No, but we're continuing. We're just continuing a meeting. I assume we have to notice that too then?
No, that's what I'm saying. We have not noticed an action item on the agenda for today because we did not know that this was.
I see.
Coming up.
How much time notice do we?
That's why I was suggesting the 19th.
Okay. No, but Commissioner Maestas, when do you fly out, Commissioner Maestas? Can't hear that. Can you put it in
Can't read
chat?
his lips.
I can't either. The 15th, I think, right? Is that a yes?
Madam Chair, if I could, Commissioner Maestas is flying out very early in the morning, tomorrow
Okay.
morning, at like
Okay.
6:30, I believe.
Why don't we talk about it now? Mike,
We
how
still
long?
got the notice issue.
Oh, yes. Okay. So look, it's not going to be possible to have Commissioner Maestas here unless we wait till a week from Friday. Commissioner Maestas, are you strongly interested in being part of this conversation? Could you hear
Madam
me?
Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
His Commissioner Maestas, his assistant can fill in, just to take notes, no decision making, but just to take notes. That's a good, another avenue that we can take.
I didn't quite understand everything you said. We can take notes, you say, to fill him in afterwards?
I'm sorry.
There he is.
I wanted to say that Commissioner Maestas, his assistant, can attend the meeting in his place
His
just to
assistant.
listen in.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Maestas. Do you want to see if you can be heard now?
Yeah, look, whatever you guys want to do. I mean, it sounds like it's not just going to be a discussion, but there could be a potential action. So,
right. Yeah. Well, we would still
fine.
have a quorum without you.
Yeah.
You know, we can proceed without you. It's not going to kill us if it's not possible for you to be there.
It won't hurt my feelings if you guys have the meeting without me.
Okay. Okay. So we can do it whenever we can. If the 19th would work, we could do it the morning of the 19th or the afternoon. I'm going to be having to drive up for the luncheon. So depending on how long it's going to take, I would have to leave Albuquerque by, 10:15. If we can't get the meeting done before that, then I'd prefer to do it in the afternoon after the luncheon. Or we could start it earlier. We start at 8 o'clock. That surely we'd be done by then. Mike, can you give us any kind of a ballpark idea how long it would take?
Well, I was just thinking that we should set aside at least 2 hours. Just to make sure.
Okay, but I recall having a conversation with you, and I know you're deputy chief of staff, and so I thought you were going to be the person who could deal with this. And then I believe you explained to me that you had to shift things around, but I'm a little confused why it requires 2 hours.
Madam Chair, that's basically just based on, how long it's taking us just to have this conversation right now. I generally don't like to plan things for less than an adequate amount of time.
All right, so we'd have to start at 8 o'clock.
Or we can do it on the 21st if that's the commission's preference. That's fine as well.
That'd be better for me, but I don't want to delay it either. So we can. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
No, I was making that suggestion only in consideration of OGC and staff and.
Yes.
So,
Yes, that's fine. And let's, if it helps you, Mike, to have it Monday morning, let's do it Monday morning.
I was picking that just because I figured people would probably have already set aside time to be at a commission event and would be most likely to be available. But of course, this is a separate issue from the issue still of the 28th. And Russell probably should be heard about what the issue is with that. And like I said before, I still think it would be good nonetheless to keep the 28th on, there, because last opportunity to do whatever we have to do, if it's not case related, if it's administrative, whatever. And at least we have it penciled in.
Okay, so you want to do Russell's matter the same day we're doing this discussion that you want to have, correct?
No, that's, I was talking, Russell, right now, the
Madam Chair,
28th.
I can tell you. So obviously we did so much long, painful work today on the IRS people making that I could bring that back on the 19th for final order.
Right.
Although I don't know if the commission wants more time, to review all this stuff, but we did go through it, so I could bring that back on the 19th. The only thing else we need to finish before, actually, there's the reports of the legislature, something I'd like to meet with Mike Ripperger about, but that could possibly be done on the 19th, but maybe not. But the third thing, the reason with the 28th is important, and I'll refer specifically to Commissioner Fishman here, is because there's been a long simmering matter that concerns the Winter Storm Uri, which was in February 2021. And Commissioner Fishman did want that finished by the end of the year. And I don't know if the RD has been issued yet, but the schedule that was set up for the issuance of an RD, the shortening of time for exceptions, was really set up for it to be done finished by the 28th. I don't know, maybe the exceptions period is passed, but I think the 28th is needed for that. I'm gonna be presenting the whole thing because, Bob Lennon, I think, will be out of town, but we've set up a procedure based on the 28th.
Okay.
All right.
I tried.
Yes. And it was a very good thought. Yes, Vice Chair. Yes.
Commissioner Hall, I don't want to interfere, but from what I've just been listening in, and from what I hear, it sounds like maybe the 19th in the afternoon would be best for everyone to talk about the transition of the chief of staff.
Yes, I feel that way. I hate to cut it close when I'm trying to drive up the road and I don't know what the weather's going to be like. And I'd prefer to be in the afternoon. And if there's no need to do it in the morning, I feel better that way. Following the luncheon, we could say 1:45 or something. I've scheduled about 2 hours for the luncheon. We are not getting kicked out of the restaurant. I checked. The luncheon will start at 11:30, and then we can leave when we want. As long as this doesn't run into dinner time when they have another banquet.
Should we schedule that then for a 2:00 start?
Sure.
And I just wanted to quickly respond. Commissioner Hall said that I was deputy chief of staff. That was actually a joking kind of thing. Technically, my position title used to still was chief legal counsel and deputy chief of staff for legal affairs. Commissioner Byrd had once actually, I guess, had discovered that and gave me grief about that. So that was, I don't know what my title is anymore. So, but
okay,
that was not an effort to claim the title.
Well, yes, I understand. I understand that. I heard the reluctance. Yeah. Believe me.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Estes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement in terms of what's going to occur between now and that meeting on the 19th. And I think if our goal is to select an interim chief of staff, then I would suggest you, Madam Chair, meeting with Mike Smith and Wayne Props to discuss this and see if there's, a staff member that is willing to step into this and that maybe Wayne can recommend. So I think there should be a name and a candidate that's actually.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever can expedite this process. And Mike, does that comport with what your objective was that would take 2 hours?
Yes, that was the idea, was that we would, I would have liked to already be at that point now, but it's just, this is all moving, this was unexpected and there's some moving parts that need to be addressed.
Well, if that's all I need to do is have a meeting with Wayne and you, I think there was a third suggested person, Commissioner Estes, isn't that what you said? Meet with Wayne and Michael Smith?
And you, yeah, just you
I can
three.
do that anytime. I'll meet with you tomorrow if you want.
Well, we
Madam
can
Chair,
do that, but I still think just setting aside the time, setting in a time for a meeting at 2:00 is necessary because the commission would need to take action on it.
Okay, fine. But let's meet in advance and iron out all the wrinkles we can in advance.
Yes, exactly.
Great.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I object to that. I think all the commissioners should be treated equally. And any discussion about choosing the interim chief of staff, the commissioners should have that authority to listen and give suggestions and give advice and make the selection.
That's fine with me. I have no problem with that at all. So we'll just go back to the afternoon meeting at 2:00 on the 19th.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would still, without there being a discussion involving you, I'd still think it'd be great if Wayne had a couple of suggestions to bring to that meeting, along with Mike.
Okay. I don't know that Wayne is, oh yeah, Wayne's still on. So Wayne.
I'm certainly happy to reach out to you, Madam Chair, and discuss this a little bit further in hopes that we can expedite this for all 4 commissioners on Monday.
That's fine. We can certainly have a conversation about it, and I won't be making any decisions or anything. It'll just be, I guess, just exchange of information or opinions to prepare for the meeting. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, would you be comfortable with that?
Yes, I think creating I guess an outline, is that what you're getting to? That's fine with me, but as far as choosing and recommending 2 candidates, I would like to be in the loop on that. Thank you.
Okay, fine. That ought to work. Thank you very much. So we're fixed then, and there will be sufficient notice time for a 2:00 meeting on the 19th.
Correct.
Okay. And then I don't recall the reasons why, but it sounds like we do need to still have a meeting on the 28th. Is that correct? And
Yes.
who provided those reasons? Russell. There was some.
We're talking about the
Outstanding.
URI resolution.
Oh, yes. Did I hear Russell say, Russell, I think I heard you say that you weren't sure whether a deadline has passed.
I just received the exceptions were just filed today. There's also a response date for those exceptions, which I don't know if it's this week or not. But I really like the 28th because I can bring the IRSP rulemaking back on the 19th. But I'm not sure about this matter because I'm not sure what the response date for the exceptions are because it was shortened, but it might be on the 19th or on the 20th, or it might be tomorrow. I don't know. Probably not tomorrow. But probably it's 19th or later. So we couldn't do that matter, the URI matter. And then also the reports of the legislature, I would like time to meet with Mike Ripperger because we have to put together the exhibits for that. It's kind of it's a lot of data to crunch, and I think it should be done by the end of the year. And so I think the 20th would be great for that. That's
what? The 20th? You mean the 19th?
I'm sorry,
28th.
I'm sorry, 28th. Yes. Okay. So I could use that.
So how many matters there? Are there any of those matters you can put on the 19th?
No, I don't think so. Because the reports of the legislature, maybe I could meet with Mike this week and get it all done, but I don't want to push that because I think we have to put together some exhibits that have a huge amount of data to be compressed in some way. And then that other matter, the URI matter, I just received the exceptions today. So it's a shortened exceptions period, a shortened response period for exceptions, but it could be that the response date is Friday, but I doubt it. Let me look at the order. I have to look at the order because there's, usually it's 13 days for exceptions, 8 days for responses, but it was shortened, but probably not shortened to that much, to this week. The response is probably not due until next week. Let me see. I just answer really quickly. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so responses to exceptions are due on the 21st. So
That's Wednesday.
yeah, so I can bring the Uri matter back on the 28th, but I can't do it on the 19th.
Can you do it on the 21st?
Well, the responses are due that day, so they have all day to file them.
Yeah.
It would be EPE that'll be filing them. So
All right. Okay, fine. I think we have it figured out then. The 19th and the 28th still remain our dates. And on the 19th, we'll have a meeting at 2 that will cover this issue of chief of staff, but apparently no cases. Is that correct, Mike?
Correct.
well, I can bring back the IOSP rulemaking because we hashed that, and unless the commission wants more time to do that, but I'll be ready on Monday with that. I can provide that.
Okay, great. All right.
So we can make that a one issue, a one case issue meeting.
Okay. And then on the 28th, we'll wrap up the remaining cases, of which I think I heard 2 more.
Right.
Correct?
And anything else that may have come up in the interim.
Okay.
That's right. I'll have 2 items for the 28th. That's the EPE fuel clause thing for your adjustment for Winter Storm Uri, and the report to the legislature about the New Mexico Telecom Act.
And then, yeah.
What's that, Commissioner Fishman?
I was just agreeing with Russ.
Okay.
Those 3 items.
Okay. All right. I think we've got that worked out then. Well, I do want to encourage anybody listening, if you haven't already signed up, to please come to this luncheon. I think you'll enjoy it. It's really yummy food. And I'm sure, I'm not positive, but I would certainly go to bat for including more people. We have a head count right now, 41. So weather permitting, I really encourage everybody to come out. It'll be a lovely time, and it'll be our last time together, and I value it, and I value you. So please try to make it. So with that, I think we're done with communications with general counsel and other matters. But we do have communications with commissioners. Commissioners, any communications? I think I just made mine about the party. Anybody have any other comments? No?
I'm ready for dinner.
Okay.
Right.
Yes. Commissioner Vicente.
What are we having, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to wish our Chief of Staff, Wayne Trope, for a wonderful opportunity. These type of opportunities is once in a lifetime, or, it could be more, but it's great that he was selected to be a cabinet secretary for Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, and I wish him the best. That's my comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I join you in them.
And if they think we're so incompetent, why do they keep stealing our talent?
Yeah, right.
Amen, brother.
You got that right.
10-4.
All right. are there any other commissioner comments to make? Hearing none, I would just like to say Merry Christmas to those of you I won't see or be talking to before then. And happy holidays. And I think I'll be seeing a lot of you on Monday, numerous of you on the 28th, but for all the rest of you, whoever is still listening, I wish you the best in the future. So we're done. Good night.
See you guys.
Bye.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.